speakers coming up. I'm just going to go over a few key items. My name is Kai Jackson. I am a business development specialist with the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and I just want to thank you all for joining us today in person and to our online audience. Just a couple of things to be mindful of. The camera position, we have a live stream, and so if you're walking kind of this way, just kind of keep that in mind here to get caught by the camera. A couple other housekeeping items. Restrooms are right out the door. We're going to have lunch, I believe, at 12:30. I think it's 12:30. Yep, 12:30, 12:45. We're going to do a grab and go. You can take it back to your seat because in about 15 minutes we're going to keep the ball rolling. And then we have an afternoon break as well. So we encourage a lot of networking. That's one of the main things about attending in-person events. If you have questions, feel free to answer them. We're going to run a mic to you so that way our online audience can hear the question too. Online audience, if you have questions, you can put them in the speaker box. I think there's not a speaker box, there's a box underneath the video where you can submit questions, and Riley with Skyburn Media will let us know, and then we'll get those answered. Or if you can email me as well, we can get that. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We are welcomed here by President J. Conrad Seneca with Seneca Nation, and our board chairman, Derek Watchman. All right, thank you.
Niagara, good morning, everybody here in person and those that are watching online. Welcome here to the Seneca Nation on behalf of our Seneca people, and also welcome to our premier resort and casino here at the Seneca Niagara, here at one of the wonders of the world, Niagara Falls. And so we're very proud and honored to be able to be your hosts here for the Native Edge Institute here at Seneca Niagara. And there's a great agenda of issues and topics and that are on the discussion for today, and really looking forward to listening and hearing the presentations about that and interacting with anybody and everybody here that's going to be a part of this today. And I really think a lot of the National Center and what the National Center has done over the many years. I remember coming to the National Center events several years ago. I've participated with them on several occasions. Been lucky enough to be a speaker at some of the seminars that they've had over the course of time, and then also a participant as a business owner myself in private business for almost 40 years now. I've been able to come to the National Center events and be a part of their expo, be a part of the agendas that occur during the conferences at RES. And so I really believe in this organization. I think it's great, and everybody that's had a part of it over the many years, really a big shout out to them for the work that they've done to be able to continue this effort through Indian country, and for us to be able to have opportunities like today to be able to learn more and to be able to have access to the different opportunities afforded to Native people across this country. So I thank Native Edge for being here and choosing to be able to come to the Seneca Nation to provide this. And so many Nyawis for that. And I wish everybody well and have a great day here in the seminar. And I look forward again, like I said, to being involved with this, to learning and to experiencing hear what Native Edge has to offer. So many Nyawis. Derek? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seneca. Appreciate it. And it's always a pleasure to be here at Seneca Niagara. Good morning. Yate Bene. I'm Derek Watchman, and I'm chairman of the board for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, a long word. We call it National Center. I'm originally from a little town called Navajo, New Mexico, as I call it. I'm a Navajo from Navajo, and so people joke about that. But my clans are, it's Aiskili and Shle, Tohana Bashachin, Takatnazani, Deshiche, Auto, Tabahashanele. And like I said, I'm originally from Navajo, New Mexico. I hold several hats, and so, as I said, I'm chairman of the board for the National Center, but I'm also recently the new Chief Information Officer for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. And so, actually, the last time I was here was when IGA had their mid-year conference a couple years ago in September. And so, but welcome and good morning on behalf of the National Center Board. We're obviously appreciative of being here. The National Center has been around since 1967, give or take a few years. And our primary purpose is to do several things. One is to host and put on these Native Edge Institute events, short one-day events, but I find very, very informative, a lot of networking, and a lot of information that I take home. I'm also a small business person. I have a little gas station convenience store in Navajo, New Mexico. I've been a consultant for the last several years. But one of the things that I'm proud to say with the National Center is that we've been able to make a lot of connections and connect we as Native people so that we can expand our businesses. We've been able to provide resources. Obviously, we've been able to provide our Reservation Economic Summit, which is coming up. What are the dates for the summit? I forgot to. When's the summit? March? Put on your calendars, by the way. Our Res 27 is the week of March. Help me. March 26th. March 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th. So put that on your calendars. You'll be there. All right, yeah. A little bit of background. I'm a Navajo from Navajo, got a business degree, and I've been very fortunate to obviously be a small business person, but I was also chief of staff for 2 prior Navajo presidents. And so I like to say, I was a part of running the Navajo government. I was a banker for many years. I came here quite a bit. I was a chase banker. I was trying to sell money, as I say, as a banker. And then I had several opportunities to work for my tribe at the Utility Authority, Tax Department, and 1 year as an education director. So I've been very fortunate to be able to be a part of Indian country. But I first got involved with the National Center at Res 87 many, many years ago. And so I was a grad student. And in fact, one of the board members then, for some reason, I got to know him while I was a grad student at Berkeley. And he says, you got to come join me. And in fact, I'll help you go to Res. And so I was in San Francisco, so he flew me to Res 87. And that time, our first Res conference were at Disneyland. So I went to the Disneyland Hotel, one thing led to another, and I was able to, my goal then was to get a job. And so I did network, I made some connections, and I was able to land a job actually in New York. And so that's what started my career as an investment banker. And so years forward today, as a chairman of the board, there's things that I think are very, very important for we as natives in the country. One, from the National Center, we're trying to improve the access to capital. Being a small business person, it's always a challenge, especially if you have business on trust lands. It's tough. It's tough to, entice the financial markets to invest in you. And so that's number one. Number two, it's always challenging to get any kind of permit, because our land is held in trust, and so there's many different layers that you have to do. And then, of course, in many areas of Indian country, including my area, we basically have rural markets. So trying to find the right fit, the right business because of market locations, transportation, infrastructure, and overall the economic demographics is always a challenge. So at the National Center, we provide information, tools, access to capital, and any other thing that we can do. So I encourage you to network. If you do have particular specific questions, feel free to reach out to the staff, to us. We're actually located in Mesa, Arizona. Come and visit us. We have several more NEIs coming up. We have Res 27 coming up In addition to that, we spend a lot of time in Washington, D.C., ensuring, for example, that there's favorable rules and regulations, favorable laws that impact and improve the Indian country on all fronts: gaming, health, access to capital. One of the big issues that we're working on right now is just to ensure that there's a statutory native office at the Small Business Administration. We think that's important. Over the years, if you'll notice, there's been elevation of our Indian offices in many of the departments. I forgot to mention I was also a Tribal Affairs Director under Secretary Bill Richardson, and so we were part of putting the Indian office that's there today at the Department of Energy. We think those types of offices and where they're situated is very, very important to help advocate, to help push the needle, to help push the information that Indian country is vibrant, Indian country is here, and resources and partnerships, more importantly, partnerships are needed between Indian country, the tribes, the enterprises, we as small business people. We think that's very, very important. So we're working on that for all of us. But today is about you. Welcome for guests here. Welcome to guests on the World Wide Web. We're going to spend a lot of days, as Mr. Seneca mentioned, we have a great agenda. And I know that you'll go home with a lot more information. We have a small group here, so I'm sure that you can get business cards from everybody. So when you get home, make sure you make some contacts and build not only your electronic Rolodex, but information and knowledge. I also want to recognize our staff. Chris James, our President CEO, couldn't make it here today, but we have our staff over here. So let's give our staff a big round of applause for putting this together. Thank you. Yvette, Kaya, the team here, thank you. I appreciate that. And so on behalf, again, of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and our board of directors, welcome to our Native Edge Institute here at Seneca Niagara Falls Casino, a beautiful facility. I love this place. And so with that, let's move forward. Great day, lunch, and put on your calendars again, Res 27 in Las Vegas at the Caesars Palace, the week of March 22nd. If you need any information, don't hesitate to ask. I'm here, staff's here, obviously we're available. So with that, I just want to say thank you for joining us, and let's move forward. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just kind of go over really quick with our team here. We have Yvette Fielder. She is our program director. She used to do a lot of the NEI planning before I took this position, so big shoes to fill. But she's here and she oversees one of our newest programs called I just know the acronym is T. Tribal Economic Accelerator. And then out front we have Charmaine Charlie. She is our office manager. She helps out a lot with a lot of our events with the registration portion. We couldn't do anything without Charmaine, so thank you so much to her. And then we also are blessed to have interns with us. The intern that we have today is Jahara Anderson, and she's up here. So she's sorry if I get your major wrong, but she does a lot of media and marketing. So you may see her walking around with an Osmo or our smartphones, and so she's just capturing content and helping us out with that. And then we have Skyburn Media. I know I mentioned Riley earlier. We love Skyburn Media. They help us out all the time with our content, whether if it's for our Native Edge Institutes or any of our other programs. But because of them, we're able to have our online audience, and we're super thankful for that. So I just wanted to give a shout out to our team. Next, we have our first session, which is understanding artificial intelligence and implementing it safely in your business. So we have two folks joining us. We have Paul Emerson and Andy Bradford. So if you guys could please come up, that'd be really great. We have not just the agendas, but we have another pamphlet out there. It has a lot of the speaker faces in the front. If you go through it, you'll see the speakers' bios and everything. And then at the end of the event, possibly tomorrow or next week, I will send out all the PowerPoints and the recording of the whole day, so that you guys have access to that. But thank you so much for joining us today, and I'll let you guys take it from here.
Thank you, Kaya.
I need those two.
Thank you, Kaya. All right. So today we wanted to talk about AI. First, we kind of just wanted to ask, who here is using or has already implemented AI? Good. Good number of hands. Okay. All right. Who here is, I guess we also wanted to ask, who here is intimidated or a little bit nervous by, using AI? Anybody? Yeah, we got a little bit. Well, hopefully we'll help you understand a little bit more, some steps you can take for it, and let's get started. Sure. Paul here's got some good ideas. We should actually introduce ourselves. So I'm Andy Bradford. I'm the owner of Dandy IT. We're a managed service company. We also work a lot with cybersecurity and AI.
My name is Paul Emanuel. I am from North Carolina, part of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. Tego Data Systems is based out of Raleigh. A cybersecurity vet, been in cybersecurity for 22 years, worked for U.S. Army and also 2 NSA contracts, and I finished my career with the government at U.S. Cyber Command, where I worked for JTF Ares, where we ran operations against ISIS's propaganda networks, and been in the commercial market from there.
You sounded a lot louder than I did. Good job. Apparently I need to hold this closer or something. All right. So I wanted to start talking about cybersecurity by going back to the 1800s. Makes sense, right? Anyway, so back in the 1800s, the epitome of technology, or the backbone of society, was built off of the stagecoach. It was used for travel. It was used for, transportation of goods, services. It was reliable. It was familiar. It was trusted. And then along came something new. The steam engine. Now, for the companies that were running stagecoaches, this was a big change. The steam engine was a lot more powerful. It could carry a lot more goods and services. Smoother ride, hopefully. It could also run night and day. Farther, faster, a lot more powerful. Today, we are running into something very similar. Back in the day, the stagecoach companies had a challenge. I won't say that the steam engine just immediately put them out of business, but they had to learn how to understand it and adapt to their circumstances. And the companies that did well are the ones that learned to work with the steam engine. Today, we have AI. And it does bring some vulnerabilities. It does bring some new challenges. At the same time, it brings on a lot of new opportunities and possibilities for us. First, I wanted to get at that AI is a tool. AI is not just going to take over your job. It is not going to do your job for you. There's been a lot of worry for that, but it is a tool, and it is only as good as the person that's using it. Important things about it is the better that you know how to use it, the better your results will be, just like any tool. The best way to learn it is to use it. So let's go into a plan. I've got three easy steps here. We're going to start small, pilot and implement, and then scale. So this are going to kind of be the steps that we're going to recommend on how to implement and start using AI. And then we'll definitely go into some security concerns and how you can kind of get through that. So I was glad to see that some of you have already implemented AI. There are others that did not. So I want to kind of take this a little bit and showcase some fun ways that you can start small. I would have to say the best way to implement AI is to look at your business, look at some of the repetitive tasks, look at something that you think you can do with AI in your business, and find a way to have AI help you with that or to streamline that. So if you can start looking at it, of what you're doing, of what you're already doing, and how it can help you assist you in that, that's where you're going to see the best results. Get some really quick wins.
Yeah, so there's a lot of quick wins you can do in your business right out the gate. One simple one that you can do today, and some of you are probably already doing it, is recording your conference calls and your meetings with an AI transcriber. A lot of the stuff you're using today, whether it be Teams or WebEx or Zoom or even Google Meet, all have embedded tools now to allow you to record those conference calls, transcribe them, and actually send an email out afterwards so everybody has a transcription of the meeting you had. Very simple way to kind of dip your toe into AI and get started. Those small, quick wins of implementing AI in your business can go a long ways and get you more comfortable with that. You don't have to kind of eat the whole buffet to get started, but start using small pieces of AI instrumentally in your business to make you more effective. I had a plumber I was working with just locally, giving him some advice, and he had a big struggle in his business where he was missing a bunch of calls because he's out doing work, right? So we implemented a quick win for him, just having an AI voice caller or voice agent that would pick up his calls, find out what the issue is, look at his calendar and book a time on his calendar, so that way while he's out doing work, he's also filling up his calendar and getting in contact with some of the customers that are outreaching into his phone number and not missing any inbound potential sales. So there's small things you can do in your business without dramatically changing or shifting how you do business to implement inside it to go forward and make you more efficient in your day-to-day practice.
And a lot of those quick wins are little implementations like that also add a lot of professionality to your business. They help you look a lot more professional and come across better. So, I want to kind of showcase some of the things that AI is capable of. And I'm going to start, I think we both have children here, and so we'll start with some of the things that our children have asked us to do or even learn. The goal here is that it's okay to play with it. It's okay to use it in different ways to see what you can do. Because like I said, as a tool, you've got to get familiar with it. You've got to get used to it. So if you understand how to use it even in entertaining ways, it will hone your skills for your business. So here I had one of my sons, I think he asked me to have chat, build a picture of a fish slapping an old lady, and I thought it was funny. But AI can be used for a lot of things. It can be used in making art, in making presentations, in writing. It's excellent at some different things like this. Here, you know, for my son, I had it create a story about a bear flying on an elephant. It was able to create images. It was able to write the whole story. It was fun. It was interactive for my son. But now we can take those same things and use it to help us write even in business. It can help us in our writing styles to come across more clear, to come across more professional. Just ask it. You can talk to it, explain what you're trying to get across, and it will help you write. It can be used to even speed up your communication. You know, I've got an example here where I understand the words are very small, but essentially you can see I just wrote something really quick. You know, a quick message to a colleague. You know, basically very informal, no grammar, things that way. I told AI to do it. It comes out a little bit better. It's actually formatted in your, you know, professional email format. And so it's a way that you can speed up your conversations and still look professional and come across as, you know, looking good. Another tool here is the integrations. So here, this is AI Assistant. You can see in this one, I'm asking AI, what emails have I not responded to this last week? It gives me a list. It can keep me on task of what I've actually looked at, what I haven't, and help me to review that. Next, I ask it to summarize those emails, and it gives me a detailed summary, or it will give me a summary of exactly what I've missed. Once again, it helps me be organized. It can help me to, you know, quickly understand what I've missed, if it's actually anything that I needed to see or worry about. In a lot of ways, it is integrating into the apps and tools that we're already using. We're all using Microsoft, we're all using Google Suite. It's already integrated into a lot of the apps and programs we're using. Meaning that without switching out of our email, without switching out of our Word or Excel, we already have a lot of the features to ask it what we're looking for. We can even just describe what we're doing, you know. I'll be honest, I used AI a lot to help me build this slideshow, and that can do it in a lot of different ways. You know, it can help you organize and let you know what slides you want, as well as create the content, the wording, the images for it. If you're using Excel, it is an excellent tool. I don't know even accountants. I don't know if accountants even know all of the commands for, you know, all the formulas, sorry, for Excel. There's a lot there, but in using Copilot, in using ChatGPT, or the different AI modules, you can tell it what you want it to do, and it will create that formula for you. It makes it so that you don't have to be the experience, have every, you know, have memorized almost a programming language to understand Excel. It will give it to you. It makes it so that, you know, Excel is easier for everyone. Now this one, you know, information gathering and analysis. AI is excellent at handling a large amount of data and going through data. So if you're in sales, marketing, if you're trying to understand what your target market is, if you're trying to, you know, reach out to a specific company, you can ask AI about that. Here you can see I've asked AI about a company. It was able to tell me what the company, or who they were, where they're at, what they produce. It was able to tell me a lot of information about that company that I didn't have to, Google search and go in and find 2 seconds and I had it. And so it's able to save time. It's able to help you understand and get through that a lot faster. This one's fun. Who here has had an email or things that you can't speak, I'm trying to say it nicely. Who here has had an email that's made you angry and you've wanted to say some inappropriate things back in response? So, great way to do it. Say everything that you're wanting to right into the AI and tell it to make it professional and okay. And it will take the colorful worded letter that you just written and make it sound nice and professional while still trying to help them understand what you're getting at. In other ways, it can help you change the tone. You can take it from something, just normal wording to more professional. Or if it's in the right situation, you can make it funny, you can make it sad, happy, try and add emphasis on what you're trying to get across. You've seen, I've created a lot of images. There's excellent text to speech and the ability to just talk to these agents. So a lot of times for the AI, you don't even have to type anymore. You can just start talking to them directly, and I find, at least for myself, that's an excellent way to do it. I'm able to communicate, almost as I would to a colleague or employee or whatever, to try and express what I'm trying to clarify and express what I'm trying to get to. It's doing really well at helping us overcome language barriers, and I hope in the Native communities it gets to the point where it can do every language and help us preserve languages as well as communicate across language boundaries. Paula here has already talked about the voice agents being able to take in calls. There's chat bots, additional tools, things that way that can assist as well. Another really good thing that another thing AI is really good at is summarizing complex, it's really good at summarizing complex concepts. For instance, what are quantum mechanics?
Quantum mechanics is a branch of physics that deals with the behavior of matter and energy on the smallest scales, such
I could let it go farther and it would go into more details, but essentially you can see it breaks down an extremely difficult concept really simple. So it is a great way to help yourself or your employees, anyone really, to understand some difficult concepts. It's really changing the video world. So here you can see I was able to create a video just by text, writing in what I wanted it to do. So here is, once again, this goes right along with our theme here. But
the Old West, where speed was measured in horses.
Looked pretty good, didn't it? But once again, I do want to remind you, AI is a tool. It's only as good as the person doing it. Here was my first attempt. It doesn't look nearly as good, does it? So a little bit of wording change, a little more, a little more work with it, and is able to take something where that guy looks like a cartoon, and there's like a magical railroad appearing to something a lot more professional. All right, next we'll talk about piloting and learning. So that was a good showcase of, what AI can do, what AI is capable of. And what I'm suggesting here is that you choose one of these things. And I'm suggesting only one at a time, specifically in the area that you think would help you most in your business. Start one at a time and start implementing it. You might first end up with, a cartoony-looking guy and a magical railroad. It may not be perfect, but once you start using it, getting better at it, and start getting it look more professional, that's when it's time to start going to the next step. So you can start taking it to the next step with custom agents and GPTs. Is anybody here using those? Are you familiar with what those are? All right, we've got at least one hand. So an agent or a GPT is, you're essentially designing a model within Copilot, ChatGPT. You are essentially training AI to do a specific task for you. So you can train it around marketing, sales, different things that way, and to do something specific. And then it will learn based off you programming it, or what you text and put into it, and then just continually as you work with it to get better and better at that one specific task. And as you do that, you can start building different agents. You can have it complete different tools. You can actually have it you can set it up where it will start working with multiple at the same time, create workflows where it can work with multiple agents. You can definitely, as you start small, as you start building and learning, you can definitely start building bigger and bigger and bigger. But the important thing is to skill strategically. Once again, you're just taking one thing at a time and then growing. Add one more.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little about kind of the security concerns around AI and how you implement it, and some of the issues with implementing too fast or not strategically. I want to say that when it comes to AI, a lot of FOMOs out there right now that, hey, I've got to rush and get AI implemented or I'm going to fall too far behind. In the long run, that is true, but you still need to take it step by step, day by day, implement it the right way and the safe way as well, too. I have a customer right now that's a biopharma customer back in RTP, and they rushed to get a bunch of custom LLMs out and just putting a bunch of data in it. As you imagine, a biopharma organization has tons of data, and they exposed a lot of that stuff to the public internet, and this caused a lot of problems. We had to come in to help them clean up, and just trying to rush the market. Take this day by day, step by step. Which one's next? So now we have a new attack surface. So you have your standard attack surface, your cloud environment, your local environment, software and infrastructure that you have locally on-prem, but now we've introduced this new attack surface called AI as well, too. And your still single point or weakest point of failure in your organization are your users. And your users are using whatever they have today. So you may have a policy that says, hey, we're going to use Copilot in our organization, but your employees may say, well, I'm familiar with ChatGPT, so I'm going to use that, and I've got my own account, and I've got a Claude account, I've got a Gemini account, and they're slowly, hey, I'm being asked to write this proposal by my boss, so let's throw a bunch of company data in there and help it write a proposal. Let's implement, put a bunch of customer data inside the environment. So these are all public tenants that customer data, your intellectual property data, things that are important to your business are getting uploaded into, and it's not private to you. You can get private tenants like Anthropic that makes Claude. You can buy what is called Anthropic Enterprise, which is a private tenant, and if you upload any data in it, it is private to just your environment. But if you're just signing up to a Claude subscription, when you upload that data into that environment, it's going into a training environment that's public to the whole internet and potentially could expose critical PHI, PII, intellectual property data to anybody who has access or has a subscription to these platforms. So in a sense, it is still shadow IT, but now shadow AI, where your employees are data exfiltrating, not maliciously, but just on day-to-day using these platforms, moving data from your environment into these cloud tenants, these AI providers, without your permission, without your visibility, without your control, and doing that day-to-day. And you may not even know that's going on in your organization right now. It's important that we get a handle on what data is going out there, and there's some strategic ways to do that, but it's definitely a huge problem that's happening. We're doing a lot of shadow IT investigations for our customers and finding that this is a big part of shadow IT that's happening inside of organizations day to day. The landscape's kind of changing quite a bit. Some of the same tactics and techniques and procedures that you would see in the past are still there. They're just amplified now by AI. Prompt injection now is a big thing. If you're building AI, then someone could come in and potentially use very sophisticated prompts to extract data out of it. So AI is broken into two sections. You have AI that you buy, that's your ChatGPT, your Claude, and then you have AI that you build. Those are custom LLMs that you can run locally or in cloud environments that you train with your data and you build, or even these custom agents that are trained for your specific business. And when you build those custom solutions, you need to have those secured because an advanced attacker can come in with sophisticated prompts and extract data from those custom solutions. Data leakage, we talked a little bit about that already. AI-generated phishing. So phishing still is one of the most prime techniques to gaining access to any environment. And we're seeing now that they're not only multi-stage phishing attacks, but they're using AI to write and craft those. It's not the old emails that you would see that, hey, I am a prince over in Africa that has $10 million, send me this or click this to do that, right? There's old strategies that are out there. Now it's more sophisticated. Now I can compromise someone in your environment, download their emails, train a model on their emails, and have their style of writing, their language, their slang, and how they communicate very effectively written just like that person. So when I send a lateral email to a person in your environment, it looks just like what they would say or how they would communicate from person to person. So now we're seeing that AI is actually crafting those and sending those out. How we're defending against that a lot is now fighting AI with AI. There are solutions out in the marketplace now that will AI triage with agents to evaluate if this is AI, if it's complex, if it's a sophisticated actor, if it's a nation state, and help you kind of fight against some of those advanced tactics. Deep fakes is a big thing. We're going to go into that a little bit later as well too, but we're seeing that a lot. I had a customer that, well, let me step back. When I was a penetration tester, one of my most ultimate weapons I had in my pocket was being able to use social engineering to compromise a user and environment. Being able to call someone on the IT staff and say, hey, I am so-and-so vice president, I'm traveling, I'm locked out of my account, I need you to reset my password. If you don't reset my password, then you might as well find another job, right? And get access into the environment that way. Very just old school way of doing it. Now, I don't even have to pretend to be that person. I can download video clips of that vice president that's doing talks out at different engagements, clone their voice, use that voice to call this person and sound just like them. So now I can target even small businesses where these individuals have relationships inside the organization and know the person personally and be able to compromise them with social engineering that way. Very, very effective. We are using it today in penetration testing and social engineering engagements with our customers, and it's highly, highly, highly effective. Number 5 is AI-generated malware. As you may know, there's different levels of hackers out in the environment. Some are more experienced than others. Some we call script kiddies. They just download some stuff and run it against your environment and potentially gain access to things. But now they have the help of AI to assist them. So they can have AI to help write custom payloads and malware. and they can test that against the same technology you're using to protect your endpoints with, and see if they can compromise or bypass those security measures with the help of AI. So they're writing custom malware at speed now. And then model poisoning. As I mentioned earlier, if you're building custom solutions or AI LLMs in your environment, you have to train those. You have to take documents and upload them into a vector database and train that database and train the models on that type of material, and you do it at scale. But as we know, when you're building those models, if you put trash in, you'll get trash out. So someone could come in and potentially poison those models by putting certain data in there to be able to compromise those environments or those models as they're being trained and going through the training process. So that landscape is drastically changing. These are some of the top ones, but there's definitely more that are coming as well too. So how do we combat all this? It really starts step number one at governance. Writing policy, being able to have controls at an executive level to secure AI in your environment. What AIs are we going to allow or sanction in our environment? Maybe one or maybe multiple. How are we going to control the AI in our environment and get telemetry or get data out of it to know what's going in the environment? How do I know when employee A that I've approved to use Copilot is using it the right way and not maliciously or abusing that environment? You've got to have governance around that, writing policy and control, and be able to, really lay out what the employee is going to have to follow to be able to use this effectively as a good employee in your environment. So governance is number one. Identity, being able to control access to not only the environment, but the data they're going to be using out of your environment, and being able to put that inside the environment. Multi-factor authentication is a big step forward. A lot of people use it the wrong way, and I'll make a valid point about that. Using MFA just with one-time tokens is not effective. I have a lot of customers that have been affected by SIM swapping attacks. Who knows what SIM swapping is? Does anybody know what that is? So one-time token is, hey, I log into this environment and it sends me a text message with a code. I put that code in the environment and I log in. That is a form of multi-factor authentication. It's very, very weak. SIM swapping is this. Hey, so I know that this employee has a phone that's not provided by the company, by Verizon. I call Verizon. I have their social security number, their date of birth, their address. I validate and go into their Verizon account with an agent on the phone. I said, hey, agent, I have this new phone with me now, a new phone and SIM card. I need you to change and swap my SIM on the phone so that way I can use this new phone. Yeah, you've already validated. Let me swap it. Also, I need to change my address and email that way because I've moved as well. So now when you go back in, you can't even validate yourself because they've changed your demographics. They swapped your SIM. And so now when they do that, and they have your password, when they do that authentication, that OTP goes to the phone that's in their hands, and now they got access to the environment. This is how MGM got compromised. Their casino got compromised this very same way. This is not only happening to big organizations, this is happening in small organizations. So implementing multi-factor authentication, I want to make that very clear, by sending tokens is effective initially, but is not the secure way of doing it. You want to have multi-factor authentication applications on your device. Duo app on your phone so you get push notifications. Microsoft Authenticator, Google on the physical device, so that way they have to have that physical device to be able to validate that multi-factor authentication. Just want to make that a point because that's a big problem I'm seeing in the space. Data protection, this is a big thing. So one of my gaming customers is Caesars Entertainment. We manage all their backup infrastructure, their data infrastructure, as well as their data protection or data posture and protection standpoint. We go through and evaluate where all their data is, where it lives at, what types of data Caesars has, where it's located, who has access to it. That's a big key. You can't protect data in your environment if you don't know where it lives, who has access to it, and the types of data that you have. Once you've kind of identified that, you not only need to secure it, one big part of data protection is being able to back it up. Can you back that data up securely? Can you encrypt it? Can you store it? And so those data that you have today, there's AI tools out there going to help you evaluate that data in the environment and understand where it's at. Because once you know what data you have, who has access to it, then you can control how it moves the environment. Is it going to move to their machine and then into an AI environment? Can you see the flow of data into a chat GPT or some other LLM? Data identification, where it lives, who has access to it, how it's stored and encrypted is very important. Monitoring is a big piece. There's tons of tools out there right now that gives you access to guardrails around ChatGPT, Claude, and otherwise. So there's school systems out now that want to say, hey, we're allowing kids to use Gemini or Copilot. We want to know every time a kid goes and asks ChatGPT or these other tools, how do I commit suicide? That's very important, right? And being able to be alerted on that and identify who the student is and when that happens so they can intervene is critical. There's tools in place now that allow you to intercept that communication via proxy, to see the communication from that user into these LLMs, secure it, restrict it, and I'll actually alert you on when there's things going on. Maybe there's a particular file type or a customer code that you have in your business, and you want to prevent that from leaving your environment and going into an LLM. With a telemetry tool in place that can collect that data and monitor it, you can be alerted and block that and also change the response of the LLM to the user. So the monitoring piece really goes a long ways. We can intercept all that traffic. And then 5, having good user education, just like anything else in your environment. You're not going to buy any piece of technology, put it in place, and not do 2 things. Secure it properly and train your users how to use it effectively, right? So training your users how to be good stewards of the data in your environment, what to use in an LLM, what not to use, how to use it effectively, because they just feel like, hey, I have this tool at my disposal now. I can be superhuman. I can do my job more effectively. I can do it quicker. I can do it faster. Why not use it for everything I can possibly use it for? That's the way your users are looking at it in your organization today. Hey, anything I can do, can I use, ChatGPT for? And that's what they're doing today, whether you know it or not inside your organization. So training them and teaching them effectively how to use AI, what to do, what not to do is very important, just as you do with anything else in your environment from that perspective. AI-generated content, we're going to talk a little bit about that. I think we're going to go into a deep fake to show you next, and I'll let Andy talk a little bit about that.
All right, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, if you've used AI, you'll see the little message at the bottom. The AI-generated content may be inaccurate, or they just may be making things up. They do it all the time. So be aware of what it gives you, and a lot of times when you're creating the agents or asking it for information, you can even ask to not have it make up information, to not to have it only give you real specific data, and it's oftentimes good to also even ask it for its sources. We've gone into a little bit of the attacks, phishing, AI, news fakes. Let's get into a bit of a deep fake. Over here we have Yvette, and Yvette does a fantastic podcast. I highly recommend you listen to it. I took a little insert from it.
So when we bring this information out to the local communities, it really engages each other for partnerships and continued growth. And of course, they all live and work and play together in their local communities, just like we do in our communities.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the original clip. That's straight from the podcast, but I've modified it slightly.
Hello everyone, Yvette Fielder here. This election season, after a lot of thought, I've decided to throw my full support behind Mickey Mouse, because honestly, if we're going to have a bunch of cartoon characters running things, it might as well be an actual cartoon.
So, because I told you, if you're looking at her lips, you can kind of notice. But if you listen to her voice, that sounds really close. And if you didn't know to look, you may not notice the lips either. So this is what's called a deep fake. This is where you've taken some content, and then I had her say whatever I wanted her to. The same thing can be used in your organization, maliciously. I wanted to quickly note on some of the best policies or the best things to overcome this. And really that the best way to prevent any harm from the deepfakes and things is going to be, once again, policies, like Paul was talking about. When it comes to transferring funds, make sure that you know exactly what or make sure you have a policy. So it's not, you know, hey, I'm the executive, you know, I need you to transfer money right now. You know, you can hear my voice. Heck, we can do a FaceTime, you know, a Teams, a Zoom, whatever call, and look, I'm right here. I need you to transfer money. Make sure that you have additional things in place, like, hey, we're transferring money. Okay, I need you to text me or communicate to me from your work phone. I need to make sure that it's coming from the approved work phone, not some random number. I need to come, you know, make sure you have basically that multi-factor authentication in place. Once again, for anything financial, as well as especially that IT, you know, we don't want people to gain access to accounts using that same thing. Here's a lot of different options for AI platforms, tools that, you know, quite a few of these I've used even to build this slideshow. You know, we were talking this, I actually would like you to give this one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this is a long play. AI is not going anywhere. We're not, you know, it's not going to be a fad. This isn't a bubble. This is an instrumental technology shift in our environments that's going to be here forever. And so we need to adapt and figure out how to strategically implement AI in our organizations. That's just the fact of it. It is a transformational shift and should be considered as such as you do strategic planning. How do I change and adapt my infrastructure, my business, and how I do business to implement AI to make me more effective? Because if not, your competition will do that, and you would effectively not be as efficient or as precise as they may be. That doesn't mean you need to do everything today. Like I said, you don't have to eat the whole buffet at once. You just start one plate at a time, right? So find the quick wins in your organization, partner with someone that can help you there, identify anywhere that you have bottlenecks. That is the key. Where is the bottleneck right now in your business that's keeping you from scaling to the next level? You're already in business, you're already effective, you're bringing in revenue, you're growing, you're scaling, but there's somewhere in your business I can tell you probably that there's a bottleneck, and it could be a human, it could be a process or procedure that's effectively slowing you down from scaling to the next level. That's where AI makes the difference. That's where the rubber meets the road. If you can identify those bottlenecks in your business, identify where they are, or maybe even gaps, and allow AI to come in and supplement those and efficiently work in those workflows, you can scale at a pace that you didn't before. Just as I said with the plumber earlier, he wasn't able to scale and was missing business and phone calls because he's out doing work and can't answer the phone. That was effective for him. I consulted with another insurance agent that was local to my tribe, and he sells insurance. And he didn't have enough folks working to get quotes out fast enough. And we helped them build an AI agent that would take intake for his customers through a chat bot and go through and do the quoting process 24/7. So now at 2 o'clock in the morning, somebody wakes up because they forgot to do their homeowner's insurance, and they're like, oh, I got to get it done. They can go to him at 2 a.m., get it done, and then an agent, a live person, is calling the next morning. Don't look at this as something that's going to replace people. There are companies, large companies, that are slashing divisions because they're going to use AI to replace humans. This is going to make you more efficient. It isn't designed to replace people. It's going to take what you're doing already now that's effective and is working and scaling it to the next level. That's really what it's for. So adapt for this. I know it's kind of scary because it's unknown and we don't know where it's going, and there are some issues with it, but if you do it safely and take your time and do it the right way and take steps into it, it can make your business scale to the next level, and that's basically what it's there for.
See, that's why I had him say through that part. Excellently done. So, like Paul was saying, it's not, you don't need to trip over yourself to get this implemented. But implementing it and taking it one piece at a time, and then, perfecting, getting that working, teaching your team how to do that piece, starting to take on another piece, is slowly going to implement it into your organization and help you and your organization excel, take off with it. Here is Dandy IT's tech tip. Feel free to scan this, and you know, you'll get some updates from us weekly on you know, I guess what's coming out, some things to expect, some security issues, things that way to keep on top of. And you know, other than that, you know, there's a lot to do to implement AI into your organization. And it really helps to have some trusted advisors, to have some experts in the field. And so I recommend coming to talk to Paul afterwards or during the break, or come talk to myself. We'll be glad to help you get on that right path, help you start implementing it into your organization, and to do so safely.
Yeah, we appreciate the opportunity, and any questions you might have, be happy to kind of share those with you. Our experiences, what we see in the market. I'm doing a lot of consulting in the gaming space and in the tribal government space when it comes to AI and governance as well too, so can give you some perspectives as well there too. So we appreciate the opportunity, and thank you again for attending. Yeah, do we want to take questions, Kaya? Okay, yeah. So if you got any questions now, I guess we'll go ahead and go. Yeah, just raise your hand if you got a question.
Any questions? Okay, one moment. Just a reminder, if you have a question, raise your hand and I'll run over with the mic.
Hi, thank you. Great presentation. And I know that you're going to say it depends. So the question is, as a small business owner, what percentage of our revenue should we maybe reserve to expend on implementing AI and keeping it safe?
It depends. Nice. I'd start carving out some of your IT budget for that, maybe 10, 15% really to start with this, because you're going to need some consultancy to be able to help you drive that business forward. You're going to need some development if you build anything custom. But a lot of times you can kind of build an ecosystem. A lot of businesses are starting to take the approach of what they call AIOS. So we know we've got our Windows operating system and things like that, but now we're talking about AI operating systems where you're investing in one solution. It may be Copilot, maybe Anthropic's platform, ChatGPT, and being able to kind of move your ecosystem into that space and use it effectively. Hey, I need help on the marketing side. How do we use ChatGPT to do that? How do we help on the SDR sales side? Let's do that as well too. So start carving out like a small budget, invest in there. Like I said earlier, take steps and times. I wouldn't invest tons of money in this first, but find that true bottleneck, as I said earlier. If you're $1 million business, what is keeping you from hitting $5 million? Where's the bottleneck at? Is that efficiency? Is that manpower? Where is the gap at that's stopping you? Because if you're already successful to make $1 million, what's keeping you from getting to 5? And with AI, you might be able to tackle those bottlenecks efficiently and then reinvest those funds that you're earning as you scale and grow that budget. So, Andy?
Yeah. The way I'd actually say to start is talk to your existing IT staff or company, whoever you use. If you don't have one, feel free to come talk to us. Likely they've got some good recommendations for you. And oftentimes you don't have to start big. You don't have to dump a ton of money into it. You don't even have to get everybody, the AI all at once. Once again, I would start really with a couple people, especially those that are feeling that bottleneck, that are experiencing it, that they can start working and finding ways to use AI to fix that bottleneck. And then they can start training then you can start expanding, giving AI to other people with the knowledge of how to use it. Otherwise you just hand it to everybody kind of goes a little bit crazy and it goes a little crazy. So if you can start, once again, even a little bit small, get a few people on it, get something working, and then keep growing from there.
Awesome. Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
John?
Sorry, thank you guys, great presentation, really appreciate it. Quick question, how realistic is it, you talked about, and I'm going to use the wrong terminology, right? You talked about a closed platform for AI for your company so you don't lose data or information or proprietary information. How realistic or costly is it for a small business to establish something like that, as opposed to just jumping on a Copilot or a Grok or a chat?
So to start building a full system, it can get a little bit more pricey. But once again, if you're just trying to start small, if you are paying for the paid version of Copilot, it's actually going to be within your own system. And so once again, you can start small with that, just get a license and things that way. But it does have to be the licensed version, not the free version. The free version is going to kind of be open. Same thing with ChatGPT. But if you have the licensed version, it's actually going to stay within the permissions of that user. And so oftentimes it will actually be able to see your emails and your files, but it's going to stay in the permissions of that person, meaning that if that person is restricted from seeing different files in your organization, Copilot will be as well.
And just to add to that, there's a lot of kind of pre-built solutions out in the marketplace now that make it very cost effective to implement. For instance, like a lot of people think, well, I've got to go buy this or go get this software developer to build a chat bot for me, when you can go out to a application like ManyChat. ManyChat is a software provider that makes chat bots, and it makes it a little bit easy to develop. You may need a consultant to come in and do some of the prompt engineering and do some of the training on that model for the chat bot, but all the infrastructure, all the technical pieces are already pre-built, and it's very cost effective, where it's a few $100 a month, and then you add it to a certain website or web page to be able to have that. So there's a lot of pre-built stuff in the marketplace now to kind of cut down on that cost for small businesses.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. Well, if you guys could give Andy and Paul a big round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us, and we'll move forward with our next session.
Great, thank you, Andy. And up next, we have Mr. John Shiraka. Again, my name is Yvette Fielder. I'm a program director here at the National Center. Thank you so much for joining us today for the Native Edge Institute. And while Kaya is pulling up his presentation, I will get his name out. John, you're supposed to bring your name with you at every NEI. I'm just kidding.
Am I supposed to travel with that?
John likes an interactive audience, so ask him a lot of questions.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys being here. What I'd like to do, I know I only have 45 minutes, and sometimes I go a little bit way over my time. But what I'd really like to do is try to figure out what the audience level of understanding is on federal contracting. What are you guys interested in? Are you currently doing federal contracting? And then focus the next 45 minutes on some of those issues. There's a lot going on in federal contracting. If you stay aware or even tangentially aware of sort of the challenges around contractors in federal marketplace, a lot of the cutbacks and reductions in federal contracting, there's been a lot of challenges, right? So the question is, what should we be focused on? What's a good strategy in this environment? Should we be getting certified? How does it affect us with respect to economic development? And I know Ian's going to focus on economic development in the Native community. And government contracting is actually a really important tool in that respect as well. And so I want to try and figure out what might be of interest to you guys and go from there. But generally speaking, and then I'll be back this afternoon to talk a little bit more about sort of as a sophisticated strategy, how do we team up, how do we partner, how do we grow our organizations, how do we leverage firms that may be larger or in the program around being mentors or being a partner or a joint venture. And it can get a little bit sophisticated or seem challenging, but if you look at it step by step and how to engage it, it really is a unique way of participating in federal contracting, even if you don't have a huge footprint in that space. But this morning, I sort of want to focus on just what is federal contracting, how do you get engaged, what are some of the challenges. But before I start, let me ask, how many people in the audience are current federal contractors? Awesome, we have one. How many are prime contractors? Prime, sub? Okay. Women-owned, certified? Women-owned. Is there any 8A companies? Oh, awesome. Is there any tribal organizations? Awesome. Service disabled? No? And then HubZone? Okay. You're almost like the unicorn. Awesome. Perfect. Well, thank you for being here. So overall, how many people are looking to get into federal contracting? As in, this might be a good marketplace and I'm interested. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so overall, historically speaking, the federal marketplace is the largest buyer of goods and services in the world. So if you are in business and you sell a service or a product, chances are the federal government purchases that product or service, right? And historically speaking, diversifying yourself into the federal marketplace could be challenging. There can be some, learning steps, some ways of getting a foothold, gaining traction. But once you are in the federal government and perform effectively, then the chances of gaining traction and growing are really strong. Why? Because the federal government has a statutory requirement to engage with small businesses, right? It's not, hey, we want to, or hey, we may. They, by law, have to spend 23% of their budget annually with small businesses. So that roughly comes to about $170 billion every year having to go to small businesses. So gaining that foothold or that entrance into that federal marketplace where the government is the largest buyer of goods and services and they do it every year, $170 billion, is an important strategy to diversify your income, right? Now, in addition to, and the questions I was asking, in addition to that 23%, so $170 billion, if you can qualify for some of the other programs, then it limits competition for you, right? Because it further limits competition to the type of program that you're in. So as an example, I was asking how many people are 8A. 8A has two components, economically disadvantaged and social disadvantaged. So historically, social disadvantaged were the presumed classes in Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Asian Pacific Islander. You could check the box and say, I am in one of those presumed classes. That would suffice with respect to social disadvantage. That has changed. There were statutory and legal challenges to that, and the Small Business Administration settled that argument with respect to the constitutionality of the program. They said, okay, you know what, we can't check the box, but anybody can write a social disadvantage narrative to demonstrate that they have been discriminated upon. And that had been, from mid-Obama, mid-Biden till today, right? But there are proposed rules out again to further even potentially expand that. So as it stands today, you don't have to fall under one of the presumed classes. So even when, and I used to run these programs at the Small Business Administration for a period of 7 years. Even before, when we did have the presumed classes, you could say, hey, I am a Caucasian female in construction, and I have, through the preponderance of evidence, and I can demonstrate that I've been discriminated against, right? So they could say, you know, as a result of being a white female in construction, I didn't have access to, contracts, promotions, job opportunities, education, et cetera. IT is another example. So even before the change to become constitutionally in line, there was the opportunity to sort of fill this narrative out. Today, as it stands, the narrative is a requirement, right? So it doesn't mean that you can just say I've been discriminated against, and that's one part. The next step is, well, how, right? Was it education? I wasn't able to get the right education. Was it access to finance and capital? I didn't have access to banking. We had a client that, you know, she demonstrated that when she had started her business, she was young, she was in construction. When she had started her business, and this was in rural North Carolina, and I love North Carolina, so don't take this as a beating up of North Carolina. She had gone to her bank and said, hey, I'm starting my business. I need a business loan. She had a proper capital equity in her house, et cetera. Banker told her, you know what, why don't you come back tomorrow, but come back with your dad. This is an adult female that's going to the bank for a loan. And so she, you know, she figured it out. And the thing was that when she came to us as a client, she said, well, you know, I overcame all that stuff. Like, why do I have to write that down? And that happens a lot of times. People who overcome it are like, well, those are challenges, but doesn't everybody face that challenge? I can overcome that. But no, those are the types of things that can demonstrate that you're socially disadvantaged. So you have to sort of look at, and there's other cases with respect to education. Were you sort of discriminated with access or promotion or challenged in a classroom environment with respect to education just because you were, you know, female, African American, et cetera? And then how did that impact you, right? It's not just that I was discriminated against. However, because of that discrimination, I didn't get the promotion, I didn't get the job, I didn't get the loan, I didn't get the capital, I didn't get the contract. And then the last piece, which is really critical, is that but for that discrimination, I didn't get it, right? Because someone could argue that, look, you weren't the best qualified person for that job. Yes, you were, you know, Native American and there was discrimination, but maybe your resume was not the best resume. So you have to demonstrate it's but for that discrimination, I didn't get the job, promotion, education, et cetera. So that's how social disadvantage narrative works, right? And that's so there's proposed rules in the SBA under this administration that actually even expands that out a little bit further. So if these rules are implemented, and comments just closed this week, it even expands it out a little bit further. Now, I'm not necessarily convinced that it's the best way of expanding the program, but the new language says, look, these categories are great. However, if you were ever impacted by DEI, you too can qualify for the program, right? So that's almost, you know, anybody can claim on either side, well, yeah, sure, I was impacted by DEI. So it further expands the program and potentially creates a new presumed class, which might end up as a constitutional challenge in the Supreme Court. However, as it stands, the program requires the social disadvantage narrative based on a discrimination that led to a loss of opportunity. That's the one side. The other side is economic disadvantage, right? And that's really easy as far as individuals. And easy, I don't mean that, you know, most people can qualify. It's numbers that you can look at, right? There's total assets. Throw all your assets into the bucket. Is it $6.5 million or less? You can exclude retirement. Net assets, and it's in the deck, and we can go over this, but I just want to go over it quickly. Net assets, I think, is somewhere around $800,000. An annual salary, I think it's around $350,000 average over the last 3 years. So easy. If you meet those, there's some things you can exclude. You do a personal financial statements. If you meet those, you're economically disadvantaged. Now, the benefit of the 8A program is that not only can individuals apply for it, and it's a 9-year program, it's a business development program, and you have access to sole source direct award opportunities that others do not, right? So for 9 years, and this has been sort of the engine of growth behind the 8A program, for 9 years, you have direct access to sole source awards for individuals up to $4.5 million, or in manufacturing, it went up $7.5 million, direct award, no competition, right? And that has really been the engine behind the growth of the program and participants in the program. But it's a 9-year program, and it's an economic development program. So the intent of the program is that you're in the program for 9 years, you qualify, you grow, you take advantage of these sole source opportunities, which none of those other programs have, by the way. And so you can grow and be effective, and when you come out in 9 years, because of those opportunities, you're now able to manage in the full and open marketplace and be successful. That's the thought idea behind it, right? And for tribes, because and when I used to run these programs, I used to get this question all the time. Well, why do tribes, Alaskan Native corporations, and Native Hawaiians have such huge advantage over individual companies? Well, there's a reason for that. Native organizations support an entire community, right? So for tribes, they have access to the program, but they have to demonstrate that the tribal community is economically disadvantaged. For Native Hawaiians, the underlying Native Hawaiian community is economically disadvantaged, and they are by definition socially disadvantaged. However, they can have not just one 8A for 9 years, they can have an unlimited number of 8As in the program, right? So they can have 8A number 1, they run the 9 years, they can establish 8A number 2, 8A number 3, et cetera. A lot of the larger organizations actually have 12, 13, 14 simultaneous entities into the program. There are some restrictions with respect to industry. You can't be in the same industry at the same time or 2 years after graduating. But for all intents and purposes, tribes can have multiple 8A companies. The other unique aspect of tribes participation is when individuals are limited to a sole source of $4.5 million, they have unlimited sole source, in theory, right? They have unlimited sole source. The government can say, you know, we really like what you do. We don't want to compete this. We're going to negotiate a price. Here's a $100 million contract, right? Now, at a certain level, depending on a Department of Defense contract or a civilian agency contract, there has to be a justification and approval for that award. It's generally $25 million in a civilian agency. It was $100 million at the Department of Defense, or if we want to call it the Department of War. It's now, which seems to be the new flavor of things and the new name, but it's $150 million now. Above that, there has to be a justification and approval from a higher authority, a higher contracting authority. So in general, if you think about it, the 8A program, very good program if you think you can qualify for it. And it's expanding, so more and more people can qualify for it. Is it seeing challenging times in this environment in the current administration? Yes, because it was viewed, and we'll talk a little bit about this, about some of the executive orders as this administration came in. It was viewed as a DEI program. There's been a lot of pushback from the administration with usage of the program and implementing sort of roadblocks in using the program. But overall, the program benefits the individuals that it's intended to benefit. And overall, statutorily, the program continues to exist. Regulatorily, so far, the program continues to exist. And especially for tribal entities, I wouldn't discourage participating in it, although we can talk about the fact that an application hasn't been approved since August of last year. Presumably, that's going to change come September of this year. We'll see. So any questions so far about sort of the 8A program, economic disadvantaged, socially disadvantaged. I do want to talk real quick about the other programs because like the government has these goals, right? So we talked about the 23%. By executive order, the 8A, small disadvantage to 8A was increased to 15% under Biden, which caused some of the tension with the current administration coming in and saying, whoa, you increased that by executive order, we're going to decrease that, and by the way, we might start putting some roadblocks in there. But then you have the women-owned, you have service-disabled, and you have HUBZone. And what a lot of folks don't realize is that the government can get multiple credit, right? So if you can qualify for more than one of these, the government gives you $1 million, they're going to get $1 million credit in every bucket they can check the box on. So you become more attractive to the federal contractor buyer if you have more designations. They can't do a set-aside for all those. So you remember I said it's limited competition, right? They can set it aside for the 8A program. They can't do a multiple set-aside. However, they can take multiple credit. So a lot of times they will do a $100 million contract to a tribal organization, but guess what? They will also get the HUBZone credit because a lot of tribes can qualify as a HUBZone as well. So it just becomes more attractive for the buyer because ultimately those goals flow down from each agency. And I used to work with that was one of my responsibilities, was to negotiate goals with all the federal agencies. Those goals flow down to each agency, to each buying activity, down to contracting officers. So they're looking for small businesses to help meet those goals. Before I get into the other programs, real quick, any questions on 8A, taking advantage of it, the current environment, current challenges? I will say that the administration, the dissuading, whatever the word might be, of the program and the use of the program by contracting officers continues because we have a lot of clients where, there's a sole source offer that goes to the local district office. It just sits there. It has to go to headquarters. By the time it gets back, the contracting officer is discouraged, and they move on to another potential government contractor. So there's a lot of intricate issues like that we're facing that we can certainly talk about. But I wanted to give an overall perspective of the program and then see if there's any questions or any specific issues that you guys want to talk about the 8A program. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Improving the social economic disadvantage statement, going back a couple slides, how did the lady prove that it just wasn't her word against somebody else's word, or did they write something in an email like, please bring your dad with you?
Yes, so that's a really good question because you are supposed to provide some evidence of the situation. So you could have talked to someone about the situation. If something happened to work, did you talk to someone? And then will that person write a brief affidavit and say, yes, I know this is what happened? The SBA has always held, and they would collect that, right? And the SBA has always held they can go back and ask those questions. But from my experience, as long as because they're signing it, right? And you're submitting this in risk of liability of misrepresenting and lying to the federal government when you sign off on your application. So if they went back and audited that and found out that it was a lie, you could actually end up in prison, but you do need an affidavit historically. Now with the new regulations, which is interesting because they're supposed to be making it harder for firms to get in, but with the new regulations that are proposed, you could almost just self-check and say, yeah, you know what, there was some DEI that affected me, and here's the policy, and I'm part of that group, so I qualify. So historically, yes, there was some affidavit required from someone that would have been aware of the situation. Any other questions so far?
Don't be shy.
No? Okay, so real quick, when we looked at let me go back to this real fast. When we looked at these, so for women-owned, so 8A, remember, disadvantaged individual. The disadvantaged individual has to own and control, so 51% ownership and control. Control becomes difficult because just because you own 51% doesn't mean you actually control. The SBA will look at your operating agreement and your organizational documents to demonstrate that there are no, for example, unanimous consent provisions, right? If your minority partner has a unanimous consent provision and can block you from day-to-day management of the organization, then that doesn't demonstrate control. So it's ownership and control. In the 8A program, the disadvantaged individual owns and controls. In the other programs, for example, women-owned, similar. 51% ownership at least, ownership and control. Control, again, can be subjective, so the first place the SBA is going to look at is operating agreement. But let's say the operating agreement looks okay, and your minority owner put in $1 million and you did not. So the SBA is going to say, well, wait a second. Yes, on paper it says there's no unanimous consent provisions. On paper it says you own 51%, but your minority owner just put in $1 million. You, disadvantaged individual or female or service-disabled veteran, didn't put in any money. So what are the chances that you're actually going to make some serious decisions without going to your minority owner that just put in $1 million? So they are going to ask certain questions to sort of weed out the fact, do you really own and control? But for all intents and purposes, the top three, the disadvantaged individual has to own and control. And the more of those you can qualify for, the better, right? And when we talk about the prime goals, so some folks raise their hands as subcontractors, when we talk about prime goals for the federal government, all the large prime contractors have subcontracting goals that are similar. And in today's environment, and we'll talk a little bit about this afternoon, in today's environment, because contract requirements are getting more complex, contract requirements are getting larger and more complex, subcontracting is often the entree into the federal marketplace. So doing your research, finding the prime contractors that have these goals, super important because they're looking for subcontractors just like the federal government is looking for prime contractors. And then with respect to the HubZone program, real quick, 2 requirements. One is that you're in a historically underutilized business zone. What does that mean? That's just a map that Housing and Urban Development Agency puts together, looks at economic data. There's a lot of unemployment, poverty, education, et cetera. You go to the SBA, you go to their website, you put in your address, it'll tell you if it's a hub zone or not. First requirement is that your principal office is in a hub zone. What is a principal office? It's not your headquarters. It's just where the most employees work. If you have 2 offices and one is 3 and one is 2 people and it's vice versa, you can just move one person over and it's in a hub zone, you can go ahead and do that. It's not gaming the system, right? And you can take your job site employees off of that calculation. So if you have a job site at Aberdeen Proving Grounds or White Sands, you take those employees out, who else is left, where do they work, where do most of the people work, that's your principal office. You can play around with that. And then you can say, my principal office is in a hub zone. Now, tribes, all tribal land by definition is a hub zone, right? So that's one advantage that tribes have with respect to hub zone. We'll talk about the second advantage in a second. That's the first requirement for a hub zone program. The second requirement, this sometimes becomes a little bit more difficult, is that 35% of your employees live in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone, it can be any hub zone in the country. So if you have call centers, you have interns you can hire them in hub zone areas to meet that 35% requirement. And an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week. So a lot of companies, and again, it's not gaming the system, a lot of companies will hire interns in college towns. A lot of college towns are actually hub zones, and they'll have them working for them, and they can meet the 35% requirements as well. So those are the 2 requirements of the hub zone program. Principal office, 35% of my employees in a hub zone. Tribes, all tribal land is by definition, and adjacent and congruent land is by definition hub zone. However, tribes have a special provision. They can get in the program even without meeting any of those 2 requirements. They can say, I want in the program, federal government has to let them in. they have to promise that if they ever win a hub zone set-aside contract, 35% of their employees for that contract will come from their tribal community or the surrounding communities around their tribe, right? So that's if they win a tribal, a hub zone contract. Now, again, not gaming the system, but we have clients that will get into the hub zone program as a tribe, make that promise, right? It's legitimate. It's a requirement of the program. You are allowed to get in. They will not pursue a tribal set-aside contract. Why? Because it's very difficult to get a cybersecurity contract and implement it with 35% of the staff coming from, the tribal land or the communities around the tribal land. So they won't pursue the hub zone contract. They may, but they don't have to. However, when the government then gives them a $100 million contract, the government gets a $100 million credit for the hub zone program and a $100 million program for the 8A program. So that's an advantage to tribes with respect to getting double credit for the government. Any questions so far? Okay, I know I usually go over, I have 14 minutes. Okay, so for the guys that are looking to enter the federal marketplace, this is super important. And actually for those that are also sophisticated, a lot of times, and by the way, before I went into government and ran these programs, I used to run a small business government contracting firm that my dad had started back in the 80s and did that for like 20 years. A lot of times we lose track, and back then this was even significantly more difficult. A lot of times we lose track of the available information that's just out there. There are suppliers of products and services like Bloomberg Government and other FedMine that'll do some of this stuff for you, right? And it's, you pay them a lot of money and it might be more user-friendly. But the trick is, in general, in my mind, in the federal marketplace, if you're looking to enter it, is who's buying what I'm selling, right? Now, you have to go ahead and register in SAM. That's step number one. When you go to register, if you get an email as soon as you enter your data, you're going to get a bunch of emails that says, hey, I'll charge, and it looks official, right? I'll charge $250 and I'll get you your SAM profile. You don't have to do it. Now, there are some legitimate consultants that can help you. And by the way, the National Center has Apex centers around the country that can help you as well. And you can do it yourself. It's tedious, but you can do it yourself. So register in SAM. You'll get a bunch of emails from all sorts of consultants that want to help you. You don't have to use them. Be aware of email follow-ups. You will get emails from .mil addresses that'll go to your junk box. You got to respond to those in 3 days, otherwise you got to start all over again. So it is a bit of a pain. It's gotten a little bit better. But first step is you got to register in SAM. Now, once you're in SAM, the question is who's buying what I'm selling? Like, entering the federal marketplace can be daunting, as I was talking about earlier. But if you can figure out where to address your limited marketing resources, you can really gain some traction. So the question is, who's buying what I'm selling? USAspending.gov, North American Industry Classification Codes, NAICS codes. What's my NAICS code? What's my product service code? What is some of my keywords? You can put that in there, and it's a great tool. You can look by geographical areas. You can look by industry. You can look by agency. Who's buying what I'm selling? That's step number one, right? I'm going to throw it in there, and we'll make these slides available to everybody, right? Step number one is I'm going to go in there. I'm going to look at who's buying what I'm selling. I'm going to look at the top 10, right? Now, here's concern number one. I look at Aberdeen, and they're buying $10 billion worth of widgets, right? And I'm like, wow, I sell widgets. That's a great place. Well, if they have one contract for $10 billion, not good for me because I can't support a $10 billion contract, right? So that's step number one. Is there a plurality of, and you can see that on USA Spend. Is there a plurality of contracts? And that sort of moves its way up in my top 5 or 10, okay? And then the question is, how are they buying it, right? Are they setting it aside for small business? Is there a lot of small business spend at Aberdeen Proving Grounds? Then that becomes more interesting, okay? If I'm 8A or woman-owned or service-disabled, are they friendly to that category? Is there a lot of set-asides in that category? Now that becomes even more interesting. What's interesting also, every contract that has ever been let over $25,000 is in there. So when is that contract going to expire? I'm going to start getting ready to, maybe make a pitch for it. When is it going to expire? Next 6, 12, 18 months? That might be interesting for me. So that moves up Aberdeen a little bit further in my analysis. If it's 8A, it moves it up even further because if I'm 8A, match. Requirements match, qualifications match, etc. If it's a graduating 8A and they're in their 8th or 9th year and they're going to graduate and can't bid on it again, that makes it even more interesting. And guess what? If it's a graduating 8A and I have the same qualifications as they do, they can't bid on it, so they might want to be teaming up with me as an 8A to be my sub or my joint venture partner. So I'm going to reach out to them and say, look, this requirement, you've been doing it for the last 9 years. You can't do it next year. It's coming up for rebid. Let's do a joint venture. Let's do a prime sub. At least you'll get 50%, maybe 60% of the work, and I get the qualifications to continue the work, and you'll be my sub or my joint venture partner. So you have to start looking for not just who's buying what I'm selling, how are they buying it, and is it friendly to me? And then the next step, and we'll talk about this afternoon, the government is going to more and more government-wide acquisition contracts, best-in-class vehicles. So instead of one-off contracts, they have these ginormous government-wide widget contracts where all agencies can pull from and issue task orders. So if I go look at Aberdeen, and they're only using the government-wide, there's a whole bunch of acronyms, and we'll talk about them this afternoon. There's like Alliant, Oasis, CIOS P4, but it's basically a best-in-class vehicle. So if I go to Aberdeen, and they're buying $1 billion, and they're buying smaller 8A, but they're only going off the best-in-class vehicle, I'm not on that contract. It's a 5-year GWAC, government-wide acquisition contract, and I can't get on for another 5 years. But I can figure out who is on that contract and maybe team up with them over the next 5 years. But that might move it down on the list of where I want to go. So doing that analysis, registering in SAM, super important and key. Any quick questions so far?
A plug. I know you already mentioned about the Apex accelerators.
Yes.
But for those of you who may not know, they work for you for free. They're a free service. They have bid matching. There are state Apex accelerators for each of the states. And the National Center does cover this region in a 26-state region as a Native American Apex accelerator, as well as we cover the Navajo Nation, New Mexico, and Colorado. And so if you have not reached out to your local Apex accelerator, please do so because they have been around for 30 plus years. They do a great job. They have different industry days that helps you get in front of contracting officers. Another shameless plug, but we are going to be in Hamilton next week doing a business matchmaking, and it's going to be a small event. So we have like 8 to 10 buyers that will be showing up. I didn't see any federal contracting officers. However, it's always a great opportunity for you to continue to network with other businesses for any joint ventures or teaming agreements. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, and look, the federal government is losing more and more people, and the Small Business Administration is claiming that they're going to have 50% of their budget for next year compared to what they did last year. However, having said that, if you go to your Small Business Administration local district office, there is a list of resources, including the Apex, including the Small Business Development Centers, including the Women's Business Centers, the VBOX, the Veterans Business Centers. So there are free resources out there, and I'd encourage you to take advantage of that before going to consultants and paying for some of those services. The last thing, right before I get into this, and I know my time is coming up, but before I get into this, which is really important, is because this is how the set-aside program works, and even sophisticated government contractors don't leverage this. But what I would say is that when you identify your top 5 or 10 targets, based on the analysis we just talked about, a lot of folks will look at that and say, okay, here are the contracts that are expiring, here's the contracting officer, that's where I'm going to go and that's who I'm going to hound. That's one leg of the three-legged stool, right? And that's important, but the contracting officer in the federal government is just executing a requirement based on a program office's needs. So, but the requirement and the funding really comes from the program office. So, who is the program office, right? That's really important. And is there a way for me to get in front of the program office, understand what their mission and requirements are, and gear my pitch and my proposal towards their needs? So that's two legs, right? The program office that has the money and the need, very important. It's their money, it's their need. Who's running this and how do I get in front of them? Contracting officer who executes on that, but helps meet the goals that are statutorily required. And the last piece, and a lot of folks don't do this, and unfortunately a lot of these folks have been reduced or eliminated, but they still exist, small business specialists, right? So Aberdeen Proving Grounds, White Sands, they have an on-ground small business specialist whose only job is to engage with small businesses and identify small businesses to help them meet their goals. So if I'm working, even as a subcontractor at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and I ask this question all the time, and people are like, yeah, I'm a subcontractor at White Sands or Wright-Patterson. I'm like, have you talked to the small business specialist? And they're like, I didn't know that one existed. So even if you're a subcontractor, definitely if you're a prime contractor, if you're doing work for an agency, I would identify who their small business specialist is. Some agencies only have like their OSDBU or Office of Small Business Programs director at a high level. Large agencies like the Department of Defense have component level small business offices, then in the field small business offices. So I want to figure out who the small business office is. I want to get in front of them. To Yvette's point, they have industry days, they have matchmaking days. They make their prime contractors come out and meet with small businesses when the prime contractors aren't meeting their goals, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, meeting their goals. So I would identify the small business specialists as well and make sure I get in front of them. And by the way, RES, you didn't mention that, RES, which you guys maybe talked about this morning, but she'll talk about later, and who knows, you might even be giving out free tickets, I don't know. Did you talk about that? We're not doing that? Okay, sorry. But they have matchmaking there too. And events, you got to find out where they're going to be and you want to get in front of them and you want to make your pitch. So those are the three legs of the stool. I got 2 minutes on this other thing, right? So how does this all happen? You have these statutory goals. Great. How are they enforced and why do they happen? Well, the law says, and this is why I was saying it has to happen, the law as it stands, or the regulations as it stands, currently say that the rule of two requires, if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, not the cheapest price, at a reasonable price, then the requirement shall, not it may, not can, shall be set aside, right? So the government does a lot of market research. They do requests for informations, requests for quotations. If you're a small business and you're not responding to those, you're not allowing the government to do their market research to say that there are two small businesses that can provide the product or service. So if you see an RFI, RFQ, you got to respond. Your colleagues got to respond. When I was in federal contracting, I would call my competitors up and be like, go ahead and respond. So at least we can compete on this and make sure it's set aside. So, two or more small businesses shall be set aside. That is overseen by an office that I was responsible for. You remember when I said there's a small business office? There's almost like a shadow to that reports to the Small Business Administration. They are called Procurement Center Representatives, PCRs. They oversee and enforce the rule of two. So if you are seeing buying activities in the field that should have set a requirement aside, you're like, I responded, my competitors responded, everybody I know responded, and that requirement still didn't get set aside, I would engage with a procurement center representative to complain, to inform, to say these guys aren't following the rules and these requirements need to be set aside. PCRs are, again, reduced in number, but They are easy to identify. If you go to the Small Business Administration website, sba.gov, you do PCR directory, it'll identify for you every PCR that oversees every buying activity. And by regulation and statute, they're supposed to be engaged in the acquisition planning process. So I would figure out who your PCR is too if you're at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and if you don't see requirements getting set aside. Last thing, really quick, simplified acquisition threshold for small businesses, because it is so difficult to understand the federal acquisition requirements, the regulations, et cetera. Everything under $250,000, and that number may go up, is by definition reserved for small business. So, and now sometimes, you know, a license for Cisco might not get set aside, but all of those are set aside for small business over below 250, and it follows a simplified acquisition procedure, which means much simpler for small businesses to participate. So I'd look at that as well. I'll be here this afternoon. We'll close up on this. We'll talk about mentor-protege joint venture, teaming, leveraging that to do federal work. Thank you for your patience. I apologize.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, guys.
Let's give John a round of applause. Thank you so much. Take your name badge with you, so you have to bring it back. Just kidding.
I'll make sure I bring it up this afternoon.
That's right. Thank you, John. Next up, we have Mr. Ian Record. And Ian, are you going to come on the stage, or are you going to kind of hang out
I'm a
down
former
below?
teacher, so I'm going to stand here.
Oh, okay.
You guys hearing me good? Okay. So good morning, I should say. Welcome, and it's an honor to be here on the land of the Seneca Nation. And this is an amazing facility. I taught my wife last night. Oh, thank you. I taught my wife last night how to play blackjack, and it was one of the few times I won. So I feel like she took some good lessons from me. So John has shared his presentation was focused on federal procurement, and obviously he's going to be back this afternoon because there's so much valuable knowledge he has to impart about how to maximize your competitiveness in that arena. I'm here to talk today about tribal procurement, and we're going to focus on two sides of this coin. The first is what the tribal nation needs to be doing in this area of tribal procurement, doing business with their own people, and then what the native entrepreneur, what the native small business owner can do to increase their ability, enhance their ability to compete for tribal contracts and subcontracts. And so, I want to take a step back and kind of give this a really broad framework before we kind of dive into the granular level detail about those topics, and take you back to since time immemorial. Really, what this presentation focuses on is private sector development, right? So it's not tribes at the tribal enterprise level engaging in economic development. It's how are tribes providing opportunities for their own citizens to engage in commerce, right? And if you think about tribal societies historically, they were very entrepreneurial minded. They recognized the value of fostering local commerce, giving everyone in the community a valued role to play in the operation of that local system of commerce. And unfortunately, what federal policies have done over the last several hundred years is undermined and eroded that system, and really compelled tribes, and often cases forced tribes, to concentrate all of their economic energy on large-scale industries, often rooted in natural resources, where the benefits of that activity immediately went off reservation, right? Immediately went outside of the nation's territory. And so what this presentation focuses on, and what an emerging research project that the National Center has engaged in with my involvement, is a project that looks at what different tribes are doing in the area of tribal procurement, and specifically how they are working to increase the amount of business that they do with their own tribal citizens and with other native people. And so before I jump into the content, I wanted to share with you a video, and Riley, if you can bring this up. This is the third of a three-part video series that the National Congress of American Indians recently did called Why Native Small Businesses Matter and How to Grow Them. And this video goes through a number of different strategies that tribal nations are engaging in and need to engage in order to fully support Native small businesses. So go ahead, Riley.
Over the past several decades, a self-determination renaissance has swept across Indian country. Tribal nations are uprooting the oppressive colonial policies and institutions that have greatly harmed their communities by one.
You're hearing it, not seeing it yet. And we'll, while they're getting this queued up, we'll share a link to these videos because I think everyone in this room ought to be sharing it with every tribal leader you know and every Native small business owner you know.
Over the past several decades, a self-determination renaissance has swept across Indian country. Tribal nations are uprooting the oppressive colonial policies and institutions that have greatly harmed their communities by once again seizing the reins of self-governance. In the process, they are rebuilding native economies that enact their cultural values and long-range visions for a vibrant future. For a growing number, this means reconnecting with their age-old entrepreneurial spirit by making the cultivation of local small businesses owned by tribal citizens a central foundation of their efforts to revitalize tribal systems of commerce and foster sustainable economic growth on their own terms. These nations are forging blueprints for success, featuring effective strategies that are proving useful for other tribal nations. These include implementing a trauma-informed plan to help tribal citizens heal and become prepared to play the roles that revitalizing the tribal nation's economy require. Codifying a comprehensive small business development initiative in the nation's economy rebuilding approach and dedicating the financial and human resources it needs to take root and grow. Defining the distinct type of businesses the nation and its citizens should own and how the citizen-owned businesses can help meet the community's needs. Assessing the current state of the nation's economy, including the severity of economic leakage from the community, how to stem that leakage by working with Native entrepreneurs, and the nation's capacity to build a thriving citizen-owned business ecosystem. Creating a robust system of tribal laws to foster citizen-owned business development and growth like a uniform tribal commercial code. Consistently enforcing those laws through an independent and properly resourced judicial mechanism that fairly resolves commercial disputes. Building a culture of accountability to those laws through ongoing tribal leader and staff trainings and community education. Helping citizens launch and grow small businesses through streamlined business licensing, site leasing, and related regulations. Education, training, and technical assistance, financial assistance, and building the physical and digital infrastructure they need. Providing Native entrepreneurs with integrated support like startup and growth capital, training, business plan development, and market feasibility studies through partnerships with Native nonprofits, CDFIs, co-ops, tribal colleges and universities, chambers of commerce, small business development centers, and others. Developing an economic profile that documents the skills and interests of the tribal workforce, the citizen-owned small businesses in the community, tribal and regional market forecasting, and how the citizen-owned business community can evolve to meet future market needs. Creating a procurement policy requiring that tribal government and tribal enterprises do business with certified citizen-owned businesses first and other Native-owned businesses second, and helping those businesses become certified. Launching a permanent Buy Native campaign so that everyone understands the financial, social, and cultural benefits citizen-owned businesses provide. Promoting local, citizen-owned businesses to other Native communities, the surrounding region, and the world. Modestly taxing citizen-owned businesses and reinvesting that revenue in their growth through loans, marketing, training, and technical assistance. Holding the federal government accountable to its trust and treaty obligations to fund Native small businesses and engaging state governments and philanthropic partners to do the same. Learning from the innovations of other tribal nations to strengthen the nation's development of a healthy ecosystem for citizen-owned businesses. And celebrating successful citizen-owned businesses within the community and beyond. When tribal nations embrace these strategies, they nurture a vibrant economy producing a multitude of benefits, including more local jobs, keeping more dollars circulating within the community, and keeping talented, hardworking tribal citizens at home, a reduced cost of living, and an improved quality of community life, the emergence of new role models for Native youth, and ultimately, a strong and resilient foundation upon which to flourish as Native people once again.
Yeah, like I said, so this is a three-part video series. The first video looks at how tribal nations, again, were very entrepreneurial traditionally, how they really understood the value of a thriving local system of commerce, and how that really drove their social well-being. And then the second one looks at the impacts of colonial policies on that. Many of which those policies that still linger to this day. And then this third one that you saw. And on the NCAIED website, there's a whole host of different.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very good to have you all.
There's a whole host of related resources there. There's actually, with the videos, there's a how-to guide for tribes to actually take the content that they learn through the videos and actually apply it to tribal decision-making. We're going back to my PowerPoint. Oh, there we are. Good. Yep, we're good. Okay. So again, the National Center project really hones in on the procurement strategy that was discussed in the video. What are tribes doing in this area? And how is this, in many instances, part of a larger tribal effort to revitalize local systems of commerce, to revitalize that entrepreneurial spirit that they've had since time immemorial, and really targeting like a laser that really severe economic leakage that happens in so many tribal communities. I call it the Walmart exodus, right? What happens every 2 weeks on payday, right? Tribal governmental payday. Everyone leaves the reservation, drives 2-3 hours off to go to the nearest big box store to buy all their goods. They'll go to the theater off reservation, you name it. And so, again, trying to revitalize those local systems and provide more economic opportunity for folks in the community. And so what the program or the project looks at is what are the laws that different tribes are developing, and then how are those laws working in practice? And as I'm going to talk about, there's a little bit of a difference there. There can be a little bit of a difference there from tribe to tribe. And these laws are called different things. They might be called a taro ordinance. How many of you have tribal employment rights offices on your reservation or in your tribe? Some of you do, some of you won't. Sometimes it's the Taro ordinance and the Taro office that administers these laws. It might be an Indian preference office. It might be a procurement and purchasing office. The terminology will differ, but it's the same basic premise here. So our project focuses on nations that have, again, developed their policies as part of larger efforts to generate private sector growth in tribal communities. They have established track records of doing this well, right? Actually putting their money where their mouth is, actually living the laws that they put down on paper. They have policies that extend beyond just the purchasing that tribal government does to actually include tribal enterprises as well. So that might be a gaming enterprise. It also might be some other type of industry as well. And this project really focuses on not so much how tribes spend federal and state dollars, because those have certain limitations. You know, the federal government has their policies, and the state, if you get any dollars from the state, like a state grant, for example, you have certain limitations or certain requirements for how you spend that money, right? So really what we're focusing on here is what are tribes doing when it's just up to them to determine how they're going to spend their money. So their spending of that money is completely self-determined, right? So how are they valuing in practice doing business with their own people, right? So it's the tribal discretionary dollars that we're talking about here. So I'm going to start with an example. So Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians in North Carolina, they have one of the most innovative approaches that we've documented in this area. So they administer their policy, their law, through their Taro Commission. And this Taro Commission is, Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance Commission, is composed of 5 tribal members, so 5 folks from the community who are not currently serving either as an elected leader of the tribe or as a programmatic leader, somebody working within tribal government. This commission meets every month, and they are the ones who review and certify Native-owned businesses, whether owned by an Eastern Band citizen or another Native person or group. They're reviewing those applications, and then they're certifying those. And Eastern Band has what I refer to as a 2-tiered system of preference for giving preference for tribal contracts and subcontracts to certified vendors. They're tier number 1, so those that get top preference are businesses that are majority owned by an Eastern Band member. And then their second preference is businesses majority owned by members of other tribes, of another federally recognized tribe. And this is pretty standard across Indian country. What you see as you read codes is that this is tends to be a default, right? This is where many tribes start. And as I'll show you here in a bit, what we're seeing as more tribes develop these codes and or amend their codes is you're seeing more nuance and more stratification in these preference tiers. And this is key because if you are a certified tribal vendor, or if you're looking to become one, you really have to know, particularly one that wants to do business with more than one tribe, maybe your own tribe plus another tribe. You're going to want to know the intricacies of their policies and where do you sit in their matrix, where do you sit in their preference rankings, right? Because it'll help you determine what is the likelihood of me getting that contract and that sort of thing, and who's sitting in a ranking tier above me and who's sitting below me. So this is another really cool aspect of their approach. So their law says that a certified Native-owned business that has preference, that sits in one of those 2 preference categories, must be operational for a year before they can request certification, right? However, they have a caveat to that. They say, okay, we recognize that we don't want to handicap our new businesses, so we're going to give them some opportunities to compete, get certification and compete for contracts before that year is up by either demonstrating that they have, a high level of expertise, education, training, licensure in that specific field for which they're applying for contracts for, or they complete a course that the tribe's enterprise development department offers, right? So they're saying, like, if you can show us you're for real and you can make good on the contracts, even though you're a young company, we're going to give you a shot. And what's also interesting about Eastern Band is when you go and get certified by the tribe, you're not certified for everything, right? You can't compete, you can't put a bid on any contract that the tribe offers, but only in a certain, it's very similar to the federal system that John just shared with you about. You're only certified in that industry for which you applied, right? And if your business expands and you're expanding into new industries, you go and get an additional certification from the tribe to compete for contracts in that new industry. This is really cool, and I've seen this among a few tribes, and this is something I would recommend that all tribes do if they are able. And it's also important for the entrepreneur to understand whether or not the tribe you're trying to do business with actually does this. So Eastern Band previews forthcoming tribal contracts for certified vendors. So as they come up on a new fiscal year and they're asking their departments and their enterprises to submit budgets, their annual budgets for approval, they have to actually tell their contracting office, like, here's our contracts that we anticipate putting out for bid over the next 12 months, right? And why is that helpful? That's helpful because all the certified vendors get that information a year out. And they can say, oh, I can see, like, Q3, this department is going to put out this big bid, and I'm going to be really competitive for it. So I can plan now and know that that's coming and know that I've got a pretty good shot at getting that contract. So I can strategically plan accordingly. So they do it on an annual basis, and then each quarter, the various purchasing entities across the tribe update their lists of what contracts they're going to have for the remainder of the year. They also compel certified vendors to do business with one another. So Eastern Band, when you certify and then recertify on a regular basis, you actually have to review and attest to this compliance form that has several, it's like a checklist that says, you know, in order to be a certified vendor, I commit to doing the following things. And one of them is a pledge that they will routinely obtain an updated certification list and contract with other certified vendors for contract and procurement opportunities for my business. So, it's, again, a very intentional way of the tribe saying we want to circulate the commercial activity as much as humanly possible within our community and benefit as many of our tribal members and other local Native people as we can. And so this is actual language from their code. It includes everything. It's all of the tribe's enterprises, its governmental divisions, its corporate entities, and anything that the tribe has majority interest or ownership in. And that includes not just the prime contracts, but the subcontracts, right? And so as an entrepreneur who's looking to do business with a tribe, you need to know, okay, does the procurement or Indian preference law or tribal citizen preference law, does it apply just to the purchasers within tribal government? Is it also tribal enterprises? Is it maybe some of the tribal enterprises but not others? And it varies. It varies. What we often see is tribes will start when they first make a deep foray into this area of being self-determined in the space and not just replicating the language that the federal government has around procurement. They'll start with tribal government, and then after a few years, they'll add tribal enterprises, right? And as they expand, the challenge becomes accountability and oversight. Like, how do you continue to, as a tribal government, exercise effective accountability over all of those purchasers, right? Because, if you've got the gaming enterprise over here and maybe a tribally owned construction company over here, how are you keeping tabs on their contracting and making sure that everyone is following the law, right? And it's a challenge. It's a challenge. So, and they also have some teeth in their policy too. You see here, if you willfully violate their policy, there's repercussions, right? Yeah, they have corrective measures, and you'll see often across tribes if, the Indian Preference Office or the Terror Office, they'll be the ones in charge of ensuring compliance on both sides, on the contractor, the purchaser side, and then on the business owner side, to make sure everyone's following the law. And often it's, I didn't understand the law, or or maybe I'm dealing with something as a business owner that temporarily prevented me from making good on this contract, or maybe it caused a project deadline to be missed or something like that. So often it's a correctable issue, but there are, I've in talking with folks who implement these policies, there are instances of where you have a purchaser willfully violating the law, or you'll have a business owner who's, as John shared, maybe isn't majority owned and controlled by a Native person or a tribal member, right? So those issues come up. Eastern Band has a very detailed accountability matrix here, where they say, if you're a procuring entity, a tribal program, say you're in charge of purchasing for your tribal department, and you are just wantonly not following the policy, you can be suspended or terminated from your position, right? Now, does it happen a lot there? No, but people know if I mess around and I don't follow the law, this is what's going to happen, right? So this is a strong deterrent. It's a strong force for ensuring accountability to the law. All right, so some initial lessons learned, and I've got some slides here on the tribal nations role, and then some slides on the Native entrepreneurs role. For the sake of time, I'm going to go through the tribal nations piece a little bit more quickly and focus more of my time on the Native entrepreneurs role. But some of the initial lessons that we're gleaning from all the research we've been doing and all the folks in Indian country that we've been talking to is that first and foremost, tribes need to treat how they design and how they administer their procurement laws as an expression of their nation's values, right? Not just their economic values, but also these other things. And the video I showed you kind of touches on this, right? We value as a tribe providing opportunities for our tribal citizens to play valued roles in the communities, providing vitally needed goods and services to the community through purchasing with the nation, and providing those also to community members as well. Political, right? What more powerful expression of your sovereignty than saying, we are going to go the extra mile to ensure that how commerce is done on our land, the benefits of that commerce are maximized for our tribal citizens, right? And other folks that live in the community. Cultural, again, we all know the term brain drain and how pervasive that has been across Indian country. Why? Because federal policies and the lack of economic opportunity that has created across so many tribal communities. When you have targeted, effective, enforced procurement policies that are self-determined and that are designed to advance your priorities as a tribal nation, you're going to create more opportunities for your tribal citizens to either stay at home or come back home. And when they're home, you got more folks participating in ceremony, you got more folks going to cultural events, your culture is only going to get stronger. And then environmental, this is also something we've seen across several of the codes we've looked at and several of the tribes we've been learning from, is how are you expressing your environmental values, your relationship with the natural world through your procurement policies. So other lessons on the tribal nation side, delegate, delegate, delegate. It's absolutely critical, as with any other aspect of tribal governance, that the enforcement of tribal law is insulated from tribal politics, right? I don't think I'm telling anyone anything new here, but I'll give you a quick anecdotal example of this. One of the very first codes that I reviewed as part of this project, I was like, man, this code's amazing. It's amazing. It's one of the best, it's the most outside the box thinking, innovative, really detailed, sophisticated on paper. I reached out to somebody I knew there who I knew would know how it's working. And she said, not worth the paper it's printed on. She said it's got great intent, but it's not followed in practice. It's basically still, nepotism and who you know. If you don't know, or didn't vote for whoever's in tribal elected office right now, good luck getting a contract with the tribe, right? And so that is sort of a universal key which holds to this area of tribal procurement as well. Don't prop up new tribal citizen and other native-owned businesses to fail. It's not enough just to certify a native-owned, tribal citizen-owned business and say, best of luck in competing. You want to make sure that your nation is doing everything it can to support the development and growth of those businesses generally, not just so they can compete successfully for tribal contracts, but that they can compete as a business. That they can make it past that critical first 5 years, right? So that's key, and we see a number of tribes that are being very, very thoughtful in this area of making sure that their preference office and their contracting offices are working hand in glove with either a small business development department that the tribe operates, or maybe other local organizations that provide those kinds of support services. Set and reinforce realistic expectations. What several folks that do this work talk to me about is that a tribe will pass a policy or they'll expand a policy, and somehow a mentality among the vendors is that, well, because I'm a tribal citizen or I'm a native person and I'm a certified preference vendor, I automatically get the contract, right? And so often these Indian preference directors are saying, hey, this gives you a leg up. This doesn't guarantee you anything. You still got to do good work. You still got to provide a good service, right? And you got to do it on time, right? Or else you're not going to get the business, or you're not going to keep the business, or you're not going to keep getting business. So that's key, is to continue to manage expectations, make sure that folks are clear on what does certification as a preference vendor really mean and what doesn't it mean. All right, so here we go. This is now switching over to the native entrepreneur. And how am I doing on time, Yvette? I want to be... Okay, I'm good then. All right, so on the small business owner side, what are some things we're seeing as keys to success for gaining certification, getting that first contract, continue to getting contracts over time, subcontracts with the tribe, and helping your business to grow? Make sure that, first and foremost, make sure the tribal nation knows you, what your business offers, and the challenges your business faces, right? Now, often those first two parts, make sure the tribal nation knows you and what your business offers, that's taken care of through the annual form you have to fill out to get certified and recertified, right? But it's also key that the Indian Preference Office, or whoever it is within the tribe that's in charge of contracting, subcontracting, whoever you interface with to answer that RFP or to get the certification, they know what it is your business's needs are, right? Because often those Indian Preference Office folks, they know where you can go to get those kinds of support services, the technical assistance you need to continue to grow, deal with challenges. We heard about AI this morning, right? Maybe you're the subject of a cyber attack and that's been plaguing your business, and they'll likely know where to point you. Or it could be something else, like, hey, I want to expand in this new area. I want to offer this new product, but I'm having trouble figuring out if it's going to be if it makes business sense for me. They can connect you with the right people. It's imperative that the small business owner knows the nation's procurement law and policies inside and out, both what it looks like on paper and then how does it work in practice. And I alluded to this earlier. Ideally, those two things are the same. Often, they're a bit different for a variety of reasons. It could be staff turnover on the procurement side. It could vary from one department to the next. You know, if you're trying to do business with one department within the tribe, it's exactly like it's working exactly like it's supposed to on paper, and another maybe not so much. On this project, I had a meeting with the Indian Preference Director with one tribe just earlier this week, and she said, well, you know, we have a new administration come in every 2 years, and when the new political administration of the tribe comes in every 2 years, she said, and when they do, we all switch jobs. She said, everyone within the tribe that works within the tribe, we switch jobs because the new elected officials come in and they decide who's going to have the prime positions within these various departments. And she said, I'm expecting to be cycling out of my role and someone else is going to come in. So if you have a new person leading up a department and they're in charge of purchasing for that department, you know, there's no guarantee that they know the law inside and out and how it's supposed to work. So you really have to gain a handle on that. Yes. Sure.
This is from Irva Bonita 4989. What if a vendor is selling a product that is not part of an annual bid? Who do they contact?
So if they have a product that the tribe typically doesn't put out for bid, I mean that's part of it too. Is knowing as a small business owner, what is the tribal government buying? And it's similar to what John was sharing before. And you know, I think if you look back at the Eastern Band of Cherokee example, where they forecast the goods and services they're going to be putting out for bid well in advance, that would be the ideal for something like that. So you can figure out, like, hey, is there going to be anything coming down the pipeline that fits my business and what I offer? So it's learning, like, again, who is required to follow within the tribe, who's required to follow our procurement law, who has to give preference to a tribal citizen-owned business or a native-owned business, right? And what kinds of goods and services are they buying, right? And so, and particularly as a tribe maybe expands their law from just requiring tribal government to follow it to also requiring tribal enterprises to follow it, right? Because that's often, you know, tribal enterprises are often buying very different things than the tribal government is.
Hey, Ian.
Yes.
We talk about access to capital, but access to those decision makers. So you have the person, maybe they've worked there a long time, they know the policy and the process, they rattle it off one time. People need to hear these things 3 or 4 times, if not more. They should be having trainings within their community to let the enrolled members know what is the process. It should be an open door, friendly process for them, that they feel encouraged to want to be creative, to create a business. And I know we want to invest in these large things that, you know, gain huge return on investment, but charity begins at home. So if somebody has a food truck idea, that's okay. You need to work with them, and you need to create other opportunities for the economic leakage so that they want to come to the community. Where I live, every Friday night, there's a food truck night where they come and they, you know, experience that and new foods, and it's community gathering. Fur Rondi in Alaska and Anchorage, they do this event every year. It's grown into a huge thing. Local restaurants got involved. All they had to do was wet their back area, and they did bowling on ice. The local not well-attended malls got involved and had native art market inside. So there are ways to create things. Sturgis, why not have a bike rally within your community? Be creative, bring the people to your community, and think of new ways, because the younger generation, they may not want to go to gaming, they want to sit at their computer, but you need to engage the younger youth too, and it starts when they're very young with financial literacy. Just another something to be thinking about.
Thank you, Yvette. And one other thought I had in response to the online question, more and more we're seeing tribes, like in a particular state or particular region, they will be coordinating with one another. And so, just great example of this, I was meeting with somebody, Indian Preference Office Director from a tribe in Wisconsin earlier this week, and they were saying they're starting to work with the other taro or procurement offices across the other tribes to share vendors with one another, right? Intertribal commerce, so, for example, here in Seneca, like it would be like Seneca marketing their certified vendors to Oneida of New York, right, and vice versa. So you're seeing more and more of that. So in that instance, like it might be that if I'm a member, a certified vendor of Seneca, and the goods and services that I offer as a business, they're not buying, but Oneida is. Again, that's why that relationship building with whoever is in charge of purchasing and the preference certification in your tribe, building that relationship with them so they know who you are and they know how best to market you as well as help you grow, right? So,
is there a national resource or a database for Native American-owned companies that people can access?
I know, well, Res plays that role in many respects, the Res Summit that the National Center puts on. I know their entities have tried that over the years. I know the group in Wisconsin I just mentioned is building that for Wisconsin. And that's certainly, I think, something that we think this project is going to help catalyze is the creation of that. It's a logistical, just thinking about it now, it's kind of a massive logistical challenge because you would have to have the various tribes, continually feeding updated certification lists into this, master database that folks could pull from. But yeah, it is happening kind of organically here and there. Okay, so other things that the tribal entrepreneur, the Native entrepreneur needs to be doing. When you think about knowing your nation or any other tribal nation's procurement policy and doing business with them, you have to have a firm understanding of these questions, the answers to these questions. Is the preference required or is it just incentivized or encouraged, right? We're seeing more and more tribes move from the latter to the former. They're saying, okay, we've tried the incentivized approach. Like we're going to encourage our tribal purchasers or within the government and within the enterprises to buy native, buy local, right? But we don't require it. And if they don't do it, there's not really a whole lot we're going to do, right? To actually requiring it, yes. Oh, 3 minutes, okay. So, and then what is the preference formula? How many tiers are they? And so as I mentioned earlier, often you see a two-tiered system with 2 and 3. Okay, majority owned by a tribal citizen, the majority owned by citizen of another nation. I've seen tribes with as many as 6 tiers here. The one I saw was, one really cool one I saw was 100% owned by a tribal citizen. That's top level preference. Second level is 100% owned by a tribal citizen and their spouse. Spouse doesn't have to be even native, right? Because they're saying, and what that says is we're giving priority to supporting tribal family, a tribal citizen family, okay? And then they had other differentiations below that. What documentation do you need to provide to apply for certification as a preferred tribal vendor? Often you need a certificate of insurance. You need some paperwork that's going to take you a while to pull together, okay? Does the nation require you to carry insurance? Sometimes they do across the board. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes it depends if it's the size of the contract, the type of contract it is. Certainly if it's construction, that's pretty standard. But again, it's important you understand that. How often must you recertify? Often it's annually. Sometimes you have to do it in real time. If there's a material change to your business, its ownership, its control, all that, you have to do it immediately. You can't wait till the next annual recertification. Does the nation conduct annual reviews of your performance as a vendor? A growing number of tribes are doing that. Who does the nation's policies cover? Policy cover, I kind of already covered that one. Annual reviews of vendors. What is the structure of the advantage you get as a preference vendor? Often it's a formula like, oh, I can be 5% over the other lowest bid if I'm bidding with a non-certified preference vendor, right? So you have to know that. And does the nation forecast future tribal contracts? So we'll share the rest of this with you via email. But there's other tips in here about how you can maximize your competitiveness as a tribal vendor. And so the last thing I'll just say is that as far as the project goes, we are next year going to be developing a comprehensive toolkit for tribes to use to strengthen their policies in this area. And then we also are going to be developing a model code for tribes as well. So with that, I'll wrap up, and I don't know if we have time for questions. If not, you can grab me and we can chat.
And we'll have the roundtable discussions at the end of the day as well with the speakers at the little roundtables. Great. Thank you, Ian. Let's give him a round of applause. Remember, make your community a destination. You have a lot of tourism. You have a lot of different things that you can create. Take full advantage of that. Okay. I think, are you moderating this one? Okay. Mr. Derek Watchman. Are these the two names?
Yes, Brandon and Randall. Okay, let's move on. So could Branovan and Randall come up and join me? You know, Ian, one of the things that I didn't see on there is, like Navajo, you have to register with the Navajo Tax Commission. And so a lot of tribes do have tax departments where you have to register either, for sales tax purposes, construction tax purposes, and then some tribes I dealt with, you have to get a permit. And so like some of the tribes, in order to do business, you have to get a permit. So, but thank you again, Ian. So far, we had a great introduction. We talked a little bit about AI, artificial intelligence, which I thought was fascinating. I'm learning a lot. Actually, I'm learning from my daughter. She's like 20, so I'm getting more knowledge from her and what I learned this morning. And then, of course, with John and federal contracting, good information. And then, of course, the fabulous work that Ian and, folks are doing from National Congress of American Indians, so good information. Okay, so now we're going to move into our next series here, and we're calling it Food Sovereignty, Agriculture, and Economic Opportunity, right? And so I'm going to mess up names here, but we have Brandon Taramajara. Okay, thank you for joining us. He's the Director of Community Relations with Grocer. Yeah, that's interesting. And then, of course, we got Randall Lindeman, President and Founder of RMH Architects. And so in this session here, we're going to talk a little bit about food sovereignty, production, the importance of agriculture and food in our society, in our tribes, and how that works. How do we use food, for value added? How do we, improve our development agriculture? I know that a lot of tribes, at least my area, in Arizona, there's a lot of tribes have agriculture enterprises, a lot of production of, alfalfa, corn, and whatnot. And then on Navajo, we have a lot of small independent farmers. We have rural farm co-ops. And so a lot of discussion, I know, in Indian country about food sovereignty. A lot of reservations, however, are food deserts. And so, and if you look at a lot of reservations that I'm familiar with, your only source of food is at the convenience store, gas station convenience store. Otherwise, you have to go to a border town. You know, for me, growing up on Navajo, our place to shop was Albuquerque, because nothing on Navajo, Gallup, Phoenix, and Flagstaff. A lot of folks on the Utah side of Navajo go to Salt Lake City, you know, for major purchases. So anyhow, gentlemen, I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead and have a seat. So we'll start with Branovan. Or actually, well, okay, well, I'll let you guys decide, but thank you, and the floor is yours, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Randy Lindeman, I'm the founder and president of RML Architects. We're a Minneapolis-based firm, and I actually wasn't supposed to be here. Chairman Mark Fox from the MHA Nation unfortunately had a death in the family yesterday and asked me and my team if we could cover for him. And we're happy to do that. He's a very dear friend and a terrific client. Ronavon and I decided that we were going to kind of split the presentation. I think you're going to see something very interesting here. Two very, very different approaches to what I think is the same goal, which is food sovereignty, self-sufficiency, and how each of us go about it. So I'm going to introduce you to a project that is called NG2, and I see some faces here. I know that some of you have maybe even seen this presentation at NFOA, or Native Nations, or IGA. But let's, we'll just go through the slides here, and I'll try to be fairly quick and efficient. So NG2 stands for Native Green Grow. If you want to, I'm going to do it. Thank you. So Native Green Grow is a commercial, institutional grade greenhouse for large-scale growing. It is located in Parshall, North Dakota. It's built by the MHA Nation, or the 3 affiliated tribes, on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. Now, something interesting about Parshall, North Dakota is it has the second coldest recorded temperature in the continental United States. Minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The coldest was 75 below in the Rocky Mountains just west of this project in Montana. And the growing season is very, very short. It's about 90 days in North Dakota. Okay. Oops. So our firm does a lot of work, not just a greenhouse, but we do a ton of economic development, infrastructure, healthcare projects. For the nation, which is one of the reasons, I guess, Chairman tapped us to help him with this project. So in North Dakota, along the Canadian border, like I said, very, very extreme temperatures. In fact, I saw in the news this morning it's going to be 103 degrees there tomorrow in Parshall, North Dakota. And they had a 75 below wind chill twice this winter. The reservation is in the west central part of the state, and to their good fortune, they happen to be sitting over the Bakken oil field. So this is one of the tribes across the nation that are oil and gas producers. There are 6 segments, and the nation is divided up into 6 segments, or kind of 6 separate governments, and then the chairman's office is at large. This is just a couple of slides of some of the projects that they do. And there's a project that I want to come back to, a very notable project, and I know a lot of you have this type of facility or operations in your communities, but behavioral health or drug treatment. And it's really interesting how they're linking that together now with the Native Green Grow project. Casinos, of course. I think they have 2 casinos now. We just completed a pretty large family entertainment center. And one of the reasons I'm showing you these projects is they all have food service. The nursing homes, the high schools, everything that I'm going to show you has some kind of food service component. Okay. So let's get on to to Native Green Grow. The project was conceived in 2020. We broke ground in 2021. You're seeing an actual aerial photograph of phase 1, which was completed in September. They did their first test crop in September. It's up and growing now. And they're actually selling vegetables now through the USDA commodity program and they've got a small store on site. It is, kind of tell you the real magic behind, or the concept behind this project is the nation is, like I said, it's sitting on the Bakken oil field and has the Missouri River, or what is now called Lake Skakawea Reservoir, cuts their reservation in half. So essentially they have free energy and free water. So if Chairman Mark Fox were sitting here, he would tell you that their main goal, they have two goals. One is the self-sufficiency. They know that the oil and gas resource is depleting, not sustainable, and it'll run out at some point. So they want to be able to take those economic dollars and turn them into sustainable enterprises. So in comes NG2. The second thing, and maybe the overriding idea, is self-sufficiency. They want to, try to get the federal government, out of their systems, out of their, their lives as much as possible. So that self-sustaining aspect of growing your own produce is a big part of that. So the way it's done here is in the oil field, the sludge or the oil, very valuable. But to get to it, you have to get rid of natural gas. All the oil deposits have natural gas on top of them. Well, the way they get rid of that is they burn it to the atmosphere. You'll see pictures of the flares. I don't know if you've seen the satellite picture, but this little area in Newtown or Parshall, North Dakota looks like it could be Chicago or Minneapolis at night. There's so many flares. So the idea is on the lower left, to valve off, not send the gas to the flare tower, but to run it through a compressor and create natural gas liquids. Then those natural gas liquids go through the green machine there. That's called the CHP, or combined heat power engine. Very expensive. The engines that we have on this project were just under $6 million a piece. So it's capital intensive, but again, free energy. And then that CHP produces heat, power, and fertilizer. Basically, instead of pumping carbon monoxide into the atmosphere, we capture it and turn it into fertilizer and pump that into the greenhouse. So you get the byproducts again from your free oil and gas. The project is designed in 6 phases total. There's a whole bunch more listed up here right now. But you'll see phase 1, it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6. So I'll tell you another interesting fact is phase 1, the greenhouse itself, $35 million. Okay, that's a big chunk of money, obviously for anybody. But the total project is right now sitting at $70 million. We bought 2 40-acre parcels, and most of the other $35 million is in that little box number 5. That's the energy center, or the heat plant. That's where the CHP machines live, all the electrical infrastructure. There's a couple of different gas transload facilities on the property as well. And then by the numbers, so phase 1, it's about 141,000 square feet under glass. It'll produce about just under $1.8 million in produce per year. And I know Bronwyn's going to probably get to this in a minute, but it's about, the efficiency or production is about 11.5 pounds per square foot annually. That's just phase 1. So phase 1 totals 171,000 square feet, 140,000 of it under glass for growing, $70 million. By the time we get to phase 6, we'll be over 200,000 square feet under glass, have about a 7.2 million pound annual production. We'll be at about $200 million in capital spend, but huge, 7.2 million pounds of vegetables will feed all of Schenectady, New York, Topeka, Kansas, about 130,000 people. So it has a pretty, more than just a local impact. There's 17,744 members in the tribe. About 10,000, live at home. I mean, this facility would, the first phase would feed all 10,000, and then another 18,000 people beyond that for a year. So that's kind of been their approach. What do they grow in there? Again, if Chairman Fox were here, he would say they're not growing pizza, not growing hot dogs, healthy food. So tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, strawberries, and did I say cucumbers already? Bell peppers. There are, much like what Bronabon's going to show you, it's hydroponic system. So there's two what we call NFT chambers, nutrient film technique, that's for lettuce. Lettuce, by the way, is the most profitable crop. Lots of production, lightweight, high turnover. And then the vine crops. Now, the interesting thing about commercial greenhouse, and this project fits in under the acronym CEA, which is Controlled Environment Agriculture. And it uses natural daylight, so it's a glass box. It uses sunlight to grow the vegetables. But the glass boxes are 27 feet high, 9 meters, and the vines will grow up. They'll grow horizontal about 50 feet out and back, and then they'll grow 27 feet in the air and back down. So you get about somewhere between 60 and 80 feet in a tomato or a cucumber vine. So obviously you get more than just the footprint. You get an amazing amount of production because of the height. And this is, and then I'll be quiet because I know Bronabon wants to get going here too, but the really interesting idea on how to link their food production facility to the rest of the enterprises that they have developed, not just on the reservation, but kind of across their systems in North Dakota. So down in the lower left-hand corner, the blue tiles, that's a behavioral health project that just opened up in 2018. Our firm was fortunate enough to design it. Right now they're treating 64 people on site in a intensive residential treatment program. We used to call it drug treatment. We don't call it that anymore, but essentially that's what it is. So if you're in the intensive residential program, you live on site. It could be somewhere between 90 and 120 days. And then when you graduate from that program, to become eligible for the next step, independent living, you have to have a job. That's the law where we're at. So the idea is to give the graduates from the intensive residential program an opportunity to work at NG2 as their kind of reentry job. And then the facility, like I talked earlier, it feeds lots of the other enterprises, the casinos, the nursing homes, the school is not on there, kind of across their system, and all while giving the graduates from the Good Road Recovery program opportunity for jobs. Like I said, they're open, they're USDA certified, they're selling lots and lots of fresh produce at very low cost to their members out of a small retail store on the property, and that was MHA's approach. We are in the planning stages for phase 2 right now, and it'll take probably about 5 years to get it built out totally. So that's, I hope you enjoyed some of the facts, and I'm sure you'll enjoy the next discussion as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Randy. My name's Branivan, and I'm talking on behalf of the grocery here today. So just with a quick raise of hands, how many folks are actually looking into a food project? Okay, quite a few folks here. So yeah, I'll be able to share a bit more about what we do and what other communities have done, but if you want all this information, you can definitely scan the barcode here and fill it up, and I could send you an email with all this information. And if you're not feeling lucky today at the casino, they were also drawing off a gift card, so you can play your odds here. Yeah, so what we do at the grocer is we help communities with their food sovereignty projects, and a lot of the projects are different and they have different goals and ambition, but what we primarily focus on is increasing food resiliency. All the projects are owned and led by the community or a community organization. So if you want to grow and sell the vegetables for economic development reasons, all the proceeds belong to the community. If you're looking at it more from a social lens where you're in a food desert and you want to do a community food box, all the proceeds also go back into the community. We've been doing this for about a little over a decade now, and we have around 120 Indigenous partners in Canada and the US. And again, like Randy mentioned, a lot of the infrastructure and programs are in a controlled environment agriculture. So in areas where traditional agriculture isn't an option, so if it's either too cold, your soil's hard, there's not enough water or sun, or where it's extremely hot, CA works really well. So typically, anytime you're planning a food project, you're really looking at it from the lens of what your goals are. So if you're looking at it from an economic development perspective, you're planning very different than if you're looking at it from a food sovereignty perspective. So if you're in a food desert and you really want to make food more affordable, you'll take a different approach to the project than versus if you're looking at it from an economic development opportunity. So for example, we work with quite a few tribes that have casinos and they have food service operations. And when you're taking that approach, you're growing things specifically for that operations, and you want to make sure that those crops are very profitable. Versus if you're looking at it from a community lens, you want to grow crops that community members want, that are a bit more traditional, cultural, that they can't get at a local grocery store, and you want to have it available throughout the year. So that's really when your project really starts, is when you start looking at the goals. So from a food sovereignty perspective, you're looking at offering the best quality produce and vegetables to community members. Economic development, you're more looking at what the market wants. So if you're working with a local grocery store and they say, hey, we want X, Y, Z crop, and this is when we're looking to buy it, it's a very different conversation. And a lot of the times in community food projects as well, we see a very strong push for training and capacity building and education as well. So a lot of schools want to get involved. A lot of community members are also interested in the new generation of agriculture. So we see a lot of community projects focus on a mix of these three pillars. So starting off with food sovereignty, growing enough in supplying the local community, maybe selling the vegetables at the local business that's available, or even at a casino, and then working with the school or getting youth engaged in the project as well. So what I could do next is maybe highlight a few of these community projects and how they differ, and kind of spark some ideas from that lens. So this is a project, I would say it's maybe a 6-hour drive north of here in Ontario, on the Canada side. So the community is really focused on a mixed model, we would call it. So they do have an education component, they do have an economic development component, and they do focus a lot on education and training as well. So they have tons of different infrastructure that they're using to grow. So in this area, pretty harsh winters, soil is not great. So they have modular greenhouses, and they also have a traditional dome greenhouse. So what the community actually uses, the traditional dome greenhouse that you see at the top, the center is like the center of that greenhouse is sort of like a community gathering space. And then obviously there's raised garden beds, and they're using sun to grow. It is year-round, so they have a concrete pad which is heated, so allows them to grow year-round. And then you have the modular greenhouses. So those modular greenhouses, the one that's attached to it is a hub unit, which we call, which is sort of like a commercial kitchen where all the processing is done. And all those four attachments are different infrastructure. So you have 2 hydroponic farms, which allow you to grow vegetables year-round. They have a cold storage facility and a root cellar. So a root cellar is great in the winter, so if you can grow carrots, potatoes, onions in your traditional greenhouse, and in the winter months, you could actually store them. They store really well for 6 to 9 months, so you don't have to heat up a greenhouse in the winter to grow all those vegetables as well. So that's a key learning in a lot of these projects, is you work with the environment that you're in, the soil that you have, and the crops that you want to grow. And you don't always have to grow everything. Sometimes it might make sense to grow in your season and then store them throughout the winter as well. So another community project that I want to highlight here, this is Montana. They are more focused on the economic development component. So they actually have a very large operation. So we have 8 farms, commercial kitchens, office space for their community operators. They've created a brand, and they sell at quite a few grocery stores in their region. So for them, it is an economic development opportunity. So they're growing crops that are the most profitable for them. They also have, they work closely with their education authority, who buys a lot of vegetables to supply the local schools. So they do distribute their produce there as well. So a bit more different than the social approach, but there is a clear sort of mandate on the economic side as well. And this was their phase 1. The phase 2, you can see in the back corner there, they're building a traditional greenhouse that allowed them to grow fruiting crops as well. So they were working with a few grocery stores, and the grocery store said, hey, we're buying all these vegetables from you. Have you ever thought about growing other crops? And they said, we can. And that's sort of their second phase in the back that you're seeing it. So another project here, it's a bit more, I would say, socially focused. The community is a bit more rural and remote. So they only have one grocery store in the community, which makes it pretty expensive to ship vegetables up to the community. The farm is located right next to the community grocery store. They partner really well with their school. They supply all the vegetables there. So their goal here is to kind of break even, to cover all their costs of the operation. So they're not looking to generate tons of dollars here. So the goal is to be able to pay for all their seeds, pay for the wages, and have fresh vegetables throughout the year. So this community is around, I would say, 800 or so miles from a local urban area. So they're pretty isolated, and it's hard to ship vegetables up year-round to their community there. So maybe one thing to also share with a lot of these projects, like Randy mentioned, there is a scale to these projects, and obviously the volume output will be based off where you're putting the farm, what your goals are. So for example, a project like this, they're located in a rural community where they do have access to 4 or 5 grocery stores close by, I would say in a 50-mile radius. A project like this, you're probably looking at the $1 million marker. And this will provide around, I would say, 30,000 or so pounds of vegetables throughout the year. And it could be operated by 2 people in the community. So for this community here, they have 1 farm that services their needs. So they're doing a community food box, and then 2 farms that service the needs of local businesses. So what they do is they kind of sell, and they're able to subsidize the cost for local community members. Again, in this area, they get very harsh winters. But this operation like this will allow them to grow year-round. What I could share next is a bit more of, I would say, a social approach to a lot of these projects that we're seeing with communities. So a lot of schools want to integrate agriculture into curriculum, into their classwork. And what a lot of schools are facing is that during the summer months, when a greenhouse really works, the students aren't there. So infrastructure like this can be associated with a school, so you're able to grow year-round and youth can get involved. And we also provide land-based education curriculum frameworks that are all complete, so the schools can kind of get kids involved. And kids are involved in the seeding process, harvesting, and then high school students get involved in more of the distribution. So running like a business, we have quite a few students that have like small online stores where community members go and they prepay, and the kids will drop them off as well. So there's there's the science component to it, but there's also the business side to growing as well. And outside of that, there's a lot of community initiatives that are way more focused on the social side. So this is in Squamish side. They work with their child and family services. They're not looking to sell all the vegetables or anything like that. They're in a pretty urban area where they can sell to high-end restaurants and things like that. But their primary focus is to supply all their vegetables to existing food initiatives. So they have a food bank, they have a community kitchen, they have a pantry. Their goal is just to have fresh vegetables available year-round for their community members. So what I could do next is maybe jump into more of the infrastructure side of things to give you an idea of what the project really looks like from a planning perspective. So really, when you're looking at a food project, you're looking at what are our goals, how are we going to get this project funded or financed, then look into the infrastructure, then the next step is finding community members or an organization within the community that's going to upkeep the infrastructure, and then obviously the growing component. So there is a lot of planning that happens in these projects. Like Rani mentioned, it took quite a bit of time to get things off the ground. For us, the infrastructure is a bit more turnkey, so we're building a lot of the infrastructure ahead of time and we're shipping it to the community. So we kind of are able to work around that, and all the infrastructure will be built around the community's water infrastructure, heating, cooling, etc. But when we dive into the infrastructure side of things, it really depends on what crop you want to grow and what you want to do as well. So the hydroponic farms, like Randy mentioned, are great to grow leafy vegetables, certain type of smaller root vegetables like radishes, turnips, and baby carrots. A lot of communities are also growing like cultural, traditional crops and also seedlings that they could transplant outside. Hydroponic farms are great for that. You have your cold and dry storages, which allows you to store and process food. So if you have warm summers where it's hard to grow vegetables, you can grow them in the season and then store them, or even root vegetables. And then community kitchens are also great for improving food security and food sovereignty. Sometimes processing and packaging the food and also being able to distribute it really helps. And then you have the traditional greenhouse domes, which allow you to grow more root vegetables like carrots, potatoes, onions. We actually have some communities that are growing like bananas and pineapples and things like that. So they're all different types of infrastructure, and again, it's all based off the community's goals. So for our modular infrastructure, a lot of it is modular and scalable, so you can attach them together. They can be dropped off anywhere. So we have projects all the way in Alaska in very isolated communities, and we have projects that are right outside of major urban cities that will be right next to a building. So it really depends, and we kind of work around with what your goals are. And like Randy mentioned, a couple of things about hydroponics. It doesn't need that much space compared to traditional agriculture because you're growing in multiple layers. It's very efficient with water, so you're not spraying any water. The plants are sitting in the water. And there's tons of sort of infrastructure workarounds. So if you have water issues, power issues, there's all things that we can work around, especially around soil as well. And again, there's no pesticides or herbicides used in any of these operations because it's closed environment growing. And here are a couple of crops that some of our community members are growing. Again, like the leafy vegetables grow really fast. So for economic development projects, that's what a lot of communities will focus on. But you can grow strawberries, smaller root vegetables, flowers. We've seen a lot of communities grow cultural crops like mountain sorrel, tobacco, lilies. So those are all different options. And then we also see a lot of communities that are jumping into seedlings. So growing inside them in a hydroponic culture, hydroponic environment, and then placing them outside. So you're kind of extending your grow season there as well. Here are a few lists of culturally more traditional crops that other communities are growing, and I can definitely share more insights into that if folks are interested there. But to dive into some of the operating costs of a project like this, as you see, the biggest expense in any growing project is labor. So you're looking at hiring someone in the community, training them, and making sure they're upkeeping the operation. Then it's followed by utilities, which is your power. Like Randy mentioned, sometimes there's different options where you have solar, you might have a reduced rate, power rate locally for growing. Some states have preferred rates for farmers. So it really depends, but the biggest two expenses are wages, followed by utilities. Other things to consider are water costs, growing materials, insurance, and other things like that. But the two major expenses are labor and utilities. So based off of what crop you want to grow, where you're located, we can actually build out a model on what the ongoing expenses are for a project like this. So then you have your sort of internal operational costs, and your external sort of revenues will all come in from how you sell your vegetables. So a lot of community projects will start by internal purchasing. So they'll reach out to their local school or casino or do a community food box program. Then they'll expand into other operations. So start small, go bigger. If you're looking at it from an economic development lens, we typically look at a dot, kind of drawing a circle around it from a 50-mile radius and figuring out which large suppliers there are and trying to get into those conversations early on. So on our side, what we realized very quickly over doing this in the last decade is training and building capacity in communities is crucial to these projects. So a lot of the times what we focus on is finding community members that are interested in driving these projects and working with them very closely. So all the training is provided. So a lot of the community partners that I mentioned a bit earlier, none of those folks that manage these operations are agriculture experts. They are not traditional farmers. Most folks will kind of have a green thumb and have good ties to the community, and all the training and support will be provided after that. And again, a bit more, we do have a curriculum, like I mentioned, so a lot of communities we work with have collaborated on this curriculum. It's a land-based education curriculum, so the culture and the language need to be incorporated, but the framework's there so communities can leverage that. So to give you an idea, to start a project like this, it'll probably take a year from idea to getting infrastructure in the community. So planning, building, funding, financing, training. So if we have an idea and we really wanted to execute on this, it'll probably take around a year, and our team really works closely with all of our community partners. So that's about it for the presentation. My contact information is there, but it'd be great to see if anyone has any questions.
Questions? I think we have one online here. We'll start.
Two, actually.
Okay.
How was the NG2 project funded? And same question for the grocer model as well.
Yeah, great question. So it depends on really the model. The economic development side, a lot of it's internally financed, or there are grants to leverage as well. So depending on where you're located, what your goals are, there are government grants that are available that we can support with. So it depends. For example, USDA has funded a few projects before. There's also foundations and charities, if you're more socially driven, projects that we can leverage. So if you reach out, we can definitely find a few grant opportunities to look at as well.
Great question. NG2 is 100% self-financed by the tribe, approved by the Tribal Business Council from their oil and gas revenue.
Good questions. Any questions from the audience here?
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. I think, well, for me, I think one of the big things is just sustainability. So, looks like we have some of these projects are funded with grants and others by the tribe. Long-term sustainability, what's the answer for that, if anything? In other words, you know, if you're providing the food to local services, there's not revenue from the project. And so I guess the answer is probably seeking grant funding or seeking support from your tribe.
Yeah, there's typically a lot of the communities, even when they're offering like a social service, if it's a food box, a lot of the time it's to break even. So
Okay.
like if you're able to do a food box, some communities will charge a pay as you go or pay what you can model. And typically it's $5, you come get all your vegetables that you need. And then a lot of the times it's a break even, or a lot of communities will find one sort of contract. So either it's a school or a local business that will kind of, by selling to them, you could kind of break even on all costs. And obviously there are some communities that will try to leverage other grants because they want to offer the vegetables at no cost. And we can definitely look into that as well.
Yeah, great question on sustainability. The NG2 project is designed as a for-profit model. The energy infrastructure cost, as you heard earlier, is about 50% of phase one. So that's sunk cost. You know, it doesn't produce its own profit. The payback for phase one is about 10 years. That's the model. But by the time we get through phases 2, 3, and 4, the payback is very, very quick. You'd be surprised. It's about 5 years on by the time we get to phase 4. So it's a for-profit model. It has still to be proven. And we started growing in September. So we're in that kind of prove me wrong phase right now. Yeah.
Good. Any more questions? I actually did visit the facility in Newtown a couple years ago. Fantastic. It was, 3 years ago. And so I'm glad to see it's operational now. So if you get a chance, you get out to that part of the country, I recommend you stop by and take a look at it. It's fascinating, you know, because it's got the energy component, it's got the agriculture component, it's got the business component. So it's a very wonderful facility.
And you know, Chairman Fox and the Business Council there all get the credit for it. You know, we're just the architect. It was an extremely difficult project. You know, we started during COVID. we launched a project during COVID. And I don't know if y'all remember that big green boat that got stuck in the Suez Canal a couple years ago, got stuck sideways in the canal. Yeah, our glass was on that boat. Took a year to get the glass off the boat and across the border here in Canada and up to North Dakota. So just a very difficult technical challenge. But to their credit, they stuck through it, and it's going.
Great project. Question?
So I had a question. Knowing I'm not an expert in food sovereignty or native agriculture production, but I do know that there's a lot of individual native producers. I guess my question is more about scale. Can this be scaled down small enough to where like an individual producer could launch a profitable business in this area and or leverage this on an existing, ranching or farming operation where they have the land, they have a lot of the infrastructure that's already needed for something like this?
Thank you. That's a great question. So yeah, we work with quite a few folks that are looking to diversify their business. So for example, like a lot of dairy farmers that want to have a growing business line, we see that as well. So these farms can be operated by one person. So we do see a lot of projects that attach well to grocery stores. So there might be a family grocery store. They want to put the farm right next to their grocery store. We work with a lot of dairy farmers. We work with a lot of entrepreneurs that want to set this up and sell the vegetables as well. So it can start off with one farm, which is easily manageable by one person, around 25 hours a week, and it's easier. If you want to scale up, you'll have some time savings there. So you could probably do 40 hours and have 2 farms as well.
Also, Ian, to our work that we're currently doing with the Tribal Economic Accelerator Toolkit, Chris James, CEO of the National Center, we're going to visit North Dakota again this summer, and we want to talk to Chairman Fox about this being a prototype across the country for tribes for investment and toolkit purposes.
Thanks for the question. Any other questions? There being none, let's give our presenters a big round of applause. Thank you. Okay, I'll turn it back over to Kaya. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, all right. Very informative session. Thank you so much to Bronovan and to Randall for sharing your insights and definitely a lot of information. Let's see. We did get the go-ahead to do a couple of drawings for this Native Edge Institute. So we're going to probably do that one or two in our next break, and then our last one at the end of the day. So if you're not familiar with RES, it's called the Reservation Economic Summit. It is hosted in Las Vegas. I know Derek talked about it. Yvette might have mentioned it, but it's going to be, I think we said March 22nd next year. Specifically with this ticket, you can't give it away to someone else. If you win it, it has to be you who utilizes it. We don't pay for the travel. It's just the ticket itself, which is still a nice gift. What else am I missing about it, Yvette? Oh, must be present to win today to get it. So Yvette's going around with the little basket. Just insert your business card, and then we'll do one to two raffles on our next break, and then afterwards, at the end of the day, we'll do our third one. But we're going to get ready to break for lunch. So I see that they're setting out the boxes over there. Feel free to grab one. You use the bathroom, have a bathroom break, stretch out your legs, and we're going to get going again at 12:45 for our next session. Thank you.
Tourism here in Hawaii started a really long time ago. Our kings and queens of old Hawaii, our ali'i, started it when they had treaties with 20 different countries, and they would host dignitaries from all around the world.
Tourism in Hawaii is our largest economic sector. We have a significant portion of Kanaka Maoli of Native Hawaiians who participate in some way, shape, or form. Some of the data, I think it's 1 in 4 people here in Hawaii at any given time is a tourist.
One of the challenges is that the whole tourism industry has been controlled by people, not us. It's been way too long where people would see coming to Hawaii as a playground. And it's important to remember that playground is someone's home.
What's happening now is that a lot of our Native Hawaiian people, they're really starting to realize that they can really benefit off of tourism in more ways than just working for other people. They're creating these wonderful businesses, and we're about to venture on this new way of doing tourism kind of on our terms.
Let's go check out some of the local businesses here in Oahu.
Our fruits come from local vendors. Our papayas and some of our mangoes, it comes from our family trees.
I bet you meet all kinds of people from all over the world.
Every day I meet somebody from a different place. That's one of the best things, the connections and friendships that we make.
They were saying that, we don't need to eat anymore today. It was making them so full. He's saying we know these fruits, but these are the best ones that we had.
We're visiting with Yuki again. It's so great to see you. We were here a few years ago. Thank you for having us back.
No, yeah, thank you for coming back again.
What is this here I'm gonna taste?
This is mead, wine made out of honey.
Cheers. That is delicious.
I'm gonna taste some honey right here. I want to start out with this ghost pepper infused honey. Whoa. I like this one.
We offer a tour. The visitors get to see and learn how bees are kept. They get to wear the bee suit and at the end harvest a little piece of a honeycomb to bring back.
It's been interesting to see that ability to educate our visitors, that it's not just about coming and playing, but it's coming and learning about the environment, learning about the culture, so that people who come not only get to learn about the place, but they get to learn about us.
Gamavu. My name is Ashley Hemmers. I'm an enrolled member of the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe, and I am here at the Powwow in Paradise. I'm so excited to be here with the Native Edge Institute. Yesterday we had a full summit with Native Hawaiian organizations, business leaders, and entrepreneurs to talk about how we can boost the local economy through the tourism industry. And I'm really excited to share our cultures together on this beautiful weekend at this Powwow in Paradise.
Wanting to learn more about the Native Hawaiian or Kanaka Maoli culture, I would attend events that were open to visitors and guests. After a while, they came up and asked me, "Where are you from?" And when I identified myself as Native American, they got really excited, and I came to realize that they're as interested in us as we are in them, and we started sharing our culture with the people of Hawaii.
We got the call to come and be asked to serve as the head staff. We were so excited because we have so much belief and customs in our culture that to share that, but as well learn of the Hawaiians as well. Very similar, to all of our cultures as Indigenous people.
Our time here in Honolulu is wrapping up. Earlier we met Captain Rob, and we were so fortunate. He invited us to take a catamaran evening ride. Let's go inside and check it out, you guys.
We have a vessel out here, which is a double-hulled Polynesian canoe, and we do education at sea every day. We are a social enterprise, so by people coming to Hawaii and buying tickets, puts all the kids on and other groups on for free. It's just exciting to be able to help out and give back through a social enterprise to the community.
There are tons of cultural tourism activities here in Hawaii. Tourists are looking forward to doing those types of things, and they're seeking out these opportunities. What we really, really love about that is that they go back to where they're from and they teach people about it. The narrative is getting to be a lot different now. where we as Native Hawaiians are being able to control it and really returning the power to the Native Hawaiian people.
Any of the Native American business owners who are looking to develop or enhance their businesses, we can provide them with that support.
I think Indian country is looking for that economic driver to take them to the next level.
Came here to the NCAIED to be able to meet, different business owners, different entrepreneurs, networking.
They do a lot of helping with marketing and consulting and one-on-one. It's what I've really been looking for.
I'm hoping to work with more Native business owners. I want to network with them, connect with them, grow their business, and break into new markets.
How can we incorporate the cultural teachings of Navajo? Now we're trying to figure out how to make it sustainable.
So we started off on the reservation because we wanted to start a reservation business. If you look back here, we have a generator, we have tanks in here, so we're self-sufficient. We can go anywhere.
We provide wood to families that we consider to be most vulnerable, who may be elderly, who may be disabled, who may be economically stressed.
I've been able to establish a nonprofit that caters to elder care. We give back to our Lichi'i community. We work with the 7 chapters in our community.
We met with the Forest Service and we told them, oh, we have an LLC now. And she said, well, now we can pay you to do the work. And that's when we learned about all the contracts.
What do we call it? Our dream, my dream, is to have people working. The bigger you are, the more wood you can provide for the people. But in the end, it's still the smiles and the elders that receive the wood, and that was the cool part. And you get to talk to them,
It deepens your relationship with your community.
Do not be afraid of failure, because you're going to hit walls, you're going to hit hurdles to obtain the information that you want in order to grow your business.
We just wanted to show people the experience that they could have hiking through the Navajo sandstones, being able to see the shaft of lights that are only seen in the Antelope Canyons.
We want to tell our story. We want our guests to hear our stories from the actual land users of the area.
The benefits of tourism include economic development, cultural awareness, and cultural preservation.
The only way you can, accomplish things is showing up and doing it.
Getting out of your comfort zone and then making those small steps to make that dream into a reality.
Like my dad said, there's a wall, you bump into it, there's always a way around it.
I'm here today to learn about opportunities and grow my business. Most of our clients are tribal governments, tribal enterprises, Native nonprofits, and also tribal members. We help invest their money to grow wealth, but also protect it.
Organizations such as the Northwest Native Chamber and the National Center will really kind of walk hand in hand with you to ensure the success of your business.
Making sure you have that plan in place to grow your business and actually having that purpose.
I represent a number of indigenous artisans and local artists. Ultimately, I think what got you to take the plunge into being an entrepreneur is your why, and knowing your why is really important.
Native community members that are growing their businesses and turning around and coming back and serving their community is causing the next generation to say, maybe I could do that too.
My way out of socioeconomic poverty was my art. I was always taught by my great-granny, you don't just represent yourself, you represent your people, you represent your family, you represent your house, you represent your nation. That was my way of bringing my culture and my responsibility into my business.
I'm actually the first Native business owner with a brick and mortar on 5th Avenue in Seattle ever. Everything I make myself. Right now I'm wearing my Keep Dancing t-shirt. I wanted to honor the dancers in my tribe for being a very big part of revitalizing our culture over the years.
We are at the Hebold Cultural Center and Natural History Preserve. It teaches people about the history and culture of the Tulalip tribes, the values and the natural resources that are such an important and integral part of the culture and the way of life.
I have a fish buying and selling business. I buy from tribal fishermen. We've helped up the prices in our community for fishermen.
I was always working for other people. Finally, this last year, I was able to do it for myself. Me and my brothers, we came out here and everybody looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We're going to become fishermen." I said, "We will build the boats, we'll partner up." This literally showed up with all sheets of metal and a dream and a vision.
Our role is to make sure that we're maintaining balance. Salmon aren't around as much anymore, and they're the food for the Kalkalahage, so that means the Kalkalahage aren't around. And that means they're not here to hunt the seals, who are doing even more damage to the salmon because there's more seals than there should be. This story reminds us that it's our responsibility to keep that balance. It's something that we can use as an example to people outside of our community.
Networking is so important as an individual and as a business. You can create wealth, create job opportunities, grow your community, and more importantly, serve the needs of your community.
When we stand in our truth, we stand in our power, and we say this is who we are, these are our stories, and this is how we want them to be communicated to the world.
We have kids from surrounding school districts who are coming here and learning about the real history of the real tribes who are here and have been here since time immemorial. They're coming here, they're learning about Tulalip authentically from us, hearing our story.
When we look at economic development, it's really the opportunity to really provide that self-reliance and allow us to carve out our own direction.
If you have this dream, if you have this vision, you can go and get it. You can do anything that you want.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage, Alaska at the SBDC, Small Business Development Center's Summit, focusing on AI and how AI technology can assist your business. We're here to support our export program, our tourism program, and all the work that we do at the National Center.
We're really hoping to showcase some of the opportunities using generative AI, particularly in rural and remote communities, to try and facilitate economic growth. Just showing people what's possible and then bringing different organizations together.
It's a really cool time to have a small business. We're utilizing AI, but we're just barely scratching the surface. It's exciting to listen to other people talk about the way that they've utilized the tools and think about the way that we could use tools like that in the future.
Right now, broadband and infrastructure is a huge topic. It's also going to create jobs and impact all these other sectors that are so important for the next generation.
Right now, AI is expanding so fast, and it's been such a huge game changer, accessing different alternative funding or grants. I've actually met some people who are just starting out. There's already resources here, so as part of our program, I can point out to the ones they have locally available and actually sit down with someone.
It's important to meet and listen to people just as a part of human connection. I'm here more to make contacts, identify early adopters who are doing the creative, innovative work in Indian country.
Our tourism program is in Anchorage, Alaska at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Let's go inside and check it out. What do you think, Yvonne? Let's go.
We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary. We have the only indigenously owned and operated gallery in the state of Alaska. the Hall of Cultures. We break it down with each different section here by the different cultural regions of Alaska. We try to represent all the different cultures and all the 229 federally recognized tribes and villages. We have 6 different interpretive village sites. In those village sites, we have amazing cultural items. A lot of people are familiar with our snow goggles, but people aren't familiar with our waterproof stitching, the importance of kayaks, different indigenous tools and things like that. So come say hi. You have some new friends over here at the Alaska Native Heritage Center.
Alaska tourism is such a foundational industry. It's so important to our economy. Small businesses and entrepreneurs, particularly indigenous entrepreneurs, are taking these outside dollars and using it to create businesses that leverage.
I'm joined here by Jacob Hopper with the Intertribal Agriculture Council, and today he's going to talk about social media that works. So if you could please give your attention to Jacob, that would be really great. Thank you.
I'll give a quick second here to let some conversations finish up. I know we're just finishing up lunch here. But good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Big thank you to the National Center and to Seneca Nation as well for hosting this event. It's an honor to be here to speak about the great work that I'm lucky to be a part of. I really hope everybody enjoys the talk today and hopefully learns something new. I do have a habit of going pretty quick, so please flag me down if I'm going a little bit too fast for you. Or if you have a pressing question you don't want to forget, I'm one of the people that if I don't say it right away, it is out of my mind. So if you're also like that, I understand, just raise your hand. We can do it that way. Please don't hesitate to jump in. So before we get into the meat and potatoes of everything today, I just want to give a brief background on who exactly is yapping at you today. My name is Jacob Hopper, as Kaya said, and I work with the Intertribal Agriculture Council. Over at IAC, I am the Eastern Region Specialist with the American Indian Foods Program. In this role, I'm working with food and agribusiness companies all across Indian country on market access and export readiness. On a daily basis, this is everything from one-on-one marketing plans with producers to speaking at events like this, to attending international trade shows and trade missions, which is the most fun part of the job by far. Before this role, though, I grew up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Has anybody ever been there? You guys got to visit. It's very, very pretty, and it's really not too different from here, honestly. But anyways, I grew up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I'm a proud member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. Right now, I'm living down in the state capital of Lansing, but as soon as I get back from this trip, actually, I'm moving back up to the UP, up to Marquette. Really just excited to be back on the water, back up in the UP. So although I work for an agriculture organization, I like to let everybody know from the jump that I do not come from a traditional cows and plows background. My background is actually in public health and nutrition, and then I also had a focus in Native American studies from the University of Michigan. Got to throw a Go Blue in there. We just won the national championship this past year if you're a basketball fan. Just had to slip I see one head shaking back there. We earned it. It was a good year, and now the coach left, so everything's good. But no, in all seriousness, this background and a really, really good mentor in college led me to a food sovereignty internship in Alaska, and that was really my introduction to tribal food sovereignty as a way to combat things like diabetes prevalence, and that's kind of what started that for me. This is my big introduction to working in food systems, and I've now been at IAC for just about 2 years, and I absolutely love what I do. So just like I like giving a brief overview of who I am talking to you, I like giving a little overview of what we're going to be talking about today before diving in. It gives you guys a good framework, and it also keeps me honest and I don't go off on a tangent that way. So today we're going to be doing a brief overview of the awesome organization I work for, which again is the Intertribal Agriculture Council, and then the specific program that I am in, which is the American Indian Foods Program. Then we're going to go over the basics of digital marketing and how the different moving parts actually work together, followed by a deep dive into 2 key tools that are really the highlight of today's talk, which is creating engagement with social media, and then turning that engagement into real revenue with email marketing. To round out, I've saved some time for questions or discussion at the end. I know we also have the round table later today. So as I said, if there's a present question, raise your hand, but we also have a lot of time at the end. So as I mentioned, I work for the Intertribal Agriculture Council. We're a national nonprofit organization whose goal is to support all 575 federally recognized tribes and Alaska Native villages all across the country in anything food, business, and agriculture related. We've been around since 1987 and were formed as a direct response to the 1980s farm crisis that left many tribal producers with really just very few options and little to no institutional support. In short, today we really pride ourselves on being USDA resource experts. We are here for any and all food or agriculture related questions or support our stakeholders may have or need. So our work over at IAC can really be best summed up by our mission statement, which is to pursue and promote the conservation, development, and use of our agricultural resources for the betterment of our people. But how do we actually do this on the ground? That really sounds nice in theory. What does that look like on the ground? Over the years, we've grown from a really, really small organization to a big multi-program resource for our stakeholders, including a group that is dedicated to technical assistance. That is our Technical Assistance Network. They are the true USDA resource experts in support. We have a regenerative economies program, which is all about business planning and access to capital. A natural resource program that works really, really closely with NRCS. They are the experts on things like rotational grazing, regenerative agriculture, anything like that, soil health. We also have a youth and professional development arm that works to get young people involved in agriculture and manages our internship programs. I think, as many of us know, the average age, or maybe you guys don't, the average age of a farmer is, I think, in the mid to upper 60s. It's a real problem that we don't have youth in agriculture, so that team works to combat that. This brings us to the policy team. They are the lucky ones that's spending all their time in DC. I think I heard a couple of the attendees here talking. They drove up from the DC area. John and Ian, I'm not sure, they might be in the bathroom right now, but like them, they're the lucky ones spending time in DC. It couldn't be me, but they are the ones pushing for our representation there. And then that brings us to my program, which is the American Indian Foods Program. The AIF program is designed specifically for American Indian and Alaska Native owned businesses, offering individualized technical assistance to facilitate market access in the global marketplace. Our work can be summed up in three main pillars, the first of those being market access and export readiness assistance. This is going to include things like retail and distributor connections, support with and knowledge of USDA programming like value-added producer grants or farm-to-school programming, international labeling and shipping considerations. That's something some people might not think of. And then finally, we work really closely with the Foreign Agriculture Service, and they have in-country liaisons placed all around the world. The second pillar there is marketing and promotional opportunities. This includes our trademark directory, regional and national events, retail trade missions, like a recent trip to Canada that resulted in the first export sales for the companies that were there. And then the big one, which is through our trademark, we're able to take companies on trips to USDA endorsed international and domestic trade shows and buyers meetings. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. That third pillar there is market development resources and support. This would be things like one-on-one marketing plans, SWOT analyses, step-by-step guides for Facebook page or Google business profile setup, farmers market setup checklists, SNAP and EBT direct marketing farmer setup. Really, we wear a lot of hats. If there's anything USDA involved, we can help you out with it. Some things I wanted to highlight here about our program, and then I'll get into the digital marketing side of things. The big one I like to highlight is the Made and Produced by American Indians trademark. This is the main thing that my program manages. It's an absolute vital part of our programming over at AIF. This trademark certifies authenticity. It tells buyers and consumers that the product is truly made for and produced by a federally recognized tribal entity or individual. And it is a completely free application, completely free program. Takes only about 5 to 10 minutes to complete. Honestly, it will probably take you longer to get your documents in order than it will take to fill everything out. To qualify, the user must be a federally recognized tribal member or tribal entity, or an Alaska Native village as defined by law, or at least hold 51% controlling interest. Through this trademark, as I mentioned, we promote our businesses we work with at international trade shows and trade missions. This means, to be specific, we're able to take 1 to 2 business representatives to these events, covering the full attendance at the show, the travel, the lodging, all of that. And we can also cover the cost of the buyers' meetings, which are meetings with pre-vetted buyers at these international trade shows. Please reach out to me after this session for more information. I have some business cards here. If you or anybody in your network would be interested in that, I would love to talk more about the trademark. The last thing I want to highlight here about the AIF program before I talk about the actual digital marketing stuff is our Native Market Success workshops. These are an awesome, awesome resource. They are developed with direct support and input from tribal producers all across the country. And the NMS workshops, really the point of them is to offer entrepreneurs and business owners practical educational resources that they can get to on their own time. The most recent offerings we have are part 2 of our series. You can see the topics of them there. My favorite one is that 2-part interactive marketing workshops on the bottom. That's something you can do on your own time. All of this is, but that's really the benefit of it. I think we all know when you get talked at all day, some things can go in one ear, out the other. You can start counting some tiles. We all do it. This is something that you can do on your own time when you are focused, locked in, you don't have people around you distracting you. It's a really, really good resource that I highly recommend. The big thing there is you just got to shoot me an email and I can get you the invite to it. That's just so we can track it. The other option is if you scan that QR code, it will take you to the YouTube playlist that has all of them there as well. But that's a little less interactive, but we do have some options for you. As I mentioned earlier, we also have downloadable PDF guides on Meta or Facebook Commerce setup, Google Business Profile setup, farm to school readiness, marketing SWOT analysis, which is just strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. If you'd like to get set up as a SNAP or EBT direct marketing farmer where you're able to have a point of sale system on your property, that's another thing we can help out with. That's some of the most fun I've had actually is working with producers on that because they're only doing it to really help out their community. I'm more than happy to send any of those out to you blank, as well as the basic marketing plan template that I use with one-on-one calls with producers. Happy to share that with whoever's asking, so please, my email will be at the end. All right, thank you for bearing with me there on that very, very long intro. But now that you have a better understanding of who's up here talking to you and what the Intertribal Agriculture Council does, let's pivot to this main topic here, which is the overview of what digital marketing is, why it matters, and really why it is essential in today's market landscape. So let's talk about the absolute basics, just the bare bones, bare minimum. In today's world, establishing a solid digital presence isn't just a bonus, it is absolutely essential for survival, visibility, and long-term business growth. If you aren't marketing online in today's landscape, the plain and unfortunate truth is you are leaving dollars on the table. I do want to reassure you though, this does not have to be anything overly complex. We all know how valuable and limited your time is as a business owner or operator. Something as simple as a clear, clean website or a Facebook commerce page that just communicates your unique message, your unique brand, your story, and your values is going to enable online sales and expand your reach overnight, especially when you cross-promote on your personal page. Ask your friends and family to do it. The last necessity on this screen that I want you to pay attention to is that Google Business Profile. Quick show of hands, how many of you use your phone to find a place to eat when you're in a new city? Like I'm in a new city right now, that's what I do. I'm looking for the best spot. Exactly, almost everybody's hand went up. When I'm hungry after this event today and craving a good meal, I'm gonna look for best sandwich near me, or we're pretty close to Buffalo, I'll probably look for the best wings, realistically. But anyways, that's what we're all going to do. The best burger in town, the biggest burger in town. If my car breaks down on the highway, I'm gonna Google the most trusted mechanic near me, most trusted towing service near me. You want to make sure your business is the one popping up when people are in your area or actively looking for the things you offer or the product you offer. Another critical point to remember on this, I know we've had multiple people today mention artificial intelligence. I believe there is a session on it too, if I'm not mistaken. It really is quickly becoming mainstream. A lot of people are now asking tools like ChatGPT or Gemini the exact questions that you should just go and Google it. Here's the thing though, those AI tools are A, only as good as the person using them, and B, they're only pulling information from what is already there. They're not creating really something new. It's pulling from forums and blogs like Reddit, that is the voice of the people. It's pulling from Google Business Profiles. It's pulling from Google reviews. It's pulling from things like that. So if you're not showing up on those, you're not gonna show up in the artificial intelligence prompts either. That really makes these foundational tools even more important today than they ever have been. So moving on to email marketing, aside from these basics, what is the single most efficient way to get into digital marketing as a really busy business owner? Email marketing. Even in 2026, we've had email around for forever, but email marketing still remains the absolute powerhouse of customer acquisition and long-term retention. A recent study on current market trends found that about 60% of consumers not only prefer to be contacted by brands via email, but they have made a direct purchase from email within the last calendar year. Furthermore, that same study showed that email drives an average of about 4.24% conversion rate, which doesn't sound very high. It doesn't seem like a huge number at first glance until you realize that it's over 7 times higher than social media's average conversion rate when it's on its own. This is from that same study. Simply put, if you aren't utilizing email marketing, you aren't using your limited time and resources as efficiently as you could be. Next up, I just wanted to go over some trends for social media. While email, like I said, email does outpace social media in direct sale conversions, social media is still a vital part of your overall marketing mix. Let's be honest, everyone in this room is on their phones much more than we'd like to admit. If you look at that graphic I have here, it is pretty sad. It's screen time by age. I'm sure it's not representative of us at all. A lot of this time when I'm doing, this is something I've pulled from an older presentation that I present to a lot of the farmers and ranchers I work with, and I always like to say to them, I'm sure this is not representative of our hardworking farmers and ranchers we work with, but it is representative of your target audience. It is representative of the consumers that you are looking for. Social media really continues to take up a larger share of overall market impact, accounting for roughly 30% of total advertising dollars last year, and that number just keeps rising every year. Why? Because social media allows for a level of personal connection that static ads really can't match. Video campaigns in particular show significantly higher conversion yields than image ads. Furthermore, strategic partnerships with complementary local businesses or community influencers yield even higher returns on that investment. The last point I want to make here on this slide is platforms like Instagram and TikTok now have a feature called shoppable links. Do we all know what shoppable links are? You can just add it straight to your cart right from the link. It makes it very, very easy. And these have shown a pretty high increase in conversions when compared to the traditional non-shoppable posts. All of that being said, now that we have a general understanding of what social media and email marketing are, we want to talk about how these pieces fit together. Specifically, the dangers of how when they don't fit together. When most small business owners sit down to tackle marketing, they tend to view it as a random list of separate chores. Monday is post on Facebook day, Wednesday is try to think of something to email people day, and Friday is mess around with the website day. And it does make total sense. I just presented them all to you as separate individual items. That's how they're kind of thought of. I had them all on individual slides. We naturally treat them like they're in separate silos. We assume social media sits in one bucket, email in another bucket, and they really don't have too much to do with each other. But this silo mindset is the single fastest way to burn yourself out, and it's the fastest way to waste your valuable time. If you treat social media and email as isolated projects, you're missing the real opportunity here. They are not competitors. They aren't even really separate tools. They are two halves of the exact same engine, and that's how I want you to look at it. If you only do social media, you're really building this crowd of people who see your posts every day and completely forget who you are tomorrow. We are absolutely just saturated with the amount of stuff that is thrown at us. If you only do email marketing, you might have this fantastic megaphone, but you're standing in a completely empty room shouting out to no new people that are finding you. To build a strategy that really reliably grows your business, you have to connect the two. And the easiest way to visualize that connection is a concept you've probably heard of, or maybe you've heard of, but it's one we're going to talk about in a kind of fresh way today, which is the marketing funnel. So the phrase marketing funnel kind of sounds a little bit like corporate jargon, at least to me, but it really is just a simple model describing how a human being goes from never hearing about your business at all to pulling out their wallet and becoming a loyal customer. Not just a one-time customer, but a loyal customer. So we're going to picture a standard funnel here, kind of like that. Wide at the top, narrowing down to a smaller opening at that bottom. This shape is going to represent your customer's journey, or the ideal journey for your customer. So we're going to use a quick real-world physical example here. Imagine you own a brick-and-mortar specialty market or grocery store on a busy main street in town. The top of that funnel there, where awareness is, very top of that busy sidewalk, the very top of the funnel, sorry, is your sidewalk. Hundreds or thousands of people that are going to be walking past your building every day. They're busy, they're talking to friends, checking their phones, looking at that squirrel go by, that fancy car that goes by. They see a building there, they're aware that a building is there next to them, but they aren't really actively thinking about buying anything from you yet. They really just represent your potential. In the digital world, social media is that sidewalk. When you post a video on Instagram or share a photo on Facebook, you're essentially hanging a well-designed sign out on that sidewalk, and you are saying, hey, look over here, we exist, please look at me, we are here, and we do something really unique. The top of that funnel is all about awareness. Getting people to pause on the sidewalk, look at your sign, and realize that you are not only an option, but a pretty good option. This brings us to the middle of that funnel there, the consideration. Walking through the door. Now imagine a few of those passerbys stop on the sidewalk. They really, really like your sign. Whoever did the artwork on that, they knocked it out of the park. They push open that front door, they step inside your store, and they walk through your aisles. They look at the items, they check out the quality, they smell the food. They haven't bought anything yet, but they've stepped off the public street and into your private space. They are interested. Like I said, this is the middle of the funnel, this is consideration. This is where many business owners accidentally and unintentionally drop the ball. They work really, really hard to get people into their store to look at their sign, but they don't have a clear front door to get them inside and get them to keep looking. They leave potential customers standing out on that cold sidewalk. And this brings us to the bottom of the funnel there, which is conversion, the cash register. Finally, that customer picks up a product, walks up to the counter, pulls out their card or cash, and makes a purchase. This is the bottom of the funnel, the conversion and the sale. In our digital engine, email marketing is the inside of your store and it is your cash register. Social media really creates that awareness and brings people up to the building, but email marketing takes them by the hand, walks them down the aisle, teaches them about what you offer, builds their trust, and gently guides them towards that checkout. To sum up what I'm saying, it is to attract on social and convert on email. When you view your marketing through these lenses, your daily workload gets much simpler and far less stressful. You stop worrying about going viral on social media because you realize you don't need a million random people standing around on your sidewalk. You just need a steady stream of the right people who are willing to open the door and care about your unique story. So knowing this, your entire strategy really boils down to a straightforward two-step formula. 1, attract on social. Use social platforms to grab attention, showcase your authentic story, and highlight the specific problems you solve for your customers. And I'm going to talk more about that in a little bit. Number 2 is to convert on email. Give people a compelling reason to step through that door. Join your email list and let automated messages do the work for you to build that trust and close sales. If these two pieces really aren't connected, like I used that engine analogy, then that engine is going to stall. So if you have this huge social media presence with no email list, you have that packed sidewalk of people staring into your window, but your front door is completely locked, the hours are wonky, people can't get in. If you have a great email newsletter set up, but no social media strategy, you have this beautiful, beautiful store with stocked shelves, but you have it built really deep in the woods and there's no sidewalk and there's no foot traffic. Our goal today is really simple: build that sidewalk and unlock the front door. This brings us to part 2, which is about creating engagement. In this digital marketing 101 framework here, remember we have the top of the funnel, that's social media for awareness, and the bottom of the funnel is email for revenue. Now that we have that blueprint down, let's look at the exact gears we need to build it. We're going to start at the top of the funnel here on the sidewalk, which is how do we actually write social media content that makes people stop scrolling and pay attention? Let's dive into driving traffic with social media. So one phrase I like to say here is that likes don't keep the lights on. I wanted to start this section by clearing up a really, really common misconception that some marketing agencies like to sell, which is likes, follows, and views are vanity metrics. Likes and follows and views don't matter a whole lot. They look really nice on the screen. They give a quick hit of dopamine, which we all love. But if those followers never end up buying your product or using your services or supporting your mission, then they are just that. They're just numbers. They're just a thing on a screen. You cannot take 10,000 likes or comments or follows to the bank to pay your electric bill or your payroll. Our primary goal on social media, remember, isn't to become internet famous. Our goal is to build a long-term business model. We want to use these public platforms to attract the right people, start genuine conversations, and guide them to a channel where we actually control the relationship, which is our email list. To get people to move, they really have to care. And to get them to care, we have to stop pitching at them 24/7 and start helping them solve actual problems. So we're going to look at 3 practical, highly actionable tactics that you can use right here on your own. The first of these is the problem-first framework. The most common mistake I see a lot of small business owners make on social media is what I call the look at my stuff strategy, which I did do with the social media, get attraction, look at me, I'm right here, but there's more to it than that. If it's just a stream of product photos or event flyers with captions that essentially say, here is my product, please buy it because it's available and I really, really want you to. You got to think about your own habits when you are on your phone. Do you open Facebook or Instagram hoping to look at billboards? Of course not. You open it to be entertained, to connect with people, or to find a quick solution to a problem that you're dealing with right now. If you want content that drives real engagement, your posts need to be problem first. Every business represented in this room exists because it solves a friction point for your customer. Your social media content needs to highlight that friction point front and center. So I want you to take a moment, either right now or later today, just maybe start thinking about it. Just the top 3 frustrations or questions your customers might have before they buy from you. For example, if you sell high quality, authentic heritage apparel, your customer's underlying frustration isn't that they just need a t-shirt. Their frustration is, I'm tired of buying overpriced, low quality clothing that shrinks in the first wash, falls apart in 6 months, it just isn't usable. Your content should tackle that issue directly. You should post a short 30-second video comparing a cheap synthetic stitch to a durable natural fiber stitch, teaching them what to look for when buying quality clothing. Notice what happened here. You aren't just pushing a product, you are solving a headache and saving them money down the road. When you speak directly to a real pain point, people don't just scroll past, they stop, they comment, they tag a friend, and what they think and feel there is finally someone who understands what I need and what I'm looking for. This brings us to tactic number 2, which is the 20-minute community clock. I'm going to take 1 second here and get a drink of water. I apologize. So this second tactic here, it really focuses on organic growth and building real community. People are always asking me when I'm meeting with producers, what's the secret to beating the social media algorithm? Is it using specific hashtags? Is it using trending audios and songs on TikTok? The real answer, thankfully, is much simpler. The algorithm rewards social behavior because it is a social network. If you publish a post and immediately close the app, close down the phone, close down the computer, walk away, we get it, we're all busy, I do understand it, but the platform views your account as a one-way broadcast, just a dead end. This here, the 20-minute community clock, is a practical routine that you can use, and it takes just, you guessed it, 20 minutes a day, split into 2 10-minute blocks. Block 1 is the 10 minutes before you post. Don't just log in and dump your content. You want to open the app, visit 5 to 10 profiles of local partners, community orgs, ideal customers, and just leave a genuine, thoughtful comment on their post. Don't say, come check out my page. Just be a human. Leave a helpful human comment. This signals to the platform that your account is active and is adding value to that community. Block 2 is going to come immediately after you post. So really it's 20 minutes. Let's say it takes 2 minutes to post. We'll call it the 22-minute clock. But anyways, after you post, you're going to stay on the app for a few minutes after hitting publish. If someone leaves a comment on that new post, reply right away. You want to start a quick back and forth conversation in that comment section, because when the platform algorithm sees immediate engagement on that post, they kind of tag that content as high value and show it to a broader audience, including people who don't even follow you yet. Growth doesn't come from shouting out into an empty room. It comes from having actual human conversations. At the end of the day, we have to remember we are human, and that is one of the dangers with digital marketing, is you kind of lose that face-to-face value and aspect. And the biggest advice I can give you is to try to hang on to that and try to really promote that. This brings us to the third tactic here, which is the hand raiser or call to action. This really is a direct bridge over to the email strategy. So most businesses, their posts end with a passive call to action like link in bio or visit our website for more info, which, don't get me wrong, is better than nothing. I'm not knocking that at all. Just a lot of businesses do it. The issue here is that you're asking a user to pause what they're doing, exit the app, open a browser, navigate a cold website, and that stuff requires, I don't want to call it effort because we're here using our thumbs, but like it's kind of effort, right? We're all getting lazier and lazier, I think, unfortunately, as phones become more and more ingrained in society, and unfortunately your customers aren't going to do that. Most people simply just aren't going to take those extra steps while scrolling. So instead we're going to use something called a hand raiser. This is where you offer a specific helpful resource that addresses a problem and ask people to simply raise their hand in the comment section to get it. Let's say you run a specialized consulting or agricultural processing operation. So you create a simple one-page PDF checklist called 5 critical questions to ask before hiring an equipment contractor. You post a short video discussing just one of these mistakes, and at the end of that video, instead of telling them to go search through the depths of your website, you look into the camera and say, I just put all 5 mistakes into a quick one-page checklist. If you want a free copy, just type the word checklist into the comments below and I'll send it straight to your inbox. Here's what happens next when you do that. 1, your comment section fills up with people typing checklists. 2, that platform's algorithm sees the flood of activity and distributes that video to even more viewers. And then 3, you send them a direct message with the link to grab the guide where they entered their email address to receive it, and now you have their email. You've seamlessly converted a casual social media user into an engaged, semi-warm lead without spending a single dollar on ads or forcing them through any complicated steps. This brings us to part 3, which is capitalizing on this engagement. Now that we kind of understand how to get them, we're going to capitalize on that engagement. And to do that, I really want you to think of social media platforms as a really amazing tool, but kind of like rented land. You don't own Facebook. You don't own Instagram or TikTok. If their rules or their algorithms change tomorrow, or if some automated system locks you out of their account, you can lose direct access to your main audience overnight. By using problem-first posts to grab attention, and then that community clock that we discussed to build real relationships, and then finally hand raisers to initiate those conversations, you're moving all of those supporters off of that rented land and onto owned land, which is your email list. So now that we have people raising their hands and asking for that information, how do we convert those emails into steady, reliable sales? Well, let's take a step inside the store and look at email marketing. So the value of an email subscriber. Now that we have people moving from social media over to your email list, let's talk about why this is where actual revenue generation happens. Think of social media like a really loud, crowded trade show floor. I spent a lot of my time on trade show floors for this job. They are really loud, really distracting. It's hard to have a real conversation. There's hundreds or thousands of booths. Music is playing, bright lights, people talking over one another. When someone stops by your booth or they drop a comment, give a thumbs up, same as stopping by a booth, that's really great, but they can just as easily turn around, walk 5 feet, and do the same on another post or another booth. And they can completely forget your business name because another booth caught their eye. An email inbox is completely different. An email inbox is like inviting that visitor away from that noisy trade show floor and into a quiet room for a one-on-one conversation or a buyer's meeting like I discussed, which, by the way, is something that the AIF program is happy to help you out with and is a part of the trademark. If you attend a trade show with us, we can help cover the cost of buyer's meetings. And what a buyer's meeting is just a one-on-one conversation where you get to meet that person and really go over the nitty-gritty. You have their focus, you have their undivided attention. So according to data from the Direct Marketing Association, email marketing generates an average return on investment of anywhere from $36 to $40 for every single dollar spent. Now, why is this so high? Because that is really high. Because people buy from operations they know, like, and trust. And that trust is developed through direct, consistent communication. Remember, social media handles that introduction, but email builds the relationship and closes that sale. The next thing I want to talk about, and it really answers the question of how do we guide people off that loud social media floor and into that quiet room for the one-on-one conversation. Nobody really gives away their email address for no reason anymore. If your website simply has a box that says subscribe to our newsletter just because, very few people are going to sign up. You need to have a reason. You need to offer a fair exchange of value. And in marketing, this is called a lead magnet, a useful free resource offered in exchange for contact info. Let's use an agribusiness. I do work for an agriculture company, so I'm going to use an agribusiness example. Imagine you run a commercial fishing operation or a seafood market selling wild-caught Great Lakes whitefish and walleye. And this is applicable around here. I know we're by the lakes as well. Your social media followers enjoy really seeing photos of the boats, the lakes, and the fresh catch, but how do you get them on your email list? Another guide. You create a quick 2-page digital guide called the Fresh Fish Guide, 5 common cooking mistakes that ruin whitefish and how to prepare it properly. This costs virtually nothing to put together other than the very important thing called time. But it's just a simple PDF with a couple of tried and true family recipes, ideal cooking temperatures, practical cold storage options to prevent freezer burn, and it directly solves a common customer hesitation. I want to buy fresh local fish, but I'm worried I'll overcook it. I'm worried I'll freeze it wrong. I'm worried I'm going to waste my money and my time. On social media, you share a video showing fresh fish being prepared. Your call to action is a hand raiser here. Comment the word recipe below and I'll send you our free cooking guide. When they click the link to get the download, they enter their email address. Another effective lead magnet option for food businesses is an exclusive access offer, such as join our catch alert list to get 10% off your first order and get first notice on limited weekly catches before they sell out. Now they're officially on your list. What happens next? That brings us to the next slide here, which is the welcome sequence, your 24/7 salesperson. Once someone joins that email list, you shouldn't let them sit there silently for 3 months until you have a seasonal sale or have product available. You want to connect with them when they are fresh on your mind and their interest is high. This is where our friend automation can come in. You do not have to manually write and send these emails every time a new person signs up. That would be insane and not possible, really. You write them once, you load them into an email tool. There's ones like MailChimp, Constant Contact, Klaviyo, might be pronouncing that one wrong. Please reach out to me. I'd love to point you in the right direction and find the one that's going to suit your needs the best. But anyways, you type your generic email out, and that software delivers them automatically on a schedule you choose. For smaller operations, the ones that I work with, for the most part, I recommend a simple automated 3-email welcome sequence sent over the course of 5 days. And you can think of this as kind of your round-the-clock salesperson. Email 1, that first box there on the left, it's going to deliver on the promised resource and welcome them. It's sent instantly. So as soon as they sign up, it's going to hit their inbox and it will provide that cooking guide PDF or that 10% discount code that you promised, that resource that you promised. And the goal here is to really briefly introduce the people behind that business. For example, you can say, hi, I'm Jake. I run a family-owned operation harvesting sustainable wild fish in these waters. Thank you so much for supporting a local food system. The goal of this is to really deliver on that promise right away and then make a really great first impression. First impressions matter. Email 2 days later, is going to, like I said, is going to be sent 2 days after that first email. And the content here is really going to share the core values and the care behind your work. Explain why wild-caught local fish is superior in quality and freshness compared to the imported options. Include a photo of your team, your boat, your facility in action. And remember, the goal here is to build credibility and trust in this second email. You're showing them why your product is worth supporting before you ever ask for a purchase. 2 days after that, this brings us to email number 3. This is 5 days after initial sign up, and this is where you offer a direct, clear invitation. We brought in a fresh catch this morning. We have a limited supply of our wild whitefish boxes available for pickup or shipping. Use your welcome code for 10% off your order this week. This is where you provide that clear call to action with a direct link to your order page or storefront. You bring them right there. So this brings us to the complete revenue engine. So I want to take a second here and look at that full path that the customer just took. They started out as a casual user scrolling through social media on their couch. They saw a short video addressing a question or interest that they had. They raised their hand in that comment section because you offered something really useful to them. As a result, they provided their email address to download that resource. And then finally, your automated response or your automated emails introduced your story, demonstrated your quality, and invited them to place an order. You didn't have to manually pitch them every step of the way. The system handled that nurturing process automatically, where you were doing the important stuff, which is running your operation, managing inventory, or the biggest one, spending time with family, spending time away from the business. As the son of two business owners, we focus so much on creating more time to just do more with the business, but I think everybody also wants that time to enjoy their life, and that's something that I don't think enough people talk about. That's one of the great benefits of this automation, is it gives you more time to do what you want to do. This is how social media and email marketing function together as a connected engine, turning casual online views into steady, loyal customers. How am I doing on time? 5? Perfect. So just like I like kind of starting out by giving a brief overview, I do like to go over some key takeaways when we're done. So we have covered a lot of ground today. We went from foundational basics like setting up a Google business profile all the way to structured social media engagement and automated email campaigns. Thank you for bearing with me. I know this can feel like trying to drink water from a fire hose a little bit when you're already working on running a business every day. So we're going to try to keep it simple here. If you don't write down another thing the rest of this session, please write down these 4 things. These are the 4 core principles that I want you to take away from this. One is stop it, cut out the marketing silos. When you return to your business, avoid treating your website, social media, and email as separate, disconnected chores. They are interconnected parts of the same system. Social media brings people to the door, email invites them inside. 2, social media is your sidewalk. You want to treat your social channels like a busy sidewalk, not a constant billboard. Use a problem-first approach to address real customer questions. You can use the 20-minute community clock to engage with your network, and then those call-to-action hand raisers to start those direct conversations. The third point here is move from rented land over to owned land. Always remember that social media channels are rented space. Build an email list so that it's something you always have. You have a direct, permanent way to communicate with the people who support your business and have shown interest in your business. And using a simple lead magnet can encourage those signups. And finally, the one we just talked about here, number 4, is let automation work for you. You want to use simple automated welcome emails to deliver your value, share your authentic story, and invite people to buy. Let automated systems do that nurturing and be that salesperson so you can have more time to do what you want to do, whether that's running your business or enjoying your time. Really, thank you so much for your time today. I'd be happy to open up the floor to any questions, thoughts, or discussions. If you guys would like my business card, I have that. I'd love to chat with you guys more about any of this.
Questions? Anyone? I have one. Can you kind of go through the different social media or not social media, but social media, like Instagram, Facebook, and kind of what?
Yeah, so the 2 that I always like to recommend if you're starting from absolute bare bones is the Google business profile, which is just, you enter that on Google. You can enter what your business name is, what it does, contact, your hours, where you're located, and then you can also enter keywords, which is a really big part of it, is enter the keywords. That's what makes you show up in searches, and you got to kind of think out of the box with some of those, kind of think as the consumer. And then the other ones are Facebook and Instagram. They are owned by the same parent company, Meta, so you can actually link those posts and link those profiles, and that's the easiest way to be on 2 at once. Facebook is going to be more, it kind of covers everything. I think most people know what Facebook does, but that's going to be long form, like text posts and also videos and images. Instagram is more short captions with your photos and videos, but they also have a shoppable market now, both of them do. So I highly, highly recommend Facebook and Instagram. TikTok, to me, from my perspective as just a consumer on my phone, TikTok is more of a entertainment site than the others, but it's still they have shoppable links in a marketplace there as well. But that's just a really good place to kind of show your story and who you are. I would think Facebook and Instagram are better for the shoppable links in market. I hope that answers the question.
1 second.
This was really good. Can you talk about scheduling and mapping out your social media? Because frankly, trying to do it on a consistent basis can be overwhelming. And so I'm wondering if you have a formula, like you talked a little bit about like post on Tuesday, write on this, and then what do you think is the most effective way? Because I know with the algorithms, they'll tell you when your audience is really watching you. So can you talk a little bit about that?
I mean, I think in an ideal, perfect world, you're able to make a post as often as possible, right? Not like you're cramming stuff down the throat of your consumers, but I mean, I think a daily post is a lofty goal, but I think it's still a really, really good one. I think bare minimum 3 or 4 days a week of making some form of a post on social media is going to keep you in the algorithm and keep you on your consumers' minds. When it comes to the email stuff outside of that initial 5, and that's something I guess I forgot to touch on in the presentation, is you don't want to overdo it. Like there's a shirt brand that they were running a really awesome sale, and I gave them my email and number because I wanted to take advantage of that sale. And I now have decided I will never buy from them, even though I love the shirt, because they send me a text every single day, and I hate it. They're not my friend, but they're reminding. It's almost too much. So when it comes to those types of reminders, where you're sending something to their inbox where they're going to get it, I think that should be a less frequency than something like a social media post. Maybe on a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 ratio, but it's really going to differ case by case, and that's where I would want to sit down and have a one-on-one marketing plan with you, where that's something that we can, it's a living document, it's where it can really change, and we kind of go over it. I know I'm kind of getting close on time here. I don't want to cut into John at all, but I actually see he has a question.
One quick question. What are your thoughts about outsourcing marketing functions to small businesses, right? So small businesses oftentimes, we're doing everything. We're doing client delivery, we're doing HR, IT, wearing a lot of hats. Obviously, we outsource some of the stuff. Oftentimes, we look at the CPAs and finance, et cetera. And a lot of times, we look last at marketing to the experts that can really be helpful. What are your thoughts about outsourcing that function? Is it appropriate, or are small businesses smart to do that? And then what do you look for if you're outsourcing that function? Like, what would be ideal to meet your requirements?
Awesome question. And I hope I'm not looking into it too much, but I can tell from the way you asked it that you kind of agree with me that it should be something a lot of small business owners prioritize earlier in the process than they do. But also, you got to keep in mind that it costs money. So I think what I would look for for a small business owner, which typically I work with small and medium sized businesses, and what I recommend for them is specifically one that's tribally owned, because they're going to have a better understanding of the unique stories and culture. Maybe even if, and that's been the coolest thing for me traveling around Indian country, is a business owner in Utah is still going to have a better understanding of something. I'm struggling to put the word on it, but there still is that connection or relation. You're easier to relate to a tribe in Maine versus somebody who doesn't have maybe that understanding of the tribal culture but still grew up in Maine. So I think working with a tribally owned one, or at least somebody that has that knowledge, is important, but just from terms of unique storytelling and respecting that. But at the end of the day, it's about dollars and you're the best deal. And somebody that lets you have a say, I think, so that really you can work with. I think I've seen some marketing presentations that they just kind of give, like I did, where they're giving a script, and I do want to say that this is something that I want to be very flexible with. Everything is a case-by-case basis. I know I went off on a tangent there. I hope I did answer that question, John.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jacob. Really great information. Next.
If anybody would like my business card, I do have them. I'm happy to come drop them off.
And now, John Shiraka.
Yay!
Yay, clap, clap, clap. What? Your name? Welcome back to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's been a long day, especially after lunch. We get tired. I know I'm getting at the age where after lunch I usually need a nap. But thank you guys for being here. I wanted to wrap up a couple of things from this morning. And I know I only have 45 minutes, and I usually go longer, so I'll try to be brief. With respect to this morning, you know, we talked about sort of the challenges in federal contracting, the DOGE effect, the impact on small business contractors, the reduction of contract requirements. But at the same time, I just don't want to leave it with the sort of the idea hanging out that the federal government isn't a good partner, right? Has it been challenging over the last 6 months to 12 months, maybe a little bit longer? Yes, but the government is still the largest buyer of goods and services. And we've even found out, even with all the DOGE cuts, to a large extent, the government has had to go back and reissue those contracts that they presumably canceled and re-engage. And even to a large extent, a good number of the people that they had fired initially, they have hired back because they've realized that a workforce is necessary and contractors are necessary. So I wouldn't be dissuaded with respect to federal participation. It is challenging, definitely, and we'll talk about that in this session, and this sort of goes into this session, I think, appropriately, because as small businesses or new entrants or even tribal organizations participating in federal contracting, if we're not as sophisticated and don't have the footprint, the past performance, the experience, the networks to leverage, some of these programs that exist for that purpose are ideal for developing those, right? And to leverage them for growth. And a lot of times they are built in a way that incentivizes the partner. So a lot of folks will say, well, I'm a small business, I'm just entering the federal marketplace. You know, we talked about find out who's buying what you're selling. Great, I found out, but how do I get my foot in the door? How am I going to make those relationships work? How do I get that first job that's going to get me the traction that's going to result in continuous work? Because as we talked this morning, and Ian talked about this too, even on the tribal side, you're not guaranteed any work just because you got A-Day certified, right? You have to actually know what the mission requirements are, be able to deliver against those mission requirements successfully. But once you do, a lot of times the federal government, because they have to meet those goals, they say, wow, you guys did a great job. Can you do X, Y, and Z for me too? Because I trust you. So it ends up being a relationship that's a win-win because you get to do more work and the buying activity, the contracting officer, the buying agency gets to meet their goals that they're required to meet by statute. So how do you get there, right? And I always get this question is, you know, I'm in SAM, I registered in SAM, I even went out of my way and I got certified. And by the way, with the 8A program, I would encourage you guys to be very cautious if you're individually owned with respect to when you apply, because it's a 9-year program, and when we were talking about those sole source opportunities, you get weaned off of them in year 7, 8, and 9. So if you're not hitting the ground running, if you don't have relationships, networks, past performance, you're just figuring that out in year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're going to waste that time period where you have access to those sole source opportunities just learning the marketplace. So for individual companies, I would make sure that you're completely ready to take advantage of the program before you get in. And then the question is, in this environment, because 8A is considered DEI and there's sort of a dissuasion, if that's the right term, of using 8A, is this the best time to get into the program or do I want to wait? That's a valid question. But for tribal organizations, what I would argue is that because you can have a number of 8A companies, I would encourage you to get more applications into the hopper, into the queue, because once that queue turns on, then you can be in the queue to get approved, especially if you are already approved as a tribal organization that can own 8A companies. So having said that, as you enter the federal marketplace, and we work with tribes of very sophisticated settings and past performance and experience and very nascent ones. But as you enter the federal marketplace, the question is, okay, well, how do I figured out who is buying what I'm selling, but how do I leverage that? The Mentor Protege program and the joint venture program are ideal and were actually developed for that very purpose, right? So originally, the Mentor Protege and joint venture programs were focused on the 8A set-aside program in particular. In 2010, as a result of the Small Business Jobs Act, it was expanded to all the socio categories. So what we talked about, HUBZone, woman-owned, service disabled, woman-owned, service disabled, HUBZone. Yeah, and then it was expanded to all smalls. So now, under the new program, any small business can participate in the Mentor Protege program. What is the thought process behind it? The thought process is, as nascent or new participants, how does one gain traction, knowledge, experience, et cetera? Historically in the 8A program, the idea was let's team up an 8A that just came into the program. It's a business development program. Let's team them up with a mentor. That mentor can be Lockheed Martin, it can be IBM, it can be a medium-sized company, and that mentor will provide assistance to the protege, right? And what kind of assistance will it provide? It depends. What are the needs of the protege? So assistance flows from the mentor to the protege, and it used to be over the 9-year program. Now, since it developed to all small businesses, it's a 3+3 program, so it's a total of 6 years. Now, why would a mentor want to provide assistance to a protege, right? I mean, out of the goodness of their heart, maybe social, goodness or a commitment to the community. But the SBA thought that a little bit further. So those things might be true, but the SBA thought that a little bit further. The benefit to the mentor is they get to do a joint venture with the protege, right? So let's follow this through. You have a mentor-protege agreement. They get to do a joint venture with the protege, and that joint venture can go after set-aside contracts, and the mentor can do 60% of that contract. So let me take a step back, right? In the 8A world, let's say you were a tribal organization with a brand new 8A. You don't have past performance experience, et cetera. You get Lockheed Martin to be your mentor. Lockheed Martin currently doesn't have access to sole source. They don't have access to 8A contracts, right? So maybe they want access to those. In exchange for access to those, they're willing to provide assistance in some of these areas. Doesn't have to be all of them. It can be some of them. So how does that work? They become your mentor. They commit to provide assistance. As a result of that, you're allowed to create a joint venture entity. It's a legal entity where the tribal 8A protege has to own 51%. So remember we talked about ownership and control in the 8A context? It's the same in the joint venture contracts. The protege has to own 51% of that joint venture and control. In exchange, that joint venture inherits the past performance and experience of both members, right? And it inherits the designation of the managing member, the protege. So that joint venture legal entity, 51% owned by the protege, becomes a tribal 8A. 49% owned by, what did I say, Lockheed Martin? 49% owned by Lockheed Martin. You now have a tribal 8A entity that has the past performance of Lockheed Martin and can go after sole source opportunities with the federal government. Why wouldn't the federal government want to give a direct award of a large sum to an entity that it has the past performance of Lockheed Martin. And Lockheed Martin can do 60% of the work because there's a mentor-protege agreement in place. Now, technically speaking, if you didn't have that mentor-protege agreement, you couldn't do a joint venture with Lockheed Martin because the SBA would say, wait a second, you have a small organization and you have a ginormous organization. You guys created a legal structure, you're affiliated, you're other than small, you're not eligible for 8A sole source opportunities. But because you have an SBA-approved mentor-protege agreement, you're exempted from any affiliation. That JV entity is considered an 8A small business, and that 8A small business inherits the past performance of both the members. That has become an incredible tool for small businesses to participate in federal contracting. So take that scenario. You don't have to be a tribal 8A. Let's say you're an individual 8A. If you're an individual 8A, individual hub zone, individual service disabled company, or an individual woman-owned small business, you have access to set-aside requirements. You have access to limited competition. Oftentimes, someone who's graduating from the small business program wants access to those things. Remember this morning we talked about, well, if there's a graduating 8A that had a contract that's about to expire, they want to find a partner to continue to keep doing some of that work, right? So your partner in this instance doesn't have to be Lockheed Martin. Your partner can be a graduating 8A that has learned how to maneuver the program and navigate the program, who has the experience of and the past performance of performing for the federal government, who's done the things that you're trying to learn, right? They've done BD, they've done HR or IT for federal government work. They can be your ideal mentor. They can be your mentor, they can provide you assistance, you can create the joint venture. That joint venture becomes an 8A because you're the managing member. They get to still do 60% of the work that they could have otherwise not done because they had graduated from the program. So I know that's a little bit complicated, but at a very high level, it's an opportunity for nascent companies to partner with firms that are larger or more sophisticated in order to gain benefits, networks, past performance, relationships, and entrance into the federal marketplace. And it has proved to be a very successful tool to use. And we can talk about some, what to look at and how to structure it. But in theory, or at least as a concept, I want to see if there's any questions with respect to the structure of the mentor-protege relationship, the structure of the joint venture, and how that actually inherits the experience and past performance of both members, but it inherits the size and status of the managing member, meaning the 8A, hub zone, women-owned, service disabled. Any questions on just the structure or how that might work or why that would be beneficial? No? Nothing online?
Oh, there is something.
I can hear you. I'll repeat it. Well, we'll have a mic.
How long does forming these entities usually take?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How long does forming one of these entities usually take?
Yeah, so that's a great question. How long does it take to form the mentor-protege relationship and then the joint venture? So look, when the program was first released, the SBA was actually approving mentor-protege agreements in less than 3 weeks, right? So you would find your mentor, you would go ahead and create the agreement, you would apply, and it would be approved in less than 3 weeks. At the same time, you could be creating the joint venture entity, which is the legal entity. Once your mentor-protege agreement was approved, you would sign off on the joint venture entity and you were off to the races. There's some approval processes sometimes required by the SBA. The challenge is that in the current environment, we're seeing anywhere from at least 6 to 9 months once your application gets into the SBA with respect to the mentor-protege agreement itself. So that is an important question because if you're looking at opportunities and pipelines to go after, you got to start well in advance, at least 6 to 9 months, because remember how I said you have your mentor-protege sort of umbrella agreement that the SBA approves. Your joint venture is subject to that being approved. So you can't start working on that joint venture and that legal entity until your MPA is approved. You want to give yourself at least a 6 to 9 month lead time in order to be ready for the opportunities that might be in your pipeline. Good question. Thank you. So if there isn't any other questions, yes, ma'am. She's bringing a mic over there. No worries.
Okay. Do you have any examples of like small minority women-owned consulting firms using their tribe as their mentor in these joint ventures?
Yeah, and they can, right? So that's a really good question, and to different degrees, right? So a lot of times, I shouldn't say a lot of times, there are certain tribal communities that, to Ian's point earlier, that really want to foster local economic development and growth and help foster that and entrance into the federal marketplace of the Native community, right? So to a large extent, when that is the mission of the tribe, because tribes can own multiple 8As, because tribes have 8As that graduate from the program, they can be ideal mentors. The one challenge is that historically or just traditionally, tribes tend to go after much larger opportunities than individual companies might be able to either pursue or be awarded on a sole source award. So what we've seen is, yes, in some instances, tribes will mentor individual 8As. That, to a large extent, is a tribal commitment to their Native community. In other instances, they will actually mentor other tribes as they're entering the federal marketplace to be able to bring them along to the capacity and capabilities of owning multiple 8A companies. But I've seen that, and in fact, I've seen Alaska Native corporations do that for their village corporations as well. Thank you for that question. I hope that answered it. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Hi. I'm looking to get more help with the contracting and bidding and being able to be a really good bidder.
Yep.
Because my goal is to get to be a prime on a DOE or DOT contract.
Awesome.
I'm in the clean energy and sustainability area.
Awesome.
And also to do international business, but learning the exchange and all the nuances is a challenge. So can you talk about the kind of help that we can get in that arena?
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, thank you for that question, actually, because this is where I was going to go with respect to identifying an ideal mentor, right? And I get that question a lot, is like, well, how do we find, is there a matchmaking program? Is there anything that allows us to find the ideal mentor? And unfortunately, you know, even when I was running these programs with the SBA is hesitant to get into that because they don't want to vouch for any potential, they feel it's a liability if they vouch for any potential mentor. And there isn't a lot of organizations, and even where they do exist, from my perspective, they want to charge some sort of finder's fee or some sort of success fee that sometimes doesn't make sense to me. For us as an organization, we actually, it happens organically amongst our clients. Like a lot of times our clients will be like, hey, I need a protege that is a women-owned service disabled 8A that's in IT services. Do you know anybody? And we're like, yeah, sure, we'll connect you. But that is, so there's a couple of things. One is in these areas, the mentor doesn't have to bring everything to the table. You can pick and choose. Two is, when I'm looking, the application for the SBA, oh, I can't move. Are you putting the tape down? So my time's almost up. Thank you. So ideally, you do the analysis of where your gaps are, right? Because a lot of times people, and the example I gave you with Lockheed, a lot of our clients will come in and say, hey, I want Lockheed as my mentor. Well, number one, you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime as a small business, right? So you want to make sure it's the right one. Number 2, Lockheed gets 3. 1, but up to 3 as long as they don't compete. At any given point, right? So they can rotate in and out, but they can only have 3. So do you think, no disrespect, but do you really think Lockheed's going to be your mentor? Because they have all sorts of relationship throughout all their subsidiaries. It's pretty hard for them to be your mentor. But what we tell clients is, look, do a gap analysis. Like, these are the things that would make me super successful if I could get assistance, like bidding, like what you just said, like networks. I don't have the right networks at the right agencies, and I can't get my foot in the door. Or proposal preparation, or project implementation, or even bonding capacity or financial capacity. Under the new program, they can invest up to 40% of equity into your organization without finding of any affiliation. So do that gap analysis and then find the mentor that meets that gap, because you only get 2. So from my perspective, the example I gave with respect to the graduated 8A, for me, I want to find someone that's been in my shoes, that's been super successful, that is now grown out of the small business program, but could probably benefit. I always used to call it the post-8A program or the post-small business program, because they graduated, but now they can still benefit from the program if they're willing to give some assistance. They can do 60% of work. So it's almost like the post-small business program for firms that graduate. So from my perspective, I would look at someone that's been in my shoes, who's been really successful, who's graduated. Maybe even do the analysis we talked about this morning, who's buying what I'm selling and who's the really growing company, because you can go back in history 50 years on who's been selling to this agency over the last 50 years. You can track down who's been super successful. They could be your mentor. Getting in the door, making that relationship, it's like a marriage, quite frankly. You want to sort of start dating before you get married. You might want to do like a prime sub relationship. You might want to do some teaming relationships before you get into a mentor protege program. Like I said, you only get 2. It's 3 plus 3, so you do 3 years. If everything's going well, you get an additional 3 years, and then you can get a second one. And that second one can be at the same time, or a lot of firms make them, I'll do this 6 and then I'll go to the next 6. They'll do them separately. And under that MPA, you can create as many joint ventures as you need. So you can create joint venture number 1. It lasts 2 years from the date of your award, right? So you create the MPA, you create your first joint venture. Then for 2 years after your first award, you can continue to get contracts. But what the SBA says is that once that 2 years is up, you can just create joint venture number 2 and go and pursue more contracts. And again, joint venture number 3. SBA has said, like, at some point, there might be too many joint ventures, and we're going to, even though you have the MPA, we're going to find you affiliated, which means we'll combine your revenues to determine if you're small. However, even though they say that, they've never found that. I've seen mentor-protege joint ventures with like 12 or 13 JVs. I don't even know why they had that many, but I've seen that, and they haven't been found affiliated. So when you fill out your application on this, and it's on the website, it is pretty simple. It's a template. The most important part is the preamble, which talks about why is the mentor capable of providing the services and the assistance, and how does it match your industry and your requirements. Like, you can't get a mentor that, I always got to be careful saying this, you can't get a mentor that's in shipbuilding, right, to assist me if I'm in renewable energy. Because they're going to be saying, like, why? Why is that mentor want to, and what do they have to offer? And it can't just be, well, they want to go after 8A set-aside contracts, right? That can't be the answer. It's got to be, hey, they're in my industry, in my primary NAICS code or my secondary NAICS code. These are the things they've done. These are the things I want to do, and that's a match. So that's number 1, the preamble. And then in the assistance chart, a lot of times when we advise mentors, we're like, hey, make the assistance chart, a little bit vague, a little bit fuzzy, because you have to report every year to the SBA, and you want to say you're doing a good job, because after 3 years, you want to get the additional 3 years. So make it something you can deliver against. When we're advising proteges, we say, hey, make it really specific, because you only get 2 of these guys, and you want all the assistance that you think you need, and you want it specific, you want the time frame, you want to know who's going to provide it, how they're going to provide it, when they're going to provide it. Make it as specific as possible. In honesty, I think somewhere in the middle makes the most sense, right? So something that you can report success to the SBA because you have to do it annually, but also something that the protege will ultimately be able to track and benefit from, because like I said, you only get two. So once you've identified this assistance that you need, you've done your gap analysis. Again, the application, I wouldn't, sometimes when we have a mentor that's really large, like IBM or, I don't know, like one of the large consulting firms like Deloitte, they will want to mess around with the language in there and put like indemnification language and some other stuff that lawyers think of. That honestly slows down the process. Now, your mentor might say, I'm not going to do it unless I can put this language in. And then sometimes the SBA will go back and forth. It'll go to their Office of General Counsel, and ultimately they'll have a draft that they will accept. But when we were talking about time frames, that just increases the time frames more, right? So if you can stick to the template, I'd stick to the template. The most important parts are the chart of assistance and the preamble. And then you're probably looking at 6 to 9 months until it's approved. So real quick, I guess, on protege eligibility, I just want to make it clear that for the protege, you only get 2 in your lifetime. For the protege, you have to be, you have to be eligible for the program and continuously eligible and approved for the program that you are participating in. In other words, if you're the 8A, you have to continue to maintain your 8A eligibility for the life of the MPA in order to continue to have that joint venture eligible for the program. A lot of times folks will ask me, well, I started out as a hub zone and then halfway through I got my 8A certification. Is that joint venture now an 8A hub zone certified entity? Yes, the designations flow from the managing member, from the protege. So whatever designations the protege has flows to that joint venture. And again, ideally, a mentor, we talked about this morning, right? The more socio-categories you can qualify for, probably the better, because the mentor is thinking, well, okay, how about if I could find a protege where I can team up with an entity that's hub zone, woman-owned, service-disabled, and 8A. I just found the unicorn. And we quite frankly have some clients like that, and quite frankly, there is a lot of mentors that are ideally looking for them. So they have a better opportunity to identify potential partners than other firms, right? So it's important to think about like your certifications and what you qualify for and making sure that you go after all of them. Any questions so far around the structure of the joint venture or the mentor-protege agreement or lifetime or life cycle of a mentor-protege agreement? No? Okay. Okay. Okay, so now what I'd like to talk about is given, well, one other quick sort of thing I just want to mention with respect to the approval process. Historically, for 8A companies, when you had your joint venture approved, you used to have your joint venture, when you established your joint venture, you used to have it approved at the district office, right? So it used to be, I have my MPA, I created a joint venture, my joint venture would have to go to the district office to get approved, I'd get it approved by the SBA, so I had a golden stamp that said you have an approved joint venture, and you can go ahead and bid on it. Once the program got expanded to all small businesses, because all small businesses don't have a business opportunity specialist at the district office, joint ventures weren't getting approved anymore, right? But they're subject to protest. And 8As, for a while, were all getting approved, but now only if there's a sole source award does the district office even look at it. And to a large extent, they're just checking the box to make sure that the regs are in there. So your joint ventures are subject to protest. And why do I say that? Because it's really critical to make sure you follow the regulations on ownership and control, right? So when you set up that joint venture legal entity, a lot of times folks have a template. They're like, this template's been around, you know, I know this firm used it, and I'm just going to use this joint venture operating agreement template, and I'll be fine. If you get protested, that template OA is going to go to the SBA, and they're going to say, wait a second, you missed this one reg. You're not, you're affiliated with your mentor because you didn't follow all the regs. I'm sorry, you can't get awarded this requirement. So when you worked on an MPA for, would we say, 5 to 6 months, when you worked on your joint venture, when you worked on your pipeline, you won an opportunity, you got an award, you got it protested, now all of a sudden you're found to be other than small because not following the regs. And I'll give you one example real quick. And I know my time is kind of running out. I'll give you one example real quick. Someone came to us, they had a joint venture operating agreement with a big Fortune 500 oil company. The regs have to say that regardless of what happens to the mentor and protege relationship, both members will continue to carry out the contract. So you have to commit to that. No matter what happens, mentor's responsible, protege's responsible to carry out the contract. This draft said no matter what happens, they will, I'm sorry, I was going over again. No matter what happens, we will continue to carry out the 8A contract, right? They thought they were only going to go after 8A contracts. Guess what? They got awarded a HubZone contract. Because a lot of folks know that there's probably a chance that you might have messed up and not put all the regulations into your JVOA, a lot of these get protested. They got protested. It was a HubZone contract. The SBA looked at it and said, oh yeah, that provision's in there. But it doesn't say HubZone contract, it says 8A contract. Sorry, you didn't follow the regulations, you don't get this award. So that's just something to be aware of with respect, and the regs keep changing, right? Just for awareness, the joint venture operating agreement is critical because your joint venture award can be protested. Last thing on this before I just talk about the current environment. Last thing on this that I would say is you can do a small to small JV, right? So what does that mean? You don't have to have an MPA if your partner is also small for the opportunity that you're pursuing. So let's say you know a service-disabled veteran-owned company that's also small, and you're an 8A company. Let's say in this environment, and we're going to talk about this, service-disabled companies are doing really well. They're getting promoted by the administration. DEI is sort of bad and negative. Women-owned, we don't know. Service-disabled is doing really well. So what do you do with your service-disabled partner? Now, you got to trust them because they're going to be the 51% owner and they're going to own and control, right? But you create a joint venture with them. They're the 51% owner. You're the 49% owner. That joint venture inherits the managing member's designation. So that joint venture becomes an SDVO, right? But it inherits both your past performance. So now you go to your client and they say, oh, wait a second. You know what, we're not doing 8A anymore. We're only doing SDVO. We really like you. We like your past performance, but I'm getting beat up upstairs. I got to do SDVO. You're like, great, you can get to us. Here's an SDVO that gets to us. You can still get to us, but you'll get SDVO credit. So that joint venture is a really flexible way of dealing with the current complexities. But you can also do it vice versa, if that's a term, joint venture. So you can do that first joint venture where they're 51%. You can turn around and do a joint venture where you're 51%, right? So let's say you walk in the next door and they go, oh, yeah, we're not doing SDVO today. We're doing 8A. I'm like, okay. Well, here's my joint venture that is an 8A joint venture, and it has the same past performance and experience that you need. So now that you can get to that too. Now, because you don't have a mentor-protege agreement that exempts you from affiliation, you don't want to do that every day, all day with the same partner. Because at some point, it's okay to do the vice versa, right? But if all your revenues are coming from those joint ventures, eventually the SBA is going to say, wait a second, you guys are really just one organization. So we're going to combine your revenues to determine if you're really still small. So you just want to be cautious of that. It's definitely a strategy to use in this environment. I was just at the Hub Zone Council conference. I was talking to a group of people, very similar, talking about the challenges with the current environment. And they were all complaining about how small business dollars are down, and we can look at that. Small business dollars are down, and Hub Zone dollars are down. And I asked, you know, how many people have a joint venture agreement? Almost no one raised their hand, right? And I said, well, how many people are partnering up with, you know, firms or types of entities that are winning more and more contracts? Again, nobody raised their hand. So I think if you look at the numbers overall, right, and this is interesting because this is a trend that has been going on year after year after year. Even though for a while we saw the dollars going up, the percentages have been going down. So every category has lower dollars between 24 and 25. Percentage-wise, SDVO is higher. Service disabled, veteran-owned small businesses. And a unique thing this year, right, this year, a first time ever through, where are we at? We're almost in August. Through the first 3 quarters of the year, service disabled, veteran-owned small business dollars are beating out 8A dollars. So even with our tribal organizations and partners, we have sort of encouraged them, and they have been looking for joint ventures and partners with service disabled, veteran-owned small businesses. So that's something I would encourage you to look at. Why is all this, and how much time do I have? Do we know? Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes? 7? Okay. 5 minutes. Okay. So why is this all happening, right? There's a couple of things. One is, and I'll talk about, and I've sort of talked about the, you know, the Trump, and it's, you know, it's not all bad. I mean, it's not all bad, right? We're all taxpayers, right? We all want efficiency in federal government. If there's inefficiency, we want it to be gone. But the fact that a lot of the focus has ended up being an impact to either the set-aside programs or small businesses is, you can't escape that, right? I mean, you just can't, when you look at the actual dollars, you can't escape the fact that it has just ultimately impacted mostly small businesses. And it might have not been by design, by the way. Small businesses, by definition, don't always have the resources, legal, advisory, lobbying, etc., to push back and fight when there's challenges, right? Large businesses do. So we've seen that happen over and over again. Even with the DOGE situation, a lot of small businesses that were terminated for convenience just accepted the notice, signed off, and went home. They shouldn't have done that, right? When you get terminated for convenience, there's a settlement clause. You can settle for lost profit. You can settle for termination costs, shutdown costs, advisory costs, legal costs. A lot of small businesses didn't know that. Large businesses knew that. So when they came out and said, oh, we're doing DOGE and we're canceling all these contracts, the contract just didn't end today and I saved all that money. For those that submitted settlement agreements, they got a lot of their costs associated with that contract reimbursed. So that's one place that small businesses have been hurt a lot. The other is a lot of the sort of the efficiencies in contracting and DEI. DEI, obviously, the perception that these programs are DEI as opposed to industrial based. So from my perspective, if you're in this administration and you're concerned about competitiveness, industrial base, small business, which everybody claims they're concerned about, these programs are actually that. They're not DEI. But the perception has been DEI, and that has impacted the programs. The other thing that you should be aware of, and I know I'm running out of time, how many folks are aware of category management or best-in-class vehicles? Talked about it briefly this morning. So because of efficiency, the government is establishing government-wide acquisition vehicles. So in other words, instead of doing 1,000 widget contracts, they're doing one big widget contract with 10 contract holders so they can buy on volume, bring down prices, and mitigate risk and have 10 people to go to or 10 firms to go to rather than 1,000. That's great for the government. They buy like Walmart, right? Bring volume, bring down volume, bring down price. But it's bad for all the other thousands of small businesses that used to sell to the government. So the best-in-class category management sort of focus has also impacted small business participation. Why? Because small businesses can't get on that huge widget contract because the requirements to get on that huge widget contract are huge. You have to have a $100 million contract. You have to, time up, 1 minute? You have to have a $100 million contract. So that, again, when we see, 138,000 contracts were canceled as a result of the focus on best in class in category management. And that's why we're seeing the reduction of all these participants. And then on the right, the small business industrial base, so if you had individual contractors participating in federal contracting in 2010, it's down 50% since 2010, the number of individual small businesses participating in federal contracting. So again, that's not to dissuade you, but that's just to make you aware of how the federal government is buying. And when you have a mentor-protege joint venture and your qualifications come from your mentor, it's easier to get on one of these government-wide acquisition contracts, right? As opposed to doing it yourself. So let me stop there. I know my time is over. I thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience, Kaya.
Anyone?
My time's up. Thank you.
You have questions? Anyone?
Last slide. Thank you. You just wanted that? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John.
Where's your basket? Drum roll. You can pull the name.
Yeah. All right. We're getting ready for our next break, but we're going to continue with presentations at 2:30, but we're going to do our 2 drawings for our Reservation Economics Summit. It's going to be set for March 22, 23, 24, 25 of 2027. Must be present to win. If we draw your name, it can't be transferred to anyone. And anything else? Okay, yes. If you didn't add your business card, you can run up here and add it now if you like, before we do the first 2 drawings.
Sure.
No? No? Okay.
You want to put your card in there? Yeah. I can run that.
All right, our first one.
Want me to pick it out?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not looking. It's this one.
All right, Joseph Cerny. Yay. Okay, I'll be emailing you. And then one more. And then we'll do our last one at the end of the day. Sandra Fisher? Sandra Fisher? Oh no, have to be present. Okay, yeah. That's pretty. Faustina Morrow? Yeah. Oh, awesome. Okay, I will be emailing you both about the free res ticket. So we're gonna continue, take a short break at 2:30. So stick around.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage, Alaska at the SBDC, Small Business Development Center's Summit, focusing on AI and how AI technology can assist your business.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Res Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you got to do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm going to make 10 contacts today. I'm going to make one contact that's going to be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
The beauty is out there. The beauty within. The creation of all people, all creatures. The beauty that we carry throughout one another, which is the circle of life.
Well, we started tourism out at Grand Canyon West in 1988. I think we might be one of the most successful non-gaming tribes in the United States. Our best year was 110 million, I think right before COVID. Prior to COVID, we were collecting around $7 million in sales tax. We're looking at different ways of how to develop that economic impact for us, from our elders to our generations that we have today and the future generations, that stepping stone.
Wallapai, when they created Grand Canyon Resort Corporation, it was created for the purposes of showing us how to run a successful tourism business.
Come out and start something, create something. It's not too late to start that business. It's not too late to do what I want to do.
Community really needs an economy, and it is super important for tribes to figure this out, especially tribes in rural areas. Ask tribal members, how long are your people going to live in their areas where they are now? And the answer is going to be forever.
When the sun rises in the east, it'll create the profiles of the men who rise and fall. When I talk about the columns, I talk about the pillars, women, the women who stand with the beauty.
Securing those basic things like water, power, waste removal, it's been, it's come with its challenges, but, as we continue to grow, Grand Canyon West continues to grow. A few years ago, we actually settled our water rights with the Colorado and Arizona and the state compact. So now Wallapai are actually one of the first tribes that have, access to the Colorado River.
I've been doing this since 1973. Right now we're up to like maybe a little over 100 people a day. Most of the people say, I don't want to go home.
The Skywalk opened in 2007.
It doubled, almost tripled our revenues, our customers overnight.
The men who rise and fall will rise again tomorrow. We are the beauty that is created by water. We have our struggles, like the water, we'll always find a way.
To grow my business, to expand my business, you can look to the National Center for a lot of help.
The program has been absolutely fabulous. They've really taught us the ins and outs of developing your business and providing educational workshops that we attend.
We need to start utilizing a lot of our individuals who are very smart, very hands-on, giving them the opportunity, the chance to, create something. And that's what I think the economy is opportunity for everybody.
Independence for us is building generational wealth. It's the American dream to own your own small business.
Your dreams can become reality, and now is the time for everyone to have that reality.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm Charmaine Charlie. I'm the office manager at the National Center. And our next presenter is Maureen Henderson. She's a regional director at the Niagara Small Business Development Center. So please welcome Maureen.
Okay, I've been told I have to use the microphone. I can't just speak loudly. Am I okay here? Okay, good. Okay, so many rules. My name is Maureen Henderson. I am the director of the Niagara Small Business Development Center, and today I'm here to talk to you about positioning your business for funding success. So let's see if I can figure out how to work this. There we go. So quick agenda. We're going to talk about some introductions and then look at what funding options are available, what are funders looking for, and what should you have prepared when you're going to a funder. So a little bit about myself. I am a lifelong Western New York native. I went to college in Cattaraugus County at St. Bonaventure University, where I got my bachelor's and my master's. I have been with the Niagara SBDC since 2007, so it'll be 19 years in November. In 2021, I became director. Before that, I was a counselor. And I am advanced certified with the New York SBDC, which means I have met some metrics with my clients. I have provided service to our program, service to our community. And with that, I did have to pick a specialty, and my specialty is procurement. I love working with businesses that may qualify for certifications or that are looking at doing business with the government or large contractors. I am the chair of our statewide professional development committee. I love that. I get to help all my colleagues across the state with their professional development and growing their knowledge base. And outside of work, most of my time goes to my kids and their activities. I'm the vice president for our local music boosters at their school, and I coach soccer, which has been canceled a lot this year because of the weather. So, fingers crossed, we have it tonight. So, as I said, introductions we're going to start with. First thing is we at the Niagara SBDC are part of the New York Small Business Development Center. So we're a network of 20 centers across the state, and we're each hosted by a SUNY or a CUNY school, or we do have a couple private colleges that we are also hosted by. And then we have over 70 satellite locations in addition to those 20 regional centers. We were created in 1984, and our center at Niagara is one of the original 4. We're an accredited member of America's SBDC, that's our national organization, and we are an SBA resource partner. So we receive funding through the SBA, and we follow all of the federal SBA guidelines. It did include not just our website, but I included our state website in case you are not from this area or you're thinking about expanding to another part of the state. And then I also did include America's SBDC in case you're ever looking at small business assistance elsewhere. Every state and territory does have their own SBDC. We assist anyone doing business in New York State, as long as it is federally legal. I have to put that caveat in there. So if it is something that is federally illegal, unfortunately we cannot help you with it. But other than that, we can assist with pretty much anything. We don't give legal advice, but we do work with some pro bono attorneys who do assist small businesses. And we don't give tax law advice because we are not CPAs, but we can definitely find you resources on that as well. But everything else, startup information, marketing, any kind of research, whether it's industry research, consumer mapping, exporting, certainly procurement and certifications, all of that we're glad to help with. And because we are funded through the SBA and through SUNY, we are paid for already, and there's no charge for our services, and also everything is confidential. So, just by a show of hands, I just wanted to know a little bit about you guys. So how many people have their own business? A couple, okay. And how many of you have been in business for 5 years or less? Okay, so still pretty new to business. And then anybody over 20 years? Okay. How many of you are located in New York? Okay, great. And how many of you, have you ever taken out a business loan? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but okay, so I'm gonna teach you a little bit about this today if you ever think you need to, or at that point. And how many of you fear record keeping and anything finance? Okay, we get that a lot. That's usually the scariest part of being a small business owner because I think we associate that with the biggest consequence, right? If we don't do something right, that could be big trouble. So what are your funding options? There's a lot of chatter out there about where to find funding, what is available, whether you're a startup or an existing business, depending on your industry. So I'm gonna start by going over the types of loans that you could be looking at so that you have this knowledge. So very common is a term loan. This is pretty common across any type of loans, whether it's small business or personal, but you're making an interest in a principal payment regularly scheduled over a certain period of time. The interest rate may be fixed, it may be variable, but you generally have an idea of what your payment's going to be and when those payments will be done. Equipment lease. So this is a type of financing if you're looking at specific equipment. In some industries it's pretty common and others not so much. But it is always worth looking into because a lot of times you can get pretty good terms if you can find a company that will lease that specific equipment. A commercial mortgage, so that would be if there is a building or property involved, just like if you have a mortgage for your home, very similar kind of terms. A line of credit, so line of credit is unsecured, which banks don't love. Sometimes as a startup, it can be difficult to get an unsecured line of credit. But if you can, it can be a great way to go, especially if you need it for working capital, because you are only paying interest on what you're using. Term loan, you get the full amount. you're paying interest on the full amount, whether it's sitting in your bank account or not, line of credit, only paying on that principal that's out. I always like to point out, people say, well, I'm coming to you, I want to get an SBA loan. Well, the SBA does not actually loan money, except in instances of declared disasters. But for the most part, you're going to be going to a bank and getting actually a loan that is guaranteed by the SBA. So the U.S. Small Business Administration works with that bank, and they tell the bank, if this person defaults, we're going to pay up to a certain percentage back to the bank, so it's not as risky for the bank. So that can help, especially if you are a newer business or you're maybe doing something that's a little more risky. I also like to mention grants as a type of funding. We get a lot of people who come to us and say, I want a grant for my business. And unfortunately, we have to say, okay, it's not usually that easy. Grants usually are either geographically specific, like from the municipality that you're in, maybe the county or the town, or they're industry specific. We work with a lot of agriculture clients. The USDA definitely has some agriculture grants available. Or if you are in research and development and technology, there may be programs. But for the most part, you're going to be looking at small grants that have to do with your municipality. A grant usually does not have repayment. Sometimes you will see them called deferred loans, and that's because you have to meet certain requirements before they actually forgive the loan or make it a grant technically. And there is often a match requirement. It's pretty unusual for you to apply for a grant and not have to put anything into that project or startup as well. Usually I've seen it range everywhere from 10% up to 100%, but there usually is that match requirement, because just like with funding, the lender wants to see, or the funder wants to see, that you have some skin in the game. And there are lots of rules with grants too. It's not usually a free-for-all. They're going to want to know specifically what you're using that money for, and they're going to want to see documentation, and you're going to have to submit things after. Okay, so now on to who's lending. So there are traditional lenders. This would be your banks and credit unions. Usually what we think of first when we think of a lender. There are also a great option for lending is the Community Development Financial Institution, or CDFI. CDFIs were created, they are nonprofits, they are mission driven. So we see them a lot in underserved communities or wanting to serve underserved communities, and they do more than just lend. They also provide technical assistance, trainings. They want to see you be successful, not just pay back the loan. Oftentimes the loan terms, the interest is a little bit higher, but they're also more flexible. If someone has poor credit or no credit history, they don't have a lot of equity to put into the project themselves, a CDFI can be a great option for that. They don't just go by credit score, which most banks and credit unions do. A CDFI would look at your credit. If you have a poor credit score, they may look at it and say, well, why? And is it on the upswing? Not just, what is that number? Crowdfunding, you've probably heard of Kickstarter or Indiegogo. This is where a lot of people give a little bit of money. It does involve a campaign. There are businesses out there that will help you with that campaign, because in order to have a successful Kickstarter, you really do need to have a great campaign put together. And so that means the marketing of it, the incentives to get people to donate. It's very common in certain industries. In gaming, in what else is publishing, things like that. Crowdfunding can be very successful. Some industries it's pretty unusual, but I've had clients who have not needed a huge amount of money, but it was a great option for them instead of going to a bank. Professional investors, so these would be venture capitalists, angel investors, people who have money and want to invest it in order to get a good return on that money. They usually are going to require some sort of ownership in your company and possibly some input. Private investors, so this may be friends and family who want to invest in your business, they may require ownership, they may not. A lot of times they just want to see you succeed and want to get their money back, maybe with a little bit of extra. I always recommend if you're going that route, you certainly want to get an attorney involved to draw up a contract. You want to get some legal help and legal advice because you don't want to lose relationships because of that. Using your equity and assets. So this could be your retirement account, a home equity loan on your home. These can work, but just be aware that they are on the more risky side. A lot of times this is a conversation between, if you have a family, you're going to need to think about that, right? This, when we see people come to us and they say this is their strategy for funding their business, we always make sure that they have talked to their spouse or their kids or whoever is going to take care of them down the line and whoever else this might affect. So I kind of put these in order of riskiness as we're going down. Merchant cash advances, or this is sometimes you might hear called factoring. This is where a company takes a percentage of your sales, sometimes every day, and you get in return a quick loan. It's usually a very quick, easy application, not a lot involved, but then they take that and you think, oh, okay, that's not bad. They're taking a percentage, so it's not like they're taking all of my sales. Well, it adds up really quick and it can really tighten up your cash flow. So this is something you would definitely want to think about if this is the route you want to go. Online lenders, be wary. There definitely are some reputable lenders out there, but there are a lot that aren't. They're going to charge you exorbitant amounts of interest. A lot of times it's a time factor. You need the money quickly. We like to see people come to us before it gets to that point where they need an immediate cash injection so that we can talk about some of the other options. Some of the CDFIs do operate pretty quickly. And we're gonna talk about what to have prepared. If you have those things prepared and you do have a cash crunch or a project comes up that you need some funding for, then hopefully you can go to a funder and get that pretty quickly. So what are funders looking? Any questions on anything I've gone over so far? Just stop me anytime. Okay. So the funders are gonna want to make sure you know your numbers. I can't tell you how many times I've had a client come in and I have said, okay, and they're an existing business and they tell me they need to work on their business plan and I say, okay, bring in your past 3 years of taxes or year or two, whatever they have, and they bring it in and we start going over the numbers and I'm like, okay, well, what is included in this expense? I have no idea. My accountant just puts those numbers in there. Well, you need to know that. This is your business. You're the one who is liable for these things. And you need to understand so that you know if you are able to make a purchase, take on a project, buy a piece of equipment, whatever it is. So knowing your numbers is really important. First of all, your personal credit score. Loans are almost always personally guaranteed, especially in the beginning. If you are a startup business, you're going for a loan, you're going to have to personally guarantee that. You can work on your business's credit. There are certain steps you need to take to do that, to grow and to get your business to be able to guarantee a loan. But for the most part, they're going to look at any owners that own more than 20% of the business. Your most recent profit and loss. So a profit and loss shows all the money coming in, all the money going out. If you're using a software system like QuickBooks or Xero or something like that, you can usually pull these pretty quickly as long as your bookkeeping is up to date, which I know is usually the biggest struggle. Same thing with the balance sheet. So a balance sheet shows your assets, liabilities, and your equity at a specific time. And having a recent balance sheet to show a lender can be very important so they can see a good picture of your business. Your monthly cash needs. So approximately how much do you need each month in overhead expenses to make your business operate? Your rent, your utilities, your insurance, those kinds of things. Any existing debts that you might have that you're paying back. Your gross profit margin. So this is your sales minus just those direct costs or the cost of goods sold. So this can indicate your production. If you have any production problems, any pricing problems, this would be evident in that. And then also your net profit margin. So then we take that amount of our gross profit and then take out our monthly expenses. So it shows, okay, how much are you really making every month? And then a project cash needs. So if you go to a lender and they say, well, how much are you looking, and you say, I want to open a second location. Okay, well, how much are you looking for? I have no idea. I'm guessing around $50,000. Well, that's okay, I guess, but really, if you're like, I need exactly $55,000, I have a list here of everything that I need to spend that money on. They're going to take you a lot more seriously because you've done some homework. Has anybody ever heard of the 5 C's of lending or 5 C's of credit? So this can be really important too. Always something to keep in mind. This can go for personal, well, not so much for personal lending, but I guess it could. 5 C's of lending, very important in any kind of commercial lending. Character. So I always tell people we include a resume, and it doesn't have to just be the things that are specific to your industry or to your business, because any kind of work history shows character, right? You've been a manager at another type of business. Great, that shows skills that are necessary in being a small business owner. So your credit history, your reputation, track record of repaying debts, all those go to your character. Capacity, so that's your ability to repay what you want to borrow. Capital is what are you putting in, your personal funds. It is, I'm just trying to think, in 18 years, I can't really think of any examples where someone has gotten a loan or a grant without putting any funds in, other than if it's like a business pitch competition and they won something. But the lender is going to want to see that you have some skin in the game. Collateral, so if you do have assets to pledge against the loan, that can be helpful because, again, the bank likes secured. If you default, they could take something. And then the conditions. So this is kind of the environment. Is the business that you're in, is that industry growing? Is your community growing? Which might mean your target market or your core customers are growing. What are the trends in your industry? So those are the 5 C's of lending. So I just like to let everybody know that. Something always good to keep in mind. So what it is going to come down to, you know you want to expand. You want to take on a big contract. You want to grow your product line. You want to do something that you're going to need some money for. So before you even go to a bank, there's something, or a lender, any kind of lender, there's some things you should have prepared. First and foremost is a business plan. So a business plan is going to tell the story of your business. Because most likely, you're not going to be in front of the person who is making this decision. You're going to give your business plan to someone. It will then get passed to a banker. It will get passed on to a business development person at the bank who will then pass it on to an underwriter. So you need that to give them a good picture and tell the story of your business. So the good news is there is a lot of help for business plans. First of all, us, the Small Business Development Centers. This is one of the biggest things we do is help people with their business plans. And again, no cost for it. We don't write it for you. We absolutely help you step by step with it. We try to make it as easy as possible. But we realize that this is probably once in a lifetime thing that you're going to do, not something you're familiar with. We do it all the time. There is also SCORE, which is another free resource. They used to be an SBA resource. They're It stands for the Service Corps of Retired Executives. So it's a bunch of, well, I shouldn't say, they've changed over the years. It started out as some retired executives who wanted to mentor businesses. Now we see people who are still working and consulting, and they do want to volunteer their time and mentor small businesses and help them. SCORE can be great for industry-specific information. I've even had clients who I've suggested go onto the National SCORE website. You can search through every SCORE mentor. So you can find somebody specific to your industry. Doesn't matter where they are. They could be in Hawaii, and you can still work with them. Consultants, you can pay someone to help you with your business plan. That sometimes is the only option. You're working so hard, you have no idea, how to even find time to go to an SBDC or talk with a SCORE mentor. You might need to pay somebody. Lastly, I have AI. AI can be a great start. I am by no means anti-AI. As I think Jacob said a couple sessions back, he said AI, it can be a good tool, something like that. But it can be a great tool. So I always like to use the analogy, it's kind of like a sandwich where AI is the stuff in the middle, but you need the human part. The bread is like the human part, like you're putting in the content, it's your thoughts, your ideas, and then you put it in AI, polishes it up, tells you if you're missing anything. Then at the end, you have to review it, make sure it still is what the story that you're trying to get across. And we can tell, and I know bankers can tell too, if somebody comes in with a business plan and it's completely AI generated. Even before AI, we used to see this with business plan writing software, and people would always forget to change their name in all the places and things like that. That can show bankers that you're not really willing to put the work in, so that may be a negative on that side of things. But certainly using AI can be a very helpful tool. And don't always trust if you're using it for industry research, just be wary. Sometimes the research is correct, sometimes it isn't. So you always want to double check anything that it gives you. With that business plan are your financial projections. So this is going forward for 3 years. We will help you create projections, balance sheet, income statement, cash flow statements, forward 3 to 5 years, depending on your industry. Sometimes with agriculture, we may go even further, but that will show your ability to repay the debt. Your project cash needs, I already talked about this. You want to include all of the funding, the money, what the loan or the grant is paying for, what you're putting money in towards. If you can have documentation, that is preferred, because again, it's showing that you did your homework. And this might be invoices or purchase orders from vendors. You might go in Amazon or restaurant.com and create a cart and print that cart out. That's fine. That may not be the exact equipment that you're buying, but it shows, again, that you've done your homework, so you know that your numbers are pretty accurate. You're not just pulling them out of thin air. Last thing you want to come in prepared with is a pitch. Now, we hear a lot about elevator pitches, especially when you're first going into business. You should have this little 30 to 60 second elevator pitch to tell people about your business. Well, when you're going for a loan, you want to expand on that. You want it to be a little bit longer. Yes, you want to introduce yourself, you want to tell what your business is about, but you want to tell a little bit more about what this project is going to be about. These can be very helpful to a pitch like this if you are, if you're looking into procurement, if you are just at the very beginning stages of it, and you have not really done a lot of pitch meetings or sales meetings with larger purchasers or government agencies. It can be something you want to work on. Lastly, financial documents. So these are things, if you are in business, that you would already have. Your past 3 years of taxes or up to 3 years. And if you haven't been in business, they're still going to want to see your past 3 years of personal taxes. Recent bank account statements, profit and loss, and balance sheets, and by recent, I mean within 90 days. It's another reason it's important to keep your bookkeeping as up to date as possible. Try to go in once a month to get everything in there. I know it is our least favorite thing to do, is that bookkeeping, but it can be so important for your business. That's everything that I have on funding. I do have my contact information here, and again, I have our website, our state website, and the national website. And what kind of questions do you guys have for me?
Questions, anyone? Any online? No? Okay.
Nobody? Okay.
Can you kind of go into how they can rebuild their credit, especially if they're starting out?
Yeah. So if you are a startup business and you go to a lender, they are going to require you to personally guarantee that loan. If you know that down the line you want to grow the business so that you can use the business as a business credit in order to secure loans, you're going to need to have some sort, first of all, have a legal form of business other than a sole proprietorship or general partnership. You are going to need to have some sort of LLC, corporation, possibly even a co-op, but so that's the first thing, because you need to have a separate entity from yourself, which will have its own EIN number, completely separate. At that point, you can then start working with vendors who report to the credit bureaus. So they may, it might be a vendor who you buy from regularly, and they report to the credit bureaus that you always pay on time, that you have a good relationship with them, and those are the first steps in building your business's credit. Just like you would with your personal credit. But you do have to have that separate entity. And it takes a while. It's not a quick process. It takes years. Anything else?
Yeah, we were just curious, how do people get loans if they're on reservation lands and it's in trust by the federal government, since they don't really own the land?
Oh.
Any knowledge on that?
I'm not 100% sure of that. So how would they buy? How would they purchase the building, you mean?
Yeah, like the collateral wouldn't really necessarily be there, being that it's a trust relationship with the tribes.
Right. Not every loan requires, well, first of all, there may be other options. A traditional lender like a bank or a credit union, it's a very black and white situation. They want a certain credit score. They want collateral. Places like CDFIs, as I mentioned, they cater specifically to underserved communities. And by underserved, I mean that might be a certain population. It might be a certain geographic location. So they're much more flexible. So I would say probably going with a CDFI would be a better choice.
And then, do you know, is it true that your counterpart SCORE, kind of one big family, right? Sometimes they're actual investors, aren't they? Aren't they kind of working like
So SCORE has undergone some changes recently because they were, so the SBDC in New York State, we are all employees of the SBDC. SCORE was volunteers, but they also received SBA funding. Well, the federal government has undergone some changes, and they no longer receive the SBA funding that they used to. So they have been changing. So in the past, because of confidentiality and conflict of interest, I don't believe that they could. But now that things have changed for them as far as their funder, that may be an option for some of them. And it does tend to be, I will say, I mean, a lot of these folks who are the SCORE mentors usually have had a very successful career and probably do have more funding to invest themselves, yeah. And have a network of colleagues and stakeholders that they would be able to refer to.
I know you mentioned that you our SBDC New York delved into some of the international trade stuff. I know we're going to have a session on it afterwards, but do you guys do anything with the STEP program?
The STEP program?
Yes.
No, we don't. But I would love to learn more about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
STEP program is, I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but it's State Trade Expansion Program, I believe. They give certain amounts of funding for small businesses who are needing assistance when it comes to international trades, whether if it's transitioning. And it varies state by state, so I did not look up any of the information for New York, so that's why I was kind of requesting it. But it varies, if they have, they need to update their website to maybe their target audience is in another language, and so it helps with funding that. Or if they're on a trade mission and they're gonna be exhibiting,
yes,
then some of that funding can go towards that. Oh, you're gonna talk?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry.
Okay. Awesome. So we always tell people we may not know everything, but we probably know who to send you to next to find that out. So if we did have a client who came to us and was looking at exporting, we absolutely would want to say, let's bring in some other people to talk about this who are experts in exporting and therefore funding. Same thing with, I don't know if you're familiar with SBIR, STTR, same kind of thing. We have, and especially in our network across the state, we have over 150 advisors. Some have very specific specialties, and we co-counsel together even at different centers. I have an agricultural specialist on my team, which we're very lucky for, but we do have a manufacturing expert, we have an SBI, STTR expert, same thing, so yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Next, we are going to just keep on going. We have Jonathan Brady, Senior Business Development Specialist with the Export-Import Bank of the U.S. And then we have John Tracy, U.S. Commercial Service, U.S. Department of Commerce from the Syracuse office. So if you two could make your way up here, that would be great. And then I know last session of the day, you can hang in. Thank you for hanging in with us. We do have some snacks in the back if you guys wanted to grab anything. Yeah, and then once we finish up with this, we can do our last drawing, and then we'll jump into our roundtables. But we're going to go ahead and go first with John Tracy. So I thank you guys so much for coming and presenting this information, because before I stepped into this role with the Native Edge Institutes, I worked closely under our, we had an MBDA Export Center, so I always have a love for the international trade information. But, yeah, I will get your PowerPoint up and then we can start.
thank you for having me. I appreciate the invitation. Anytime I can get an audience is a good thing. My name is John Tracy. I work for the U.S. Commercial Service of the U.S. Department of Commerce. It's a federal agency. Department of Commerce is huge. We're just a small little boutique agency within it. When I say boutique, I don't mean to sound pretentious. I just mean to describe it as being a small group within the larger federal agency of the Department of Commerce. So I'm going to explain to you who we are and what we have. We're part of the International Trade Administration, which is just further down the tree from the Department of Commerce organizational chart. We have offices domestically across the U.S., and that's where I am. I'm in the field in the domestic office. The other half, roughly, of our agency is in the U.S. embassies and U.S. consulates in about 75 countries. So here's a geographic representation of our footprint. The red balloons are where we have commercial staff, commercial service staff like myself, my counterparts there. The purple dots are where we, for various reasons, we don't have commercial service staff, but the economic section of the State Department will offer business advocacy services for us or in cooperation with us. So between those two schemes, we have pretty good coverage globally in most of the nations that we are actively, we collectively, the U.S. is actively trading with. This slide is controversial to me personally. I don't like putting it up there because I don't want to disqualify people or discourage them from calling me. You don't have to check all of these bullets in order to qualify for assistance from the U.S. Commercial Service. This was done by a colleague of mine who just wanted to explain who our typical clients are. And I'll give you an example. Just this week, I got introduced through SCORE, we were talking about just a second ago. SCORE in Albany referred a U.S. Immigrant from Angola who has spent his career in finance in Angola and industries in Angola before emigrating to the U.S. In Angola, the government in Angola has instituted a requirement that all invoicing, commercial invoicing, is transmitted and communicated to the government electronically. And this is partly to gather the proper corporate tax from those business activities, because in Angola, a lot of things are done under the table or historically have been. So they made a federal rule that now you have to transmit all of your invoices that you create for your business activities. You have to copy the federal government in Angola. So it creates a software issue. So he's developed this little software program that helps bridge that gap. So he doesn't have any U.S. customers, and he doesn't plan to have any U.S. customers. He developed this specifically for the Angola market. He's a new startup. He has no clients right now. So he wasn't disqualified from talking to us. In fact, it made sense for him to be talking to us, and I connected him with the Angolan embassy. We had a phone call this week with them, and they're going to help him, connect him into the ICT, information and communications technology industry supply chain within the country, so that he can connect with those that are providing those types of services to businesses already and offer this as a bolt-on solution for their software. So this is just a rough guideline. And I'll even make a comment about the 51% U.S. content rule. That's even bendable depending on the type of business that you're in and where you're operating. So if you're creating products that have 49% U.S. content after you've assembled it from parts from all over the planet, but you're in a rural area providing jobs in a rural area or underserved communities, then we can easily justify lending export business development assistance to the company. So this is just a list that under our services. This is what I'm going to talk about briefly, quickly. These are the kind of things that we do for companies here in the U.S. So the first one's export counseling, which is a lot of times this is newer companies or companies that aren't very experienced in exporting. We spend more time on this category. We have tons of resources on trade.gov, which I'll expand on in a second. But just, you can see the titles there, learn how to export, and the suffixes of those links. Exporter resources, export process review. That's not really a great list. I read it out loud myself. But it just is an example of tons of content that's on our trade.gov website that's geared towards people that are doing exporting for the first time. None of the things that we have to do for exports that are different than we do for domestic business are hard. They're just different. And that's usually when people are calling us, it's not that they're not capable, they're just not experienced. They just don't know what is different and what they have to do differently to support their international business activities. So we try to fill those knowledge gaps. Trade.gov, did I skip a slide? Hold on a second, I jumped a few slides ahead, hold on. All right, there we go. Export counseling. Commercial diplomacy. So what we do all day long, and I'll be describing more in detail some of the programs and resources that we have that fall under commercial advocacy, where we're assisting U.S. businesses trying to advance their business or their products or their services into a foreign market. We also have a special division down in D.C. called the Advocacy Center, where they come into play as if a U.S. company is bidding on a foreign-funded project. So that could be, a lot of times it's airport infrastructure, safety and security, defense. Those are usually funded by federal governments that are procuring directly or they're funding the procurement of it. In those cases, we can ask the advocacy group down in DC to get involved to leverage our political diplomacy, diplomatic advocacy, in addition to our commercial advocacy that we're doing with our programs and resources. We're asking, the State Department, of course, is the tip of our political spear, and the State Department runs all the embassies and consulates around the world, and the ambassador from the U.S. to that country is the tip of that spear in each country. That's who we're asking to get involved to advocate politically. They're going to leverage their relationships. They're going to remind the buyers or procurers of the technology that they're trying to get to consider the U.S. solution for their needs, and in consideration of some of the other goodwill things we might do with that country. So that's what commercial diplomacy is. It doesn't cost anything, but you do have to apply for it, and it has to be approved. So that what they're looking for down in DC are a couple things. One of them is, an industry sector of interest. So right now, energy and defense is big with this administration. So those usually give you a couple extra points on the assessment. And they also want to vet any participants to the transaction. So they're going to make sure that there's no criminal activity that's known or anything that could embarrass the administration if they were to advocate for this business transaction. So that's what the Advocacy Center does down in DC. And it can take many forms. It can be anything from the commercial service officer, my colleague that's at the embassy or consulate, calling a meeting with the decision makers at the Ministry of Interior of that foreign country to talk about the U.S. options or to answer their needs. That's usually how the form it takes, but it can go all the way to the president level. So when the president goes to China and then announces that he's secured an order for 30 Boeing aircraft, that's advocacy at work right there. So. The harmonized codes are the tariff numbers, and a lot of people come to us asking, especially when they're first getting into exporting, they're like, my buyer in this foreign country is asking me for my HTS number or my HS number or my harmonized tariff number. They're all the same thing. We have a search engine that you can just type in plain English descriptions of products, and it'll spit out what the likely HTS number is. It's a great place to start, but you can always call your local trade specialist wherever you are located. We can help you get that number. Why that number is important is because when we send you to trade.gov to mine for trade data, they're going to usually ask for the tariff number, the HTS number, to provide that trade data for you. So these are just great links to, this slideshow is available to you guys after the program, and that's why I put all these links in there, because it's actually a useful PowerPoint that can be used afterwards. These are all places where you can get export data and information about export markets. More on trade.gov, our country commercial guides are an encyclopedic reference to a country. It starts with natural resources, a little history, political structure, best prospects for U.S. businesses in those markets, and it has travel advisories. So we update these with the State Department, in partnership with the State Department in each one of the embassies or consulates in that country. So they're updated pretty regularly. They're a pretty reliable, useful guide. And this is why I send people first. If they're like, hey, I have reason to believe I can sell my products to the aerospace industry in France. I'm like, well, look up in the country commercial guide, see what they say about the aviation industry in France, and then start there. So if I can rephrase that, if you're trying to find out what documents are required to export into a country in sub-Saharan Africa or anywhere on the planet, yes, we have that information in there. That would be in the country commercial guide. It would be under documentation and banking chapter. So they'll have specific requirements if they're unique to that country. That would be listed. Yeah, and your trade specialist, I'm assigned, I explained that I'm domestically located, or I'm in the field domestically, because it sounds fancier when I say it that way. But I cover central New York. I live in Syracuse, so I have kind of the center stripe of New York State, and I now have Buffalo in western New York. And because we're half the staff we were 2 years ago, I'm picking up clients in Long Island and Brooklyn recently, Albany. So where I'm going with this is that you can just email me, depending on, are you here in New York State, in Buffalo? Oh, then I'm your trade specialist. So you can call me and we can talk about it. And I may refer you to this, but I can also, we can answer those types of questions together on the phone, and then go from there. I don't try to pass people off to the website if we can just have a conversation about it, because it's much more efficient to communicate live. So I'm all about that, but I may still refer you after that conversation if you want to take a deeper dive for information like that. But great question. We also host and support trade events. The international trade fairs is really interesting. If it's a trade show with a anticipated large U.S. Turnout, then we may certify the trade show and buy up floor space and sell it to U.S. exhibitors at a discount to entice them to go to the show. We call those U.S. pavilions. So we cordon off a section of that international trade show, and you can get booth space in there, and with that you get support services like a common break room, some meeting space, and we usually do business-to-business matchmaking events. So we set up we help you pre-arrange meetings before you even get to the trade show. So you're not just sitting in your booth fishing the whole time. You're doing fishing and you're manning your booth, but you're also interspersed with that. We'll have pre-arranged meetings before you even get to the show that you can take while you're there. That's a great program. Export Week, it's in a couple places. I just want to explain what that is. Every May, the first week of May is Export Week, but it's kind of spread or grown into Export Month in May. But what's important about that to us is that we do a lot of web-based education programming of all manner, export compliance, how to develop your export plan. We do a whole session on just typical standard documentation used in export transactions. We do finance programs with XM and logistics and freight forwarding and shipping and all that kind of stuff. Insurance, international insurance of all types for freight or otherwise for traveling employees and stuff. So we cover a lot of topics every year in May. So I encourage you to consider those if you're doing exporting or considering it. I was asked to cover a little, or at least touch on food exports. We at the federal level have the Foreign Ag Service, which is part of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The Foreign Ag Service is in a lot of the embassies and consulates that we're in. They don't have as large a footprint, but wherever they are, they run or take lead on export business development for U.S. ag products. In those embassies and consulates where there are not Foreign Ag Service staff, then we take the lead on it. So you can reach out to me and I'll help determine whether we have FAS staff in the market that you're, I'm in the middle of a conversation with my colleagues in India because we have Foreign Ag Service staff in India, and we had a call with them last week, and they told us to run with the ball and provide some services to them, to this client that asked for it. So we partner with them, and it depends on, every time it's different when I talk to Foreign Ag Service. There's also the foodexport.org website, and that's half funded by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So these are, they're also funded by states as well that they operate in. But it's a great place to go if you are trying to export ag products. They have a lot of good data on export markets and opportunities. So you don't have to call them first, but they should be part of the conversation if you're working on exports of ag products. Those are examples. I skipped over, I'm missing a couple slides in here that I didn't get to. Up here somewhere. It's right after export counseling. Maybe this slide deck got corrupted, but I can cover that. There's a couple programs that we're most known for. So maybe this is best to say this for my last things to say. What we're most known for is our business matchmaking service. We have an international partner search where a company gives us a questionnaire. On that questionnaire, they give us search criteria. We're looking for a distribution partner in Morocco that serves the mining industry. And we need this person to already be plugged into that supply chain structure, so they already have clients in the mining industry. We want to provide driving simulators for off-road dump trucks, whatever it might be. And they list, the company gives us the list of criteria. They have to be in business for 5 years. They have to be known to the U.S. Commercial Service, meaning that they also do business with other U.S. companies. It could be any search criteria you as the search initiator wants to give to us. I send that to my colleagues in Casablanca, and I ask them to conduct a search to find candidates that meet your search criteria, number one. Number two, express an interest in talking to you after we introduce your company and products to them, and they respond with interest to talk to you about a potential business relationship, then they get put on a short list. So what you get is a short list of companies that have been pre-screened and pre-qualified, that have met your search criteria, that have expressed an interest in talking to you, and then you get a list of pre-screened, pre-qualified candidates. That's our international partner search. During COVID, we extended the international partner search to be the IPS plus virtual introductions. So once we identified the 5 or 6 companies that we think you should be talking to, we set up a video conference call and introduce you that way. That was to bridge the travel restrictions during COVID. The service that everybody knows us for, that has ever heard of us before, knows us for our Gold Key service. And it's the same process as the international partner search, but once we've identified that short list of candidates that we think you should be talking to partner with, to enter that market as part of your market entry strategy, we invite you to that market. So you got to get on a plane or whatever conveyance you need to use to get there, and we escort you to meetings so you sit down across the table from someone live in person. My colleagues across the planet, we all understand how different and diverse our cultures are across the globe, but all of my colleagues in every market that we do business in say that the Gold Key service is our best service because it gets people sitting in a room together across the table from each other talking about entering into a relationship. So that's what we're most known for. So that's in entirety a very quick overview of what we have for resources for U.S. companies. So keep us in mind. We partner with the SBDC, the SBA, and Export-Import Bank, which you're going to hear about in a minute. So I always tell people, if you don't remember everything that I threw at you in this presentation, just remember there's a number of agencies that all kind of do this. And it doesn't matter if you remember which one does. Reach out to one of them, and then if it's something that you need from Export-Import Bank, I'm going to send you right over, or SBA or SBDC. All right, I'll come to you in 1 second. The only thing I wanted to add was that
Can you restate the question?
she didn't ask the question yet. But I realized I said I would talk about STEP.
Okay.
STEP is the State Trade Expansion Program. It's SBA federal funds that are doled out to the states that apply for it to be used for export business development activities. So the state has to apply for it. It's competitive. Not every state gets awarded STEP grants, but in that STEP grant application, they say, we're going to use it to promote exports of products from our state. In my case, it's New York State. And this is how we're going to do it. And in New York State, they have defined what I would call silos of funding. So there's a silo that can be used for international travel to go to a trade show. And there's a silo that can be used for translating marketing material, translating your website so that it's in a foreign language of a market that you're targeting. Trade shows or trade missions, they usually have a separate silo for that you can draw down from. So you apply for it. It's a short grant application. Everybody gets nervous about grant applications. If they've ever seen a 60-pager, there's a reason you're nervous about that. But this is probably 5 pages long. It's really short. You know what you're describing in this area. You're asking for money and what you're asking to, what you're going to do with it. And then they approve it. Once it's approved, you can spend that money down. So you have to get it pre-approved before you spend the money. So you can't go on a trip to a trade show, the Farnborough Aerospace Air Show is going on now, I think. You can't go to the show and then come back and say, hey, will you reimburse me for my travel expenses to Farnborough? You have to get it approved beforehand. That's the big thing that gets, the big complaint that people have is like, oh, I wish I knew I was supposed to do that before. But, so the STEP grant is great. It's New York State has won it every time they've applied for it, so it's been going on more than 10 years that we've had STEP grants. Towards the end of the cycle, the fiscal year for them is October 1st to September 30th. So in the summertime, that's when the well starts drying up, but then they, as long as they're awarded the STEP grant, again for next fiscal year, the kiddies will be replenished in October 1st. So the expectation, what I'm hearing, it hasn't been confirmed, but the expectation is this year, again, STEP is going to be refunded, and they're going to get money for October 1st again. So keep that in mind. And if you call me and ask, some of the services I've described to you are fee-based, but they're heavily subsidized, but there's still fees associated. You can use STEP grants to pay for our fee-based services in addition to all the other things that I mentioned. You can also use it to send staff to get trained. So if you want to get your shipping or warehouse guy, you get them hazmat trained, you can send them to hazmat training for, if it's tied to your international business activity. All right, Q&A. Do you want me to wait until after Jonathan speaks, or? It's up to you guys, I don't care.
Do you want to, we'll just do it now, sorry.
So just for clarification, sorry, are you a state or federal agency?
I'm federal.
Okay.
And so is Jonathan. He'll get
Okay, awesome. So how do you guys view like nation to nation, tribe to tribe trade? So I'm Seneca and I'm from stateside, and we have the Confederacy on the Canadian side. And there's like obviously trade that could occur there. So I'm wondering, I'm just curious, what type of oversight, if any, does your office do on that? And like, what just overall like, what's the tone? What's the view on nation-to-nation trading for me specifically would be like to send to Canada or something.
Yeah.
Are there protected trade routes? Are there any type of any guidance you can offer in that?
Yeah, I'm going to apologize right now. I should be prepared for that question before coming here. That was stupid of me not to. But it's a brilliant question I want to know the answer to. I think it would be treated as U.S.-Canada international trade. However, I know that up in northern New York State, the tribal land bridges the border, right? It's on both the U.S. and Canadian side of the border. So I don't know what that triggers. I'm curious. I think you're also, I mean, there's some sovereignty of your own, so we might not be involved. I don't know the answer to that, but I love the question, and I will get back to you. I'll give you my card right now. Yeah, let's talk after, and we'll figure that out, because it's a brilliant question, and I apologize. I should have thought that question might come up and be prepared for that, but I will get an answer for you, definitely.
That's a good question. I think on the Canadian side, they use a lot use of the J Treaty, but probably have to get more information on that.
Formal protections beyond like our treaties that we have. Are there any active policies implemented to protect these treaties and our sovereign right to do over the border trades?
Yeah, I'm going to be on vacation for 2 weeks. When I come back, can I call you? If you have a card, I'll get it. All right, perfect. Anybody else?
Hey, thank you, John.
You have your own mic?
Oh, Kaya, this is part 2, I believe. Yes. There we go. That's it? Okay. Thank you. Great to be here with you. And again, my name is Jonathan Brady. I'm a Senior Business Development Officer in the Office of Small Business at the Export-Import Bank, also known as EXIM, EXIM for short. And today I'm going to give you an overview of what we do at EXIM, including a few of our major programs, and explain to you how they assist U.S. exporters. Okay, so by way of introduction, EXIM is a federal government agency, and we serve as the official export credit agency of the United States. We were established in 1934, and as a side note, just 2 years ago, we celebrated our 90th anniversary. Washington, D.C. is the location of our headquarters. and we're supported by 12 regional offices. And our mission, simply put, is to create and sustain jobs by increasing U.S. export sales. Now, as you can see here, small business focus. Small businesses are a priority at Ex-Im Bank, and in fiscal year 2025, small business transactions made up nearly 88% of the bank's portfolio. And I know that it may be difficult to believe because you typically hear about the large dollar transactions or support given to large corporations, but actually it's the small businesses that benefit the most from Ex-Im support if we measure it on a transaction basis. So Ex-Im's financing can really make the difference for your international business development. And in support of Ex-Im's core mission, there are three key or underlying principles I want to highlight. Number one is leveling the playing field so that U.S. exporters can compete more effectively in the global market. Number two is risk reduction or risk mitigation, and this is central. It's the common denominator across all of the programs at Ex-Im Bank, risk mitigation. And then number three is supplementing the financing of lenders and insurance brokers in the private sector. So it's safe to say exporting can be one of the best ways of expanding your business. And you may be familiar with this statistic already. Nearly 95% of the world's consumers, where are they located? Outside the United States. So food for thought as you consider next steps in your business development activities. So if you are doing well domestically, imagine how well you could be doing if you were exporting. Now, there is risk associated with exporting. Businesses involved in international trade have to deal not only with risks locally, but also other business development risks, such as shipping, intellectual property, foreign exchange, foreign currency, and credit risk. And that's why a small percentage, only 1%, of U.S. businesses export. Ex-Im Bank products and solutions mitigate or reduce risk for exporters, and I'll explain why as I move along. So what we do and ways that we can help specifically. Now, since we are the Export Credit Agency of the United States, our financing makes the difference between winning or losing a sale or a contract. You should know that our products minimize risk for the exporter as well as the importer or foreign buyer. And on this slide, we cover three traditional trade finance solutions. So number one, Ex-Im improves competitiveness of the U.S. exporter by insuring the foreign receivables. Now, another name for this is what? Export credit insurance. So I'll go into more detail later, but that's one of the key tools in our toolbox at Ex-Im. Number two, Ex-Im assists the exporter in obtaining working capital financing for your pre-export needs. This is also known as the Working Capital Loan Guarantee Program, if you need access to working capital for shorter term transactions. And then number three, Ex-Im supports durable goods and capital equipment exports with term loans for your foreign buyers. And number three is more specialized finance. It's going to be for medium and long-term financial deals, whereas numbers one and two, the export credit insurance and export working capital, tend to be shorter term. If you're selling on credit terms and get the insurance policy, that could be 30, 60, or 90 days, as an example. Okay, so here you can see the full spectrum of trade finance solutions, pre-export financing on the left and post-export financing on the right. Examples of both types are listed here. So we're going to cover the working capital loan guarantee in more depth. That's pre-export financing. And then on the post-export side, we'll explore the export credit insurance in more depth. So working capital loan guarantee, a pre-export finance solution. First of all, our working capital loan guarantees provide the funds you need to fulfill orders. And the loan proceeds can be used to purchase the finished product that you may be exporting, raw materials, additional labor, overhead fees, and any legitimate costs associated with the shorter-term export transaction. So how does it work? EXIM provides a 90% loan backing guarantee to lenders of export-related loans. So EXIM's not the loan provider in this case. We're going to provide a loan backing guarantee, which makes the lenders more willing and more comfortable to finance export transactions. Now, the loans are either transaction-specific or can be a revolving line of credit. The term's generally 1 year and can extend up to 5 years. So it even covers that medium-term finance up to 5 years. And we have no minimum or maximum amount at EXIM Bank. But you should know that lenders may have expectations. The private sector banks may have an expectation as to the loan size. So let's go into the post-export finance solution, export credit insurance. This is what we're most known for at EXIM Bank, since we are the export credit agency of the United States. Essentially, it's an insurance policy covering receivables generated from export sales, and it protects the exporter against non-payment by the international buyer. Now, in addition, here are the benefits we'll cover briefly. We talked about risk protection before, risk mitigation, how that's central, and we want you as the exporter to be able to mitigate your risk. If you're selling on credit terms, you're not getting paid in full based on whatever you negotiated, 30-day, 60-day, 90-day terms, right? So the policy number 2, you see, the policy is also a bargaining or a sales tool because you can offer credit in the form of open account terms to buyers. This benefits you as well as the foreign buyer because you're not requiring cash in advance. And in these circumstances, your customer may increase their order with you knowing that you're not expecting payment for 30, 60, 90, 120 days. For consumer goods, it can extend up to 180 days. If you're exporting durable goods or capital equipment, it could go even longer, up to 360 days. Now, the third benefit you might not be aware of, the financing aid. The policy is also a financing tool because the insured foreign receivables may be added to your borrowing base, providing you with access to financing. Think of it this way. EXIM's insurance enhances the quality of your firm's balance sheet. Your foreign receivables become insured, allowing your company to borrow against those receivables, and you could qualify for an advance from a lender. Now, at this stage, I'd like to share with you a relatively new export credit insurance policy launched by EXIM. It's known as Direct Express Select. A Direct Express Select policy covers receivables generated by international sales, same as the other types of export credit insurance. But in this case, it's designed to cover or to work with the underserved business community, including women, veteran, rural, and disability-owned businesses, and the Native American business community. So some of the benefit details with Direct Express Select, which we launched in 2025, your company gets access to a dedicated in-house customer service team ready to guide you through every step of the process, from explaining policy benefits and reviewing qualifications to streamlining the application and addressing your concerns along the way. And here are some features of the policy at the bottom of the slide. 95% coverage. It's a multi-buyer policy, and that's the standard. If you're going to add more than one buyer to the policy, you can get a multi-buyer, which enables you to add up to 10, in some cases 20 buyers on the same policy. There's no deductible here, no application or policy issuance fees, and pay-as-you-ship premiums. So that's the Kaya, thanks. We'll just take any questions while we pause here. Any questions from the audience? Okay, so I'll continue. What's covered with the insurance policy? The insurance policy protects you if your customer doesn't pay because of two kinds of risks, commercial and political. And you see some examples here. If your buyer loses his or her import license, commits fraud, and then on the political side, civil unrest, an outbreak of war in the destination country, those things may interfere with the economy or have a ripple effect through the banking system. These are just a few examples of situations in which you're covered if they occur. Now, we do provide support to a variety of industries. Here are some examples. Manufacturing, power generation, renewable energy, agribusiness is another, commodities, for example. And I want to talk about services while we're here. XM provides support to a wide range of services, everything from IT consulting, architecture, construction management, engineering expertise, to healthcare, medical personnel, and education and training. So if you are a business and you provide a service, you're in the right place with XM. Now, a tool for exporters. At XM, we have something called the country limitation schedule. We are open for cover, that's the phrase we use, open for cover, in more than 180 countries. However, I do like to advise audience members and clients to view this tool, the country limitation schedule, when they start to explore exporting to see whether we're open. That is providing coverage in that country and for how long, and whether it's public sector or private sector transactions. So you can easily look up this information if you go to XM and then drill down on country limitation schedule, and then you can search alphabetically by country name and see whether XM provides support. But are there limitations? It could be short-term only. Now that would be adequate if you're doing export credit insurance or export working capital. For short-term, we define as up to 1 year. But in some markets, we may be closed for medium and long-term. So it's worthwhile exploring before you start the negotiation process with a potential buyer. Now, we are a federal agency, so we do have some restrictions as to the transactions we can provide support for. We don't support any transactions that involve another country's military, only in the event of humanitarian efforts such as drug interdiction or supplying emergency vehicles for a natural disaster. So just a few exceptions. Some examples are ambulances and fire trucks. Now, additional requirements: the shipment must depart from the United States, a port located here in the U.S., and then the U.S. content requirement, you should be aware. The products must contain at least 51% of U.S. content, and that's for short-term transactions. For medium-term transactions, the U.S. content must be at least 85%. Okay. So now we'll go into what's new, what's trending at XM. We covered the traditional trade finance tools, export credit insurance, working capital, the loan guarantee in support of working capital, and medium-term buyer financing. But this program is Make More in America, which launched in 2022. And it's designed to build up and revitalize U.S. domestic manufacturing. This is one of several tools that the United States government now has to reshore, that is to start bringing supply chains closer and into the United States. And what's interesting about this new initiative is that we can look at it through a different policy lens. And let me describe two of the key components. Number one is the export nexus or export connection. This is the policy trigger sought by XM to determine whether we can be involved in a potential opportunity. So what you need to do, if this is of interest, which is essentially domestic finance, what we're looking for is that you earmark 15 to 25% of the total output resulting from the XM financial support. So you need to earmark that for a future export. So that's what we mean by export nexus. It's just a percentage, either 15 or 25%. And then jobs, the core mission at XM hasn't changed. XM will look at construction jobs and operating jobs to scale support. And it's a number that can scale quite quickly. It's tied to a metric called the job year, which has been calculated at $205,000. So here's the example on the slide. Every 5.3 jobs are eligible for up to $1 million in support. Now, before closing, I'll just touch on this relatively new program, China and Transformational Exports, or we call it CTEP at XM. It's a congressional mandate established in 2019 to support U.S. exporters facing competition from the People's Republic of China and to maintain U.S. leadership in key technology sectors. So it's a dual mandate, congressional, dating back to 2019. To support your company's bid against PRC, or People's Republic of China competition, XM may be able to offer extended repayment tenors and exceptions from other XM policies. So essentially it's introducing flexibilities so that you can compete more effectively if you're facing unfair competition or overly aggressive industrial policy from China. Also, CTEP is designed to help U.S. exporters maintain a competitive edge in transformational technologies. And some examples of these are artificial intelligence, biotech, quantum computing, renewable energy, including energy storage systems, semiconductors, water treatment and solutions, and high-performance computing, just to name some examples. This is under CTEP, or China and Transformational Exports. So ways to stay connected to XM, the standard social media links are here. At the bottom, you can see we have a blog at grow.xm.gov, and it's a way to follow us to get more information about our programs. We have subject matter experts who are submitting articles on a periodic basis. It's another way to follow us and explore more of our programs in more depth. So I'll be happy to take any questions. I know we're close to the end of this session, and here's my contact information. And I'd be happy to give you a business card when we finish up. So again, thanks for the opportunity to be here and talk about XM's tools for you, current or future exporters.
Any questions? All right.
Can I just reinforce one of the things that Jonathan spoke about was that foreign receivables insurance tool? That is a game changer for a lot of our exporters. When we poll the business community about their concerns about their international business activities, the number one universal concern is securing payment for sales outside of the U.S., and that is the solution, and it's pretty low cost. I don't know, I think it varies, but it's about half of 1% of the commercial invoice.
Yes, you're right, 1 to 60 days.
Yeah,
it could be that low.
Yeah, it's amazing how affordable it is, and it totally changes, your anxiety about not getting paid for a foreign sale, and it also, as you said, moves your liability, a foreign receivable, from a liability to an asset column in your borrowing base, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's a current asset on your balance sheet.
It's really an amazing tool for low cost, and it changes that number one anxiety that exporters in the U.S. have. Mm-hmm. So keep that in mind if you're doing international business.
Thanks for highlighting the export credit insurance.
Thank you. And that concludes the end of our Native Edge Institute. Thank you so much for joining us today in person and online. If you guys have any questions about today, feel free to shoot me an email. I will be following up with all the presentations and the recording for the event. A quick reminder, if you were given a survey, if you could please fill it out. That helps us with putting on these events, and you can give them to Charmaine. She was sitting at registration. There should be the table right there. Just go ahead and fill it out and return it back to us. For our online audience, I'll send the link when I send out the presentations. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to the team and to Skybar Media. We'll say goodbye now to the online audience. Thank you for joining.